Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Holy mother-forking shirtballs.
Let's bring out the cutest sloth. No, I just want to every single one of you delegates at the Congress of Future Medical Leaders, I believe in science. I believe in you. I want to send a heartfelt congratulations on your passion, your hard work, and let you know that people will believe you, people like me, and that we need you. You split up all the cognitive labor on the planet. You do the research for us. You tell us what is safe and sound. And I am so very, very grateful for the fact that you chose to go into this profession. I like experts. My husband thinks he's an expert. And he's an expert at some things, but I really like believing in experts. So thank you, you guys, for becoming experts. And I know that you guys will do wonderful work in the world. Congrats.
My name is Dora Rice from Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome, delegates, to the Congress of Future Medical Leaders. Some of my fellow delegates and I have been given the honor of introducing living legends to the stage. It is my privilege to introduce the man who made the Congress possible. Richard Rossi has spent the last 35 years fighting for the success of high-achieving young people like us. He is the founder of the National Academy of Future Physicians and Medical Scientists and will be our Congress Master of Ceremonies over the next 3 days. For over 3 decades under his guidance, more than 750,000 students from more than 118 countries have attended the leadership and career development programs he has created. He devotes himself to helping students like you and me acquire the necessary experience and skills to launch them into a successful career in medicine and science. Delegates, please join me in welcoming Richard.
There's no talent here. This is hard work. This is an obsession. Talent doesn't exist. We're all equals as human beings. You could be anyone if you put in the time. You will reach the top. And that's that. I'm not talented. I am obsessed. That is what I'm talking about. And thank you, Dora, for that great introduction, and Vitra and Wynn for that magnificent voice singing our national anthem. And of course, from all of you, our fanboys and girls like me, a big thank you to the amazing Kristen Bell, who wants you to know she believes in you. Think about that for a minute. So delegates, you are here. History's being made. We are live. So prepare to have your life changed in a very short period of time. You might have been sad or frustrated, bummed out over the last few months, but all that changes right now, this minute. And all you need to do is keep showing up as the best version of yourself. And give me one thing. You know what that is, right? It's energy. Energy, baby. Energy. So tell me, have you ever heard the one about the chicken and the pig? So the chicken and the pig are sitting around the farm, and the chicken says, hey, I have a great idea. Let's start a breakfast restaurant together. We can call it Eggs and Bacon. And the pig says, I don't think that's a very good idea at all. And the chicken asks, why not? And the pig says, because if we did that, you would be interested, but I would be committed. So tell me something. What are we all doing here today? I mean, you spent the money, you're spending the time and the effort to be part of this Congress, but are you interested in medicine or are you committed? Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you're just interested, it's never going to happen for you. Becoming a doctor, a medical scientist, or a veterinarian is incredibly hard. And the only way to achieve things that are incredibly hard is through total and complete pig-headed commitment and determination. You need to be obsessed. Everywhere you turn, there'll be failure and obstacles and challenges, and there'll be more than one time when you think, this is never going to happen for me. And what you do at those moments is everything. The great Austrian psychologist Viktor Frankl said, you can take everything away from a person but one thing, their right to determine how they're going to respond in any situation. And if your reaction to failure and obstacles and challenges is to give up, then I guarantee you will never succeed. It's action plus reaction that equals outcome. Action plus reaction equals outcome. And pig-headed determination means that every time, not just sometimes, but every time you get knocked to the ground, you stand up, you shake it off, and you keep walking forward. And as you walk forward, you will eventually begin to step over people. And as you get closer and closer to your goal, you'll step over more and more people. And you know who those are? Those are the people who sat down and gave up. Now, let me tell you right now, this is very tough. One of the reasons that medicine is such a revered and honored profession, one of the reasons that every time someone hears you introduced as a doctor or a medical scientist, there's always a certain amount of admiration. It's because they know you went through a lot to get there. And during that time, you learned a lot that most people don't know. So here's the thing of it. You've got to make a decision right now about if you're committed or you're just interested. Are you the pig or are you the chicken? If you're just interested or even very interested, that's fine. Keep thinking about it, keep investigating, keep evaluating your options. Just know that if you want to succeed, at some point before you really start, you need to commit. You need to become obsessed. As the legend goes, a young man visits Socrates in search of wisdom. To the young man's surprise, Socrates takes him out to a lake and dunks his head underwater. As the man struggles to come up for air, Socrates holds him under. And later, after recovering, the young man asks Socrates why he nearly drowned him. And Socrates replies, what is it you wanted most when you were underwater? Air. Socrates responds, when your desire for wisdom is as great as your desire to breathe, you'll find wisdom. The same can be said for a career in medicine. So let's say you're committed, you're obsessed, you've made the decision. I'm going to achieve this goal or I'm going to die trying, and nothing and no one is going to successfully stand in my way. How then are you going to have the highest chance of actually making it to the top of the mountain, planting the flag, receiving your degree? Well, that's what this is all about, delegates. This is what Congress Live is all about. We're here to show you how to get it done. Some of it's inspiration, some of it's motivation, some of it's learning how to do all the things that you're going to need to do, but do them faster, better, easier. But that is not the big monster we need to slay. The big monster is fear, fear of failure, fear of embarrassment, fear of not being good enough, fear of not being smart enough, fear of the teachers, fear of your fellow students and competitors, fear of making a mistake, of being observed and judged, of not getting into the right school, fear of not being able to pay for school, or for letting yourself down, or for letting your parents down. Now, let me ask you something. Is any of this sounding familiar? Because I bet it is. And what's the antidote to fear? It's courage. Period. End of sentence. Somebody once told me that fear is wetting your pants, and courage is doing what you need to do with wet pants. In other words, the fear never goes away. Failure never goes away. You can't make it go away, ever. What you have to do is make it your fuel. Let me play you a commercial that makes that point very, very well.
You want to know the secret to victory? Fail to make the varsity team.
Start your career as a walk-on.
Go 3-13 your rookie season.
Lead the league in interceptions.
Take a perfect team and blow a perfect season.
Spend 108 years as a lovable loser.
Serena denied a shot at history by an unsealed opponent.
Be on the wrong side of the biggest upset in your sport.
You really want to know the secret to victory?
Heartbreak for Matt Ryan, who is in utter disbelief.
Defeat. Come on, one more. Sit up. Yeah! Not again.
Make defeat your fuel.
I love that ad. Because in short, that's what the Congress is all about. It's about teaching you how to be courageous and never look back with regret. And can that be taught? Absolutely, 100%. Practice makes perfect. But let me say this again. If you're not willing to commit, you're not going to achieve your dream. For the people you're going to meet over the next few days, they're extraordinary, and they've achieved amazing and magnificent things. And they're going to teach you how they did it. And I guarantee you, they failed much more than they succeeded. I think it's pretty funny that one of the greatest fears of all is the fear of failure. And yet there's really only one place where failure is bad. You know where that is? It's school. Because in school, failure is an F, and nobody wants that. But once you leave school, the biggest successes are the people with the most failures. I mean, think about that for a second. And you're going to learn during the Congress that failing isn't bad, and failing certainly doesn't make you a failure. Only giving up makes you a failure. In fact, let me say that I think some of the most esteemed and respected people that you're going to meet in the next 2 days, they literally failed their way to success, which means they failed over and over and over and over and over again until they finally got it right. But they never gave up. And that was their superpower. Now, I call that pig-headed determination. I'll succeed or I'll die trying. So that is what the Congress is all about. It's giving you a path, a plan, a strategy to achieve your dreams. Because, as I said before in some of my videos, the definition of hell is reaching the end of your life and coming face to face with the person you might have been. The person you might have been. That must never happen to you. That is life's greatest tragedy. Your potential's too great. And during this Congress, you're going to see a future that can be 5 or 10 times bigger than the one you see now. And personally, I think you need to play the biggest possible game in life, because for you, greatness awaits. Greatness awaits. Now, there may be people in your community who know how smart you are and how ambitious you are, and they say to you, this is a big risk. You might fail. It's an enormous amount of work. Why don't you aim a little lower? Make a good living. Be comfortable. Don't take all these chances. And they're right. And there are no guarantees, but I'll tell you one thing. To me, comfortable is what you try to make someone in hospice. Comfortable is not going to be in your lexicon. It's not going to be in your dictionary. But if you're courageous, and you do have pig-headed determination, and you have decided that you're going to achieve your goal or die trying, your chances of success are pretty high. And before you know it, you're going to be breathing rarefied air as you reach the top of that mountain, as you plant that flag, as you receive that degree as a physician or a medical scientist, or maybe for a few of you, a veterinarian. Nothing will feel like that. So, now it's time we're going to begin our journey together, learn how to be courageous, how to hate comfort zones, how to be successful, how to achieve your dreams. And you're going to end the Congress with knowledge and wisdom and superpowers that you could not have imagined that you could have. Remember, attend all the sessions, take the notes, because at the end of the Congress, you're going to need to take an exam before you can receive your very important Award of Excellence. It is truly the honor of my life to contribute to your success. And my hope is that someday you're going to turn to your mom or dad and say, do you remember that thing you sent me 2 years ago, that Congress thing for high-achieving kids who wanted to be doctors? I really think that was the moment where it all came together for me. That was my jumping off point. That's where I finally learned that I could achieve my dream. And I learned how. And with that, my dear friends, we're going to introduce our first mentor. So stay focused, take lots of notes, and let's begin.
My name is Grace Hill from South Jordan, Utah, and it is my honor to introduce Gitanjali Rao. After learning about the Flint water crisis in the 7th grade, Gitanjali was inspired to help and designed a compact device called Tethys to detect lead in drinking water with the aid of a mobile app. She believes her invention to be faster and cheaper than other current methods. In 2017, she was named America's top young scientist and was awarded the top prize from Discovery at the 3M Young Scientist Challenge. You've seen her on 60 Minutes, and at the age of 13, she was named to Forbes 2019 30 Under 30 list of breakthrough scientists. Gitanjali, welcome to the Congress of Future Medical Leaders.
Hello, everyone. It is so great to be here today. So I'll kick this off by starting with the story of Ali Shahbaz. He was a marketing executive who created the life-saving dot to solve the problem of iodine deficiency of women in India. So the life-saving dot is an idea that transforms the symbolic traditional bindis worn by women into iodine patches. And these bindis dispense 150 to 220 micrograms of iodine every single day, providing the needed amount of iodine supplement for the women. But this story isn't alone. Many people across the globe create life-changing solutions to solve problems that they see in society, and a lot of the time with limited tools and resources. And you can be one of them. And today I'm going to share how. So my name is Gitanjali Rao. I am 15, and I like to develop ideas and solve problems. And I'm also an active promoter of science, technology, engineering, and math, especially for girls. So I write and travel the world to speak at schools and forums like these to help socialize the idea of STEM as a means to bring positive change in the lives of many and talk about how everyone can be involved in it. Recently, I've expanded a lot of my work to educational outreach, working with teenagers who are also looking to make a difference in their community by running innovation workshops all over the globe. So some of my works and inventions have garnered recognition, and today my goal is to share my story, and hopefully this will spur you, the leaders of tomorrow, to come up with ideas on your own. So today I'd like to start out by talking about innovation and the process of thinking differently. I want to discuss our emerging world, how technology is significantly impacting our daily lives, and more importantly, how these breakthrough technological shifts can bring about positive change in the lives of millions around the world. Then I'll walk you through some of my latest work. In addition, I'd like to use this opportunity to talk about how all of you can discover and stay with your passion for scientific research and engineering. So, we're living in super cool times where technology is not only shaping our future, but it's also offering so many crazy opportunities for innovation. Technology is what we can build upward from, and we should continue to look at the world around us and build upwards from there. So sometimes I think there's nothing left to invent. Well, obviously there is. There have been some awesome discoveries, but let's take a look at other technology we can use and build off of. So we'll kick it off with wireless tech. 5G wireless technology is already here. And the super cool part about it is that it's 20 G per second, and it offers near real-time interaction with almost no lag. So this might sound like faster internet and better video, but it honestly has a profound impact on everything we can't do today well. So surgeries can now be performed remotely, or people can be in video conferences as holograms, which is still super cool to me. Next up, we'll talk a little bit about nanotechnology. So nanotechnology allows the development of bots that are smaller than viruses and can cure diseases. So nanobots, which are the size of viruses, can be effectively deployed to treat many ailments and many diseases that are out there. So we're going to be living in a world very soon where our reality will be augmented and enriched with data as well. So you could probably be seeing bubbles of information around me while I'm speaking that provide all the background and metadata about me, which also sounds super cool. And the reason I'm just listing all of these one by one is that the optimism is that all of these technologies, when used the right way, free us from the mundane and allow us to focus on solving hard problems. Innovation and problem solving is now only limited by our collective imagination, which I think has such a huge power regarding the growth of society as a whole. So my personal journey of innovation has been about monitoring trends like this, looking at problems around me and trying to come up with simple solutions. So some of my early devices were a snakebite diagnostic tool based on non-contact thermography technology, a pollen repellent based on electrostatic ions, a black box finder for airplanes based on underwater laser communication, and a laser protection screen on airplane windshields based on rubidium atoms bound together. So this whole journey of innovation started when I was in about second grade, but they encouraged me to work on some bigger challenges, and I started to look at solutions for some serious problems in our community. So I'll talk about 3 of them, including the one I'm currently working on. So about 3 years ago, I heard about the water crisis in Flint, Michigan, and I could not accept the fact that there was a city in our country where thousands of children my age were getting exposed to a poison every day that caused lifelong damage to their mental capacity, vital organs, and even normal growth. And appallingly, this wasn't just a problem in Flint, Michigan. It was a worldwide problem, and we have to do something about it. So in my nutshell, my solution was a quick and accurate tool to detect lead contamination. The disposable sensor cartridge included treated carbon nanotubes with chloride ions. So when I dipped it into lead-contaminated water, the lead in the water binds with the chloride ions, forming lead chloride molecules, which increases the amount of resistance to the flow of current and decreases the conductivity. So I'm measuring the change in resistance using the processor and then sending all the data to a mobile phone on an app that I created. Next up, I think this might get you guys excited, but I've been working on another solution called Epione for early directional diagnosis of prescription opioid addiction, which is another gigantic problem that we face every day. My solution uses the latest developments in genomics and genetic engineering to identify and detect protein expressed by the mu opioid receptor gene. So it's called Epione after the Greek goddesses soothing of pain. I'm a huge mythology buff, but the detection itself uses the standard immunological process, but I built a portable device to make the process easier. So basically how it works is a physician first prepares the testing solution using a patient's bodily fluid enzyme with mixed in with specific antibodies and enzymes to put in the test. So then the solution mix is then placed within the container that has consistent lighting and a high resolution camera. And the Epione app now connects to the device over Bluetooth and takes pictures for color intensity processing. And then the application allows the user to either share or analyze the image, and it displays the results with action items, including a map of the nearest addiction centers. So next up, I have it's called Kindly. It's an artificial intelligence-based solution to detect and prevent cyberbullying at an early stage. This one escaped degree came but it's still a pretty cool name nonetheless. So at its core, it's a service available as an API call for anybody building a mobile app or web solution to add a cyberbullying filter capability. It also comes with a sample chat mobile app and a Chrome plugin, but can also be invoked with SMS, text, and other social media plugins. It uses timely user feedback and prompts, and the solution isn't meant to be punitive, but instead a way for individuals to learn and amend their bullying actions when communicating with each other, which is really awesome because I like to say it's created by a teenager for a teenager, meaning that um, not everything requires punishment. So it's really exciting that I get to work on something like this. The optimism is that one day kindly plugins in school are considered an important learning management system, just similar to anything else you might be doing homework on. All right, next up is my latest work on water again, but I'm looking at parasitic compounds in water. So there are 748,000 cases of cryptosporidiums that occur each year in the United States just because of a lack of clean drinking water. The current detection methods are based on molecular lab tests like PCR that require expensive equipment and are super time consuming. So I started to ask myself if I can develop natural bioelectric sensors built with genetically engineered microbes and then cause a genetically engineered microbe to trigger a bioremediation pathway to signal the presence, I cannot talk, to signal the presence of C. parvum transposons in a source of potable water. So overall, I'm looking to make detection more time effective and efficient by creating an electrical impulse sensor with a microcontroller and user interface to detect these transposons in water. But yeah, this is still at a basic prototype stage. I'm still working on this for this year. So, but I'll stop talking about me. And when I talk to other people about my ideas, a question that I commonly get is, how do you do it and where do you start? And to be honest, for the longest time, I really wasn't sure how to answer this. But I know that's a broad question, and I do realize that it's easy to get stuck in abstract terminologies and processes. But trust me, I went through the same experience early on. So I want to share something a lot more simpler and that worked for me with all of you. So distilled down to 5 steps, here's my process of innovation from concept to socializing it out there. So it's observe, brainstorm, research, build, and communicate. Each step of the process has its own significance towards coming up with a solution. So let's walk through each step of the process at a high level and then dig deeper. So first is observe. So pay attention to the things around you and try to identify problems that have either been discussed with you before or that that are obvious to you. And the biggest thing that you want to do when you're observing something or starting with the process is recognizing that if you're not having fun with it, you're not going to get anywhere. So make sure it's something you enjoy and something you want to learn more about. Next up is brainstorming. So in this step, quantity over quality is key. So write down all the ideas possible to solve this, identified problem. When you're researching, you want to spend some time on the computer, books, and other materials to look for resources that are in the area of relevance and attempt to narrow down your ideas to one primary solution. When you're building, take some time to ideate, sketch, or build what exactly this vision of yours might look like. And it's better to do this earlier than later because it allows you to visualize your work, even if it's in progress. And lastly, it's always important to tell others about your work so that you spread awareness on the problem you're solving and you make others aware of what you've done to tackle it. So while this process looks, fairly straightforward, it's not as linear as it looks. The process can honestly be interpreted in the way that works best for you. This might mean skipping over building and leaving it as an idea or having to go through the whole process a couple of times because you failed a few times. So I've talked a lot about science so far, but I want to kind of put out what else goes hand in hand. I think awareness is a big part of it. Just because you need to really put out the problem you're solving, put out the optimism of what you are doing. So to achieve this goal and to introduce innovation practices and techniques early in our school, I started conducting these workshops that I was talking about earlier. So I've run innovation workshops that have impacted over 30,000 people across the globe. And I started conducting these workshops with 10 to 12 students and slowly expanded it to about 250 students. So today I conduct about 2 to 3 workshops every week with about 150 students that week. And I take feedback on them, and I've been continuously improving the interactive nature of the session so that at the end of it, all the students have an idea, a solution, and a process with them to refine it on their own. And I'm also working towards incorporating innovation into the curriculum of schools in our area. People like me can always use help. And this is the second point, from organizations to spread their message using their global reach. So, next up is mentorship. And I want to share that I am so beyond fortunate to have some incredible mentors who believe in me, mentors who inspire me, and mentors who I've learned from and will continue to learn from. So, from personal experience, I can tell you it's absolutely life changing. So the one request that I would like to make is find a mentor. Once you leave this Congress, I want you to go out there and find that one person you can trust with your life. You have the power to build your problem solving capabilities by finding someone who can guide you through the process. Moving on to internships and research, a lot of my work has been fueled and successful due to the active support by the industry and investors. So organizations such as 3M, Denver Water, the University of Colorado, the Children's Kindness Network, Female Quotient, Google, and Microsoft, just to name a few, have provided their facilities, their time, and their technology that I normally wouldn't have access to. And they allowed me to fail, which allowed me to stay with the problem longer. So go after those internships. And if someone gives you a business card, contact them. Try to take every opportunity possible, everything that's given to you. So before I let you guys enjoy the rest of the conference, I just want to leave you with a couple words of wisdom. So we're all growing up in a place where we're seeing problems that have never existed before. We can't just limit ourselves to the solutions of today. And we're offered this unique opportunity to think bigger and solve bigger problems. With the right support and encouragement, we're all going to be inspired to take up the challenge and help alleviate the problems in society and protect the environment we live in. And remember to share what you learn and bring others along. So go learn a lot, take notes, and enjoy your time here. Being a delegate for the past couple of years, I learned so many new things. I met so many amazing people that I'm still in touch with. So this is an amazing opportunity. So take advantage of it each day you're online and reimagine what the world looks like. I wanted to share all the places that you can connect with me, and look out for my new book, A Young Innovator's Guide to STEM, that comes out in March. And I will see you on the flip side. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, hello, Gitanjali.
Hi.
Okay, every time like you're on, I love seeing you, but you kind of freak me out a little bit. So I gotta ask you, because I bet a lot of people wonder, like, what do you do when you're just goofing off? What do you do for fun?
I do a lot. Lately I haven't. I've just kind of been sitting on my couch watching movies because why not? You always get so much out of that. But I love baking. I've gotten really into baking recently, and I'm obviously like going on walks, hiking. I live in Colorado, so there's a lot you can do here.
Awesome. Have you seen The Queen's Gambit on Netflix?
I have not. I should probably watch it.
Oh my God, it's unbelievable. Don't miss it. Well, much
Awesome.
love to you from all of us. You are amazing. But what I love the most is how much you give back all the time. I kind of wonder if you're even going to go to college. Like, do you think you'll go? No, I mean, like, seriously, do you think you'll go right away? I can't imagine you sitting like in some freshman class on some boring subject. What do you think right now?
I'm not one to like behind a desk all day. I always want to be up and doing something. So I'm not really sure. I'm a sophomore in high school right now, so I have a couple more years to kind of think about what I'm going to do. But I don't know. Keep following me, follow my journey, and you'll see soon enough.
Awesome, awesome. And we will. And I'll see you really soon.
Awesome.
Bye.
Bye.
Phew. Man. Okay then. Well, she really is unbelievable, and there's so many things that she's actually taught us in the last few minutes that we can apply to our lives and to making sure that you are maximum success. And we'll kind of dissect all that over the next couple of days. But right now, I want to tell you about breakouts, because one of the most important things that we're all going to do together over the next few days, next couple of days, is actually meet each other in small groups. And one of the really cool things about Zoom is it allows you to do that. So here's how it's going to work. It's super simple. We are at certain times, including right after the break, going to break you into small groups of 3 or 4 people. You don't have to do anything. It just all happens automatically. And you're going to have 10 minutes to discuss whatever subject I give you. And the first one's just going to be getting to know you. It's just going to be an icebreaker. So, don't sweat it. It's going to be super simple. But here's what you need to do. Step 1, as soon as the group of 3 or 4 comes on the screen, you figure out who's the youngest. Really fast. And that person's going to be the timekeeper. And they're going to divide 10 minutes by 3 or 4. And they're going to keep time. So each of you are going to get that much time, and when each person's time's expired, the timekeeper is going to say, switch. Like even if you're in the middle of a sentence, they're just going to go, switch, and you just finish your thought and we move on to the next one. And that way, all 3 or 4 of you are going to have exactly the right amount of time, and nobody's going to get gypped. Okay? So that's super simple. The second thing is we're about to go on a 10-minute break. Now you might think, why are we going on a break? We just got started. I'm not tired. Well, this is like one of the whole secrets of the Congress, is you take the breaks before you get tired. How's that for a concept? And what that means is, with any luck, you will never get tired because we'll keep taking the breaks before you do. So we're going to go into a 10-minute break, and I have a straight up prize. I'm going to bribe you to come back on time. So what happens is, immediately when that 10 minutes expires, I am going to give you like a medical word. And on the screen, there's going to be a phone number for you to text that word to. And the phone number is only going to work for 60 seconds. If you text that word within the 60 seconds, you're going to get entered for this very, very awesome Congress of Medical Leaders t-shirt with my cool energy baby on the bottom. But here's the thing of it. It's the only way you can get it. This is not for sale. This is limited edition only for the folks that win the prize. That's about it. So watch the clock and be back in exactly 10 minutes. And we're back, baby. Secret word is paresthesia. Paresthesia. Now, you don't have to spell it correctly, all right? I'm not even sure how you spell it. But that's the secret word, all right? And the number you texted to is on the screen. So let me give you 30 seconds or so to just do that. Okay, while you're doing that, I'm just going to tell you what's happening next. And it's a breakout. Now, I think everybody knows what a breakout is, but in case you don't, it just means that we're going to create little small groups of you delegates so that you get a chance to talk and get to know one another and also get to share really valuable information over the next 2 days. This is one of the most powerful parts about being a delegate, is you get to meet other delegates, exchange information, make friends. It's really cool. So the first one is just going to be a test. I gave you the instructions of how you're going to do it before the break, right? Just figure out who the youngest person is. That person divides 10 minutes by 3 if it's 3 people, 4 if it's 4 people. When each person has had their time, timekeeper goes, time, finish your sentence, move on to the next person. Here is the topic. This is tough. Introduce yourself. So I want you to tell the other people what's your name, where are you from, what school do you go to, what year are you in, and what kind of medicine you want to go into and why, right? So I want to be an X because, and then tell them why. And if you're not sure, then tell them why you're not sure, okay? That's cool too. And then the last thing I want you to do is I want you to tell your fellow delegates what your superpower is. Now don't freak out. I'm not talking about like some super ninja superpower. Just something that you're really good at and you enjoy. It could be baking. It could be hiking. It could be public speaking or the oboe. Whatever you think that special thing is, I call it superpower. You could just say it's something that you love to do and you're great at. Tell the other delegates what that is. So that's it. Introduction. This is the kind of medicine I want to go into, and why, and my superpower. All right, we're going to go ahead and break out for 10 minutes. Sit there. It's going to happen automatically, and let's do it. Well, I hope that was awesome. Because I got to tell you, there's nothing more wonderful than having the opportunity to meet people who share your dreams and passion and desire, and they get you. This is a big moment, delegates. Paper out, pens up. You're going to get a chance to come face to face now with one of the greatest medical scientists in the world. And that is not an exaggeration. It's an enormous honor. And here to make that introduction is your fellow delegate, Liliana Bazzi.
Hello, my name is Liliana Bazzi, and it is my honor to introduce Dr. Mario Capecchi. Dr. Capecchi is the Distinguished Professor of Human Genetics at the University of Utah School. He is best known for his groundbreaking work in gene targeting in mouse embryo-derived stem cells. He was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for his work in finding ways to manipulate the mammalian genome by changing mammals' genes. His research interests include analysis of neural development in mammals, gene therapy, and production of murine models of human genetic diseases from cancer to neuropsychiatric disorders. Dr. Capecchi, welcome to the Congress of Future Medical Leaders.
Thank you. And welcome to the 2020 Future Medical Leaders Congress. It's really a pleasure to see so many talented faces. I want you and urge you to nourish and cherish your dreams. And now I'll present my talk. My laboratory developed the technology called gene targeting that allows you to change any gene in a living creature, such as a mouse. So the first question you could ask yourself is, why do gene targeting? And there are many reasons. For example, to investigate the biology of an animal. How do you make a limb? Or how do you make a brain? Those are all basic research questions. The other is to model any human disease, and that is applied research. There are over 5,000 human diseases that are caused by a single gene defect. Gene targeting allows us to generate mice with defined cancers such as diabetes and or neuropsychiatric diseases. We can study a disease in mice in much greater details than is possible in humans. We use the disease model to first work out the mechanism of the disease. Then once we understand the mechanism, then as a platform to develop new therapies. In 1980, I submitted a grant to NIH proposing to develop gene targeting in mammalian cells. The NIH study panel, which was very talented, judged the project to be impossible, and therefore I received no money for that grant. The reason they gave for refusing the grant was that the newly introduced DNA would never find the same sequence in the genome of a living cell. There are 3 billion base pairs and it has to find the exact same sequence. And they claimed that couldn't be done. And that is the first step of gene targeting. And therefore they refused the grant. The choice was now, do I drop the project or continue the project using funds from another grant? Now, if I chose the second object, it's an enormous risk. And if I failed, I would be finished as a scientist simply because I would not be able to get another grant. I decided to go with the second option anyway, because I knew if I was successful, the payoff would be enormous. 4 years later, we were successful. We could do gene targeting. I submitted a continuation grant to the same study panel. They replied, "We're glad you didn't follow our advice." So I even had some humor. And the renewal grant was then funded. To understand gene targeting, we need to appreciate the essence of DNA. This is the structure of DNA, and you're all familiar with it. Two strands of DNA wound together in a helix. The information content of DNA is the order of base pairs. That is an alphabet that contains 4 letters, A, T, G, and C, rather than 26 letters of these letters that then make the text. And here is the important part about DNA. I'm showing you just 2 base pairs, one on one strand and then the opposite strand. Remember that there's 2 strands wound together. If on one strand you have a thymidine, a T, on the other strand you always have to have an adenine, an A. On the other hand, if the first strand has a cytosine, on the opposite strand you have to have a guanine. So it's always A to T, G to C. And it's this part that makes DNA DNA, because it allows us to easily see how do you go from 1 copy to 2 copies. And that's shown here. So we have on top 2 strands of DNA. All you have to do is separate them, and each will form a template for the opposite strand. And you now have a perfect copy of the 2 coming from 1. And that's handed down from 1 generation to the next, as well as from 1 cell to the next cell, to the next 2 cells. Now, gene targeting takes advantage of a process called homologous recombination. And that's illustrated in this slide. So the top strand I've colored yellow and the bottom strand blue, simply so you can see each other. But they actually have the identical sequence on those strands. So the identical sequences line up with each other, and then an amazing thing happens. The 2 strands are broken and they're exchanged. And you can see that at the bottom of the arrow. So now we have yellow next to blue and blue next to yellow, rather than all yellow and all blue. And the exchange is done so perfectly that the sequence across that junction hasn't changed, because they are essentially the identical sequences on each strand. Okay? And it's this phenomenon that we are taking advantage of in gene targeting. That's illustrated in this slide. Oops. Well, okay. I've got, well, there it is. Okay. So what you see on top is your favorite gene. And then the asterisk shows a change in that sequence. And we create this in a test tube. So we make that DNA, and then we introduce it into the cell. It searches the entire genome, 3 billion base pairs, finds the exact same sequence, and then does an exchange. But now you have 2 exchanges where the sequences are the same. And that brings in that change that you created in the test tube. And that change can be anything. We can change 1 letter, 10 letters, 1,000 letters, 10,000 letters, and now we're working on changing millions of letters. And so what's important is that change that you created in the test tube is now in the chromosome of a living cell. So this diagram appears very simple, but it actually, to accomplish it, took over 10 years, and we were successful. And we decided to do these experiments in mice, and that shows 2 mice. And one question you might ask, why mice? And the reason is that mice is a mammal, just like us. We have a common set of genes. All mammals, whether you're a mouse, a man, or an elephant, you're in terms of gene content, you're more than 99.9% the same. Okay? So that means that whatever we create in the mouse is likely to be also true in humans as well as in any other animal. Now, also mammals have a common developmental plan, physiology, nervous system, reproductive biology, and so on. So there are lots of commonalities. And finally, what we are able to do is to manipulate the mouse genome in any way we'd like. So, and as I already pointed out, as a general rule, whatever we learned about the function of a gene in a mouse is also directly applicable to describing that same function in humans. And even if there are differences, that's even more interesting because now we're in the genes that make mice and humans different. So here's how we do it. These are ES cells, embryonic stem cells. Okay? They're capable of becoming any cell. They're growing on a layer of feeder cells, which are providing them with factors to maintain viability and keeping them that way. And remember, we can take these cells, put them in the freezer, take them back out again, they still function. And if we introduce them back into an embryo, then they will start participating in making all the tissues of the embryo. And the way we get the cells into the embryo, this is a pre-implantation embryo, okay, before it's attached to the uterus. Excuse me. And in the needle, we have the ES cells that we've modified a single gene. And then we take that needle, put it right into the blastocyst, and then deposit those cells. And then we reimplant those cells back into a mouse. And that's shown here. So here we have the embryo, and then the ES cells going into that embryo. And then the cells that we enter start mixing with the cells that are going to make the mouse, which are at the very bottom. These are called the inner cell mass. Then once we've done that, we make a little slit in a female that's is about to get pregnant, and we deposit these cells in the oviduct, and then it goes into the uterus, implants, and then starts making a mouse. Now, in order to see that the experiment worked, the source of the embryo were from a black mouse, and the source of the cells, the ES cells, were a brown mouse. So now this new embryo has essentially 4 parents. What you can see is the progeny of both black and brown, okay? And then we can breed it, so then all of the cells come from the ES cells, and that's shown at the bottom. So now every cell in that mouse has the genetic change that we created in the test tube, and that allows us to change genes. And why do we want to change genes? Because it allows us to tell the function. For example, if we knock out a particular gene that we have no idea what it is, what its function is, and then go through this whole process and see little finger disappears, then we know we're in the program for making little finger, okay? And thereby be able to tell you what the function of that gene is. Let me give you an example. Now you're looking at a gene called HOX313. HOX genes are involved in making bodies, okay? So into the middle of that gene, we deposit another gene from a bacteria that colors the cells blue, or another gene from a jellyfish, which actually makes it fluorescently green, okay? And so what you can see are blue whiskers and fluorescently green whiskers. So we know that this gene is involved in making whiskers. Okay? The same gene is also involved in making fingernails. So here you can see blue fingernails, and here we can see green fluorescent fingernails. These are the mice, okay? So we can change, we've inactivated HOXC13, but then wherever those genes function, those cells are colored, and therefore we can see them. Okay? Now, this doesn't tell us quite the function of that gene, simply says that it's there. Now, how do we tell the function? What we do is breed mice. So plus plus means a normal mouse. Plus minus means that we've changed one of those genes by putting in the fluorescent color or the blue color from beta-galactosidase. Okay, and plus minus, remember that you have 2 copies of every gene. You've gotten one from your father and one from your mother. Okay. If we inactivate one, then everything's still okay. So plus minus is still okay, that mouse. But then if we breed those and have 2 minus minus mice, which is shown on the bottom, then all of a sudden you can see that this gene is required for making hair. Okay, this mouse has alopecia. Further, if we look at the nails, we can see they're defective nails. Indeed, this gene is required for making nails. Now we can do something very amazing. We can go to the human population and ask, are there people that are bald and also have defective nails? And there are, and we can go and look at their DNA and guess which gene is defective. HOXC13. Okay, so if we close the circle, the gene, we know what the gene function is, the mouse, but we can also see that that gene is doing the exact same thing in humans. And so this allows us now to create any human disease in a mouse and then start studying it in great detail. So that's what we do. So now let me go a little bit about early influences. We could always ask, you know, where do we come from? Why are we as we are? And the first thing we obviously are beholden to is your mother. And this is a picture of my mother when she was 19. She was an aspiring poet, and she went to the Sorbonne in France and graduated from the Sorbonne and then became a lecturer both in poetry and literature. So that was her dream. But she was doing it at a time when fascism was just arising. This is in the 30s. Okay? And so she joined a political group called the a group essentially who was interested in squashing both Nazism and fascism. So they did a lot of pamphleteering. Okay? So she knew that was a dangerous occupation, and eventually she would be picked up. So she moved to the Tyrol, and that shows in northern Italy, and that shows her there now. She's moved up there, but she's continuing her political activity. So eventually she knew she was going to be picked up. In the back was a little chalet, which she rented out to live there. And in the foreground is my mother. I was born there, and then, and I was living a happy life. I was about 3.5 years old. And then the fascists did come. And they came and took my mother away. I understood German, so I understood what was happening. She further made sure that would be taken care of. So she had given all her money, the possessions that she had, to a farming family, and then asked them to take care of me after she left. And she was taken to Dachau, which is a concentration camp just outside of Munich. This is the farm that I grew up, where I was sent at age 3.5. Unfortunately, I've even seen this farm, and the same family that was there at that time is still there. The family's there. The people that were taking care of me aren't there anymore, but the family's there. And in fact, they even had some of the poetry that my mother had, and they gave it to me afterwards when I visited there as a consequence of the Nobel Prize. This is a picture from Dachau. And as all you know, there was a terrible place where a lot of people died. And my mother was actually, because she could speak German, she understood their orders. And if you actually didn't follow an order, even if you didn't understand it, you were shot. But fortunately, she could speak German, and I could also speak German and Italian. And therefore, she would behave appropriately. But you can imagine a beautiful woman like my mother and what they were doing to her under these circumstances. So after 1 year on the farm, the money ran out. And so they put me on the streets. And so I survived essentially on the streets of Italy from year 4.5 all the way until my mother found me many, many years later. And during this time, I was responsible for everything. I was responsible for gathering my own food, which was always done by stealing, as well as shelter. And fortunately, there was a lot of shelters because there were a lot of bombed out houses. So shelters wasn't a problem, but food was a big problem. And, many, many days, you could go to 2 or 3 days and not be successful in getting any food. And therefore you went hungry. My mother, fortunately, survived Dachau, and she was liberated in 1945 by the American troops. And then she started looking for me, and she started calling different hospitals to see whether anybody by my name happened to be there. And actually, after about 2 years, she actually found me again. And she found me in a makeshift hospital. And at that point, I had typhoid fever and malnutrition. And so she also bought me some clothes. And in about a week, we had to go through paperwork in order to be able to travel to the United States. And she had a brother there who sent her boat money in order for us to come to the United States. Took 2 weeks to get here. And the first thing that I remember is arriving in New York City, seeing the Statue of Liberty, and everybody stood around and just watched the Statue of Liberty for all night long. From there, I went to a commune in Pennsylvania. My uncle, my mother's brother, was one of the founders of the commune. And here I went from a situation of having no parents for 4.5 years, and then all of a sudden now having 65 parents. So that's because we shared everything. And that was in Pennsylvania. And this is a picture of me when I arrived, 9 years old, had never been to school, didn't know any English. I was in United States one day, the next day I went to school. This is a picture of my uncle, who's a physicist, and he's the one that provided the money, and then we lived there at his commune after coming to the United States. And from there, I went to Harvard, and this is my mentor there, Jim Watson, who's discovered the structure of DNA. And from there, I went to Utah, and Utah is beautiful. And then from there, I went to Stockholm. And Stockholm also is beautiful. And here we have essentially boats everywhere. The sea inundates the whole city. So wherever you look, you see water and boats. It's a beautiful hotel that we stayed at. That's shown here. And these are the people that won the Nobel Prize in 2007. And here is actually this prize ceremony with all the winners for that year. In front, here is a picture of the king and queen that present this, the prize. And here's, I'm receiving the prize, the gold medal from King of Sweden. And then here's dinner afterwards. And this is the next queen. At that point, she was the princess. And on the other side is the Nobel Prize winner in physics for that year. And then that's the end. Thank you. And I urge you again, follow your dreams. And I'd be happy now to start answering some of your questions. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Richard. I'm going to be introducing. Hi. What an unbelievable story of perseverance and survival that brought you to this incredible moment. Before I introduce our questioner, I have to ask you, when you first saw the Statue of Liberty, how old were you?
9 years old. One detail I left out is that my mother arrived at that hospital on my birthday. That was actually on purpose. She knew it was my birthday. I knew my birthday. I should also point out that in 5 years, she had changed enormously. I mean, so I didn't even recognize her, but I certainly believed that she was my mother, and I certainly was going to come to the United States with her.
Well, it's a magnificent, very, very moving story. And with that, I'd like to introduce you to the delegate who's earned the honor of asking the questions that the other delegates have put to us. And her name is Brianna Allman. And Brianna, are you with us?
Hi, Brianna.
Hello, Dr. Kopecki. Thank you so much for being with me today. My name is Brianna Allman, and it is an honor and privilege to conduct this Q&A on behalf of my fellow delegates.
Good, thank you. And it's a pleasure to meet you. And I think, and it's also a pleasure to be talking to all of these talented students. I mean, it's amazing how many talented people there are out there. And it's always ingratiating to see so many, and you're going to be the future. You are the future leaders of coming.
Yes, thank you. I agree. So our first question that we have for you today is, when the voices in your head told you and discouraged you from continuing your experiment and you experienced doubt, what did you tell yourself to keep going?
Yeah, I think, one of the things that's really important, and I don't know, I mean, I have a daughter and I always ask, how can I give her self-confidence? And I think one of the things you have to do is believe in yourself. And even though other people will say it can't possibly work, it's impossible. I was raised on a mantra. My aunt and uncle always told me, the difficult we do right away. The impossible just takes a little longer. So you can do the impossible. You shouldn't ever think something's impossible. And just if you believe it, just go for it.
Okay, thank you for that. Our next question is, what are some of the hardships of gene targeting, both in the procedure and in the outcome?
Well, the outcome is, we're working with living animals. And so the outcome is sometimes you see something, but what you can't tell right away from looking at it is how is that happening? If I see a little finger disappear, I know I'm in the program for making a little finger, but I don't know what that program is. So then you have to delve deeper and go deeper and deeper to really understand the mechanism. How do you make a little finger as opposed to a thumb? So I think that's the hard part is really being able to interpret what you see, but really trust your eyes. I mean, if you see something's changed, there has to be an explanation for it, and you simply have to now delve deeper until you have a molecular understanding of it. So the same thing happens with disease. You can see the disease developing, and now we have a model for it, but now we have to go back into the mechanism to figure exactly what's happening so that then we can have a rational therapy.
Oh, wow. So it requires a lot of thought. Yes. So question number 3, has there been any recent progress in the field of genes to explain conditions such as epilepsy and autism?
We're actually working on a disease very similar. We've made a mouse that actually has autism-like properties. It's closer to OCD and also essentially anxiety. So we can study neuropsychiatric disorders in a mouse. People would say, that's crazy. Mice are so different from us, but they actually get anxiety, and we can study anxiety. They get OCD, and they also get autism. So we can make models and then really start the disease in molecular terms. So that's what we're actually working on today.
Wow, that's really interesting. Well, where are embryonic stem cells found in the mice's body?
The embryonic stem cells are they're in the part during embryogenesis, but there's a very small window during embryogenesis. And the trick was to figure out how to make them. And actually, one of the people that won the Nobel Prize with me, so he actually is the one that actually figured out how to make mouse embryonic stem cells. And now people also have isolated embryonic stem cells from humans, and they can study those also. So the property is simply that they haven't received signals to become anything. Put them in the right environment, and they can make muscle, they can make teeth, they can make hair, you name it. And they have that property and therefore participate in making all the parts of the mouse. And so then in that way, and most importantly, also germ cells. And that's important because now we want to breed lots of mice with that particular mutation so we can study many, many mice as opposed to just one mouse.
Okay. Well, what excites you the most about the upcoming generation of medical breakthroughs?
I think because, one thing I do with myself is I look at the world and say, what doesn't exist and why doesn't exist? And thereby know what kind of things to work into next. And what I can see is that we know this much, and what we need to learn is that much. Okay, so you have enormous numbers of tools available to you, much more than when I started. I mean, the progress of science is just incredible. But now you have many, many tools. You can start asking many, many questions and go in much greater depth than we can. And for example, I predict, in the next 15 years, cancer will be solved. Okay, we'll still get cancer, but we will be able to manage every cancer. Now we can manage about a half a dozen, but there are hundreds of different cancers. Okay, so I can see where things are going, and it's going to be your generation that's going to accomplish it.
Exactly. So, could you begin to explain some of the differences in manipulating genes versus manipulating viruses?
Yeah, no, a virus is essentially, it's not a living thing, it's just a collection of genes. And it's a collection of genes to make itself over and over again. And unfortunately, in the process, for example, it kills cells and therefore then gives us pathologies. And, and this particular virus that we're associated right now is a very bad one because it's very infectious. And fortunately, it doesn't kill everybody, but it kills a lot. And so many, many people have died, but also many people will have now lasting effects. And one of the things that I really worry about is they're going to have anxiety. Anxiety is very bad. 1 in 3 people get anxiety, and it's even higher in females than it is in males. So there's a sex bias. And what we can see is that level of anxiety is going up and up and up because of the coronavirus. And so I think, viruses are very simple, but they can still do a lot of damage. And they are doing it, and simply because they're easy to transmit. All you have to do is meet another person, be with them for a little while, they'll give you, infect you with virus. And then they'll remake a lot more viruses so that you can spread it all over the place.
Right, right. So, do you think CRISPR can cause these breakthroughs in these areas that we previously thought were impossible?
Sure. No, CRISPR-Cas is being used right now for COVID. And in fact, and also, for example, some of the very first cures for this are going to be using RNA instead of protein. All of this is very new technology, and so you can see how we're going to approach disease differently. And your generation is going to see enormous changes to medicine, huge changes, and really understand molecular biology, because that's where the action is going to be.
And this is our last question today. Could gene targeting be able to successfully create new life?
I think some people are working on that. And I think, and there'll be different descriptions of life. For example, if you start with a membrane of a cell and then put in new information, and you can actually give it all the information you want, then you're essentially going to be recreating life, but you're still taking advantage of what's already there, and that is the envelope. But eventually people will also make artificial envelopes, which will be able to contain all of this. So no, I think it will be able to create new life. And the question is, what are you going to do with that knowledge? And also, people will be tempted to want to change their own genes. And the question is that smart? And you would say, well, if it cures disease, if you have a disease and it gets rid of it, why not? And the question is always, do we really know that that's all that particular gene is doing? And sometimes it's going to be very difficult choices. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Brianna, great job. And Dr. Kopecky, is always our deepest thanks for your time.
Pleasure. And carry on.
Thank you, sir. And in the spirit of carrying on, I must tell you that as great an honor as it was to have Dr. Kopecky, who in fact has achieved the absolute pinnacle of success within his world and has been recognized for it, we now have yet a second person in that incredible category. And any congress, event, professional meeting, would do anything to have just one of these people because they are so sought after. But in fact, I want to bring Garrett Diker to the stage, and Garrett is going to introduce our next Grand Master.
My name is Garrett Diker from Chino Hills High School in Southern California, and it is my honor to introduce Dr. Robert Lefkowitz. Every cell in the human body has a small receiver known as a receptor, which is able to receive hormones. In order to track these receptors, Dr. Lefkowitz attached a radioactive isotope of iodine to the hormone adrenaline. By tracking the radiation emitted by the isotope, he succeeded in finding a receptor for adrenaline and studied how it functions. It was later discovered that there is an entire family of receptors that look and act in similar ways, known as G-protein coupled receptors. His studies of G-protein coupled receptors earned him the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2012. Dr. Lefkowitz, welcome to the Congress of Future Medical Leaders.
Thank you so very much. It is a pleasure to be here. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak with all of you this afternoon. So as you can see from my first slide, I've given you two titles for my talk, A Tale of Two Callings, or Why We Need Physician Scientists. Now, I think most of you understand the word calling. It basically refers to a deep-seated sense that you were destined to do a particular thing. I think most often we associate this with the clergy, people who are called to the ministry of some sort. But you can feel a calling to almost any career direction. And I was fortunate that as a young child, probably about age 8 or so, third grade, I felt a calling to be a doctor, to be a physician, and I never wavered from that. It certainly clarified my growing up period. I was inspired in this by my family physician, Dr. Feibusch, who made house calls in the Bronx. Now, I proceeded through high school and college at Columbia, as I say, very intent on becoming a physician. And so I arrived in 1962 at Columbia Medical School. This is my graduation photograph with my parents in 1966. This was for me the realization of a dream. I was a doctor. I loved medical school. I loved science all the way through. I went to a special high school called the Bronx High School of Science, which emphasized studies of science. But always I was interested in science only from the point of view of how it might inform the practice of medicine. It never occurred to me that I would be a scientist, nor, unlike I suspect many in the audience today, I never did any original research prior to medical school. And in fact, in medical school, I also did no research because whenever there was an elective period, I would always spend it doing clinical electives, always set on that goal of being a practicing physician. After I graduated from medical school, I was a house staff officer. I'm putting my cursor on me. This was in the late 60s at Columbia Medical School. And I would have finished house staff training and gone on, I think, very happily to a career as a practicing physician and cardiologist, were it not for this, the Vietnam War, which was raging in the late 60s. And as a result of this war, there was tremendous turbulence in our country. It was a very unpopular war. There were demonstrations. There were even riots in the street. And none of us were at all interested in supporting the war, but something intervened which made us make some important choices. The doctor draft. Now, during the Vietnam War, there was what's called a lottery draft for all men over 18. That is to say, you got a draft card with a draft number, and depending on what numbers were pulled out of a hat, basically, determined whether you went in. But for physicians, it was different. There was no lottery. All doctors were drafted. So as this slide shows, following their internship or a period of residency training, doctors were inducted for 2 years of service in the armed forces, potentially disrupting their plans to begin clinical residency or continued education and training toward a research career. So, what to do? If you didn't want to support the war, what honorable means were there to avoid service in Vietnam? Well, there were very few, but one of them was to gain a commission in the United States Public Health Service, which at the time was considered one of the military forces. And so service in the Public Health Service would basically fulfill your 2-year draft obligation. Of course, many physicians wanted to get these commissions, many more than commissions were available. But because I had high academic standing, had always been at the top of my class and had strong recommendations, I was able to gain a commission as a lieutenant commander in the United States Public Health Service and was assigned stateside in the United States to the National Institutes of Health, where I served for 2 years. And while there, we had two types of responsibilities. That arrow is pointing at me. So we spent about 20% of our time taking care of patients in the clinical center of the NIH who were undergoing various clinical studies, and about 20% of our time serving in research laboratories where we helped mentors with their research and gathered our first research experiences. I had a very illustrious group, as I'm going to share with you momentarily. 4 members of my group at the NIH, and there were only about 100 of us in this each 2-year hitch. 4 of us went on to win the Nobel Prize, and one who didn't was Tony Fauci, who was a lot more famous than any of the rest of us. In any case, things did not go well for me. During the first year of research, which was my very first research experience, my experiments really almost uniformly failed. I became kind of depressed. This was very difficult for me because I had never really failed in any kind of prolonged way at anything I had undertaken in my life before. And so by the end of that first miserable year in the laboratory, I had pretty much decided that clearly I did not have a bent for research. This wasn't in my future. And I began making arrangements for what I would do at the end of the second year when my military service was up, and decided to go back to clinical training, now up in Boston at the Massachusetts General Hospital, to study internal medicine and cardiology fellowship. As luck would have it, during my second year, my research began to gain traction, and I published my first papers, several of them in very high prestige journals, and began to get a little bit of a taste of what it was like to succeed in research, but not enough to keep me where I was. And so I went off to Massachusetts, to the Mass General Hospital. Here's me with a beard in the early 70s, and pursued my future career in clinical medicine. And it was while at the Massachusetts General Hospital that I had my epiphany. During the first 6 months, I was doing full-time clinical work, very exciting, emergency room, all kinds of things. Loved it, as I always had loved clinical medicine. But here I had the epiphany. I realized I missed the laboratory. I missed that special feeling that you get from going over data, making discoveries, even if they're very small discoveries, et cetera. And so while I was in Boston, I made the decision that I would somehow have to reincorporate research into my overall career. And so during the remaining 2.5 years in Boston, while pursuing my clinical training, I began to work in a laboratory again. In 1973, I arrived at Duke, where I've spent my entire career since, as a young assistant professor. And over the decades that would follow, I would split my time between being a scientist, shown here in the laboratory with one of my fellows, and being a physician, taking care of patients and teaching young physicians in training the tricks of the trade. Now, what did I do over these last decades? Well, I think the young man who introduced me did a lovely job of explaining in a nutshell what I did. I'm not going to dwell on my science in any detail at all. What I want to do with you now is share 3 very brief thumbnail sketches of the research that I did as a physician scientist and those that several of my classmates, if you will, who served at the NIH from 1968 to 70 did. So as you heard, I got interested in a very basic question. How do hormones and drugs in the blood cause changes inside of cells? And at the time, this was 50 years ago, there was no great consensus about how that might work. My idea was that there might be specific binding sites on the surface of cells to which molecules like adrenaline or other active molecules might bind, much as a key fits into a lock, to sort of unlock the activities of the cell. And as you heard, by radioactively labeling adrenaline and other substances, I was able to prove the existence of these receptors on the outside of cells. And in the end, to purify them, clone their genes, and discover their unique structure, which is shown on this slide. It is that of a polypeptide chain that weaves through the plasma membrane 7 times. And as you also heard, we discovered, and I was working on a particular receptor, a receptor for adrenaline, hence the name adrenergic receptor. And one in particular, the beta-2 adrenergic receptor I was studying. We realized that it was but one of a huge family of receptors, all of which had this remarkable 7-membrane spanning domain arrangement, and which came to be called G protein coupled receptors because they work by activating something called a G protein. And these receptors regulate virtually all known physiological processes in humans. There are about 1,000 different members, things like receptors for adrenaline, dopamine, serotonin, acetylcholine, as well as receptors for all kinds of other things. For example, our ability to smell, taste, and see are all basically mediated by receptors that are parts of this huge family. And so as you heard, it was for that body of work that I received the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2012. Now, I was investigating a very basic question, but as a consequence of that, a huge number of drugs have been developed which target the family of receptors which I discovered. In fact, today there are more than 700 drugs which target these receptors, accounting for about 1/3 of all FDA-approved drugs in the United States. Now, I wasn't alone in my success. There were many others who trained at the same time as I did, who followed a similar path. And by the similar path, I mean they chose, these were physicians, all of us physicians, who chose a basic science question to pursue simply because it seemed so interesting and yet related to clinical medicine, and then unexpectedly made discoveries which had a huge impact on the clinical practice of medicine. One of these was Harold Varmus, who was a medical school classmate of mine, as well as a benchmate of mine at the NIH. After he left the NIH and went to San Francisco, he became interested in how viruses lead to cancer. Together with his research partner, Michael Bishop, he was studying a particular cancer-causing virus called SARC, SRC. And they were able to discover that the cancer-causing gene in this SARC virus was a protein kinase. That is an enzyme which leads to the transfer of phosphate from ATP to proteins, known as SARC kinase. Now, the striking discovery they made, and such a gene is referred to as an oncogene. What they discovered was that, to their amazement, was that in the human genome, there was a gene which was virtually identical to that in the virus, differed by only 1 nucleotide and 1 amino acid. And that gene was a cancer-causing gene. In fact, they found that in virtually all humans, there was an analog of the viral gene which differed but at this one position and which was not cancer-causing, which simply led to normal proliferation. And then they realized that these, what they then termed proto-oncogenes, normal human genes, could become mutated and cause cancer. In fact, what the virus in the Sark virus had done was to essentially co-opt or pick up such a mutated gene, and that's how it caused cancer. But basically, they showed that these proto-oncogenes in all human cells had the ability to mutate and then cause cancer in humans without the intervention of any virus whatsoever. For this discovery, they received the Nobel Prize in Medicine in 1989. And in fact, as a result of their work, similar to mine, and unexpectedly, a huge number of drugs have been developed which specifically target other oncogenes which are derived from proto-oncogenes in humans. And after the initial discovery of proto-oncogenes by Varmus and Bishop, dozens and dozens of these potentially cancer-causing genes that we all possess were discovered. And now we have many drugs to treat cancer, very specifically targeted therapies. The final little vignette I want to give you is about Michael Brown and Joe Goldstein. They were also at the NIH, physicians like Varmus and myself, for the 2 years between 1968 and 1970. They saw a patient at the NIH, a 6-year-old girl with cholesterol levels that were 10-fold normal, like 2,000, and who presented with heart attacks and strokes. They wondered how in the world a cholesterol level that high could be obtained and how cholesterol was in fact regulated. They teamed up several years later, Dallas Southwestern Medical School, to study how cholesterol was regulated. And what they discovered, unexpectedly, was that there was a receptor for LDL cholesterol. Remember, LDL cholesterol is the bad cholesterol that causes atherosclerosis. They discovered there was a receptor on cells, especially liver cells, which could basically take up LDL cholesterol and bring it into the cell. Now, within the cell, there's an enzymatic pathway with a key enzyme called HMG-CoA reductase, which produces cholesterol from acetyl-CoA via a very complicated set of reactions. Now, normally, the levels of LDL cholesterol in the blood are regulated by these receptors. If the cholesterol gets too high, then these receptors bring LDL cholesterol into the cell, where by a feedback inhibition mechanism, it reduces the endogenous secretion of cholesterol. What they found in their little patient who was 6 years old was that her LDL receptors were not working. They didn't bring cholesterol into the cell. And so no matter how high her cholesterol went, these receptors were not able to bring it into the cell to lower the levels in the circulation and to suppress cholesterol synthesis in the cell. From their work, understanding this mechanism, came the development of statins, which have saved untold numbers of millions of lives. For their work, they received the Nobel Prize in Medicine in 1985. Now, the common link in each of the 3 stories of discovery by physician scientists that I've just told you is that physicians asking basic research questions can lead to unexpected discoveries that impact clinical medicine. And I think, and I hope, that many of you in the audience listening today are going to consider careers as physician scientists. I cannot personally imagine a more gratifying and fulfilling a professional career than being able to take care of patients at the bedside and then be able to work at the bench to impact even greater numbers of patients by making basic discoveries. And the key, I think, to this will be in finding excellent mentors. This is a diagram from an autobiographical essay I wrote a few years ago. And it talks about scientific lineages. So by a scientific lineage, I mean the fact that I trained with certain scientists who, in a sense, were my scientific parents. And then they trained with other scientists who would be my scientific grandparents, etc. Now, in this yellow area, highlighted in blue, are the names of 9 scientists who, like myself, were all commissioned officers in the Public Health Service between 1964 and 1972, the peak years of the Vietnam War, who then went on to win Nobel Prizes. That number has now swelled from 9 to 10, with the award to Harvey Alter just a couple of months ago of the Nobel Prize for his work on hepatitis C. What I want to point out to you is here are the family trees, if you will, of how we arose. For example, here's me. Now, in our scientific lineages, which is shown above, every scientist colored blue is himself or herself a Nobel laureate. And all I want you to take away from this is that in no case do you have to go back further than a scientific grandparent to find another Nobel laureate. And in about half the cases, the scientific parent was a Nobel laureate, and several of us have already trained Nobel laureates ourselves. The key is that mentoring is very, very important for physician scientists. So my time is up. I just want to leave you with the note, the fact that I've just written a little amusing autobiography called The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to Stockholm. It won't be out until February, but you can order it on Amazon or other sites like Barnes & Noble now. It talks about my scientific career and discoveries, and also illustrates them with a bunch of very funny stories. So I think you might enjoy it. So thank you very much for your attention, and I would be delighted to receive questions.
Hi, Doctor. This is Richard Rossi. Thank you for that magnificent presentation. We're honored to have you, and I wanted to now introduce you to the young delegate who's earned the right to share questions from all the other delegates with you, and his name's Brendan Boersma. And Brendan, I see you're on the screen, so go ahead and take it away. It's all yours.
Thank you so much. Hi, Dr. Lewitz. My name is Brendan Boersma. Thank you for being with me here today. It is a privilege to conduct this Q&A on behalf of my fellow delegates. So let me start off with a question. Our first question is there any disease that blocks the G protein receptors? And if so, what has been done to prevent this? And is it a genetic issue?
Yes, so it's a very good question. A number of diseases have been found which originate in G protein coupled receptors. Too many to actually go into now, but these are either loss of function mutations or gain of function mutations. An example of a loss of function mutation is, you may have heard of antidiuretic hormone known as ADH. It works on the kidneys to shut down loss of water. For example, if you are dehydrated and you want to conserve fluid. There's actually a disease called diabetes insipidus, where the pituitary gland fails to make antidiuretic hormone. But there's another form of that disease called nephrogenic, and nephro refers to kidney, nephrogenic diabetes insipidus, where the normals of ADH are just, the levels of ADH are just fine, but the G protein coupled receptor for ADH is defective. And so the ADH can't work. And these patients lose many, many liters of fluid every day and can die of dehydration. So that's an example of a loss of function mutation in the GPCR. There are also gain of function mutations. So some mutated GPCRs are constitutively active. That means they're active even when they're not being stimulated. So for example, there's a receptor for a hormone called TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone, which stimulates the thyroid gland to make thyroid hormones. If you're making too much thyroid hormone, then the levels of TSH fall. If you're not making enough, TH levels go up. Now, the TSH receptor, like 1,000 other receptors, is a G protein coupled receptor. There is a mutation in that receptor which renders it active even in the absence of TSH. And so these patients, even though become hyperthyroid, even though there's no TSH there to stimulate it at all. And there are numerous examples of such genetic conditions as well. So those are just a couple of examples of how loss of function and gain of function mutations in GPCRs can lead to disease.
Thank you for that. Our second question will be, do you think a mutated gene, if possible, can be manipulated to help the body?
Say that again.
Do you think a mutated gene, if possible, can be manipulated to help the body?
Yes, I think there's a lot of excitement about the idea of what's called gene editing these days, especially in view of the very exciting new technology that I'm sure you've all heard about called CRISPR. In fact, the Nobel Prize for medicine, for chemistry this year was awarded for the development of CRISPR. So specifically what CRISPR has the ability to do is to basically repair a mutated gene and to thereby correct human disease. This really hasn't been done yet, but is being actively worked on. Of course, it's a very dangerous route that you go down when you start altering the human genome. And so I think many different, very carefully controlled studies are going to need to be done before the scientific community is willing to sort of try this approach. But I think that is the great promise of CRISPR, namely to gene edit in a way that can repair defective human genes.
Yes, thank you. Our third question, and I think it's one of the more popular ones, how did it feel to receive a Nobel Prize?
Pretty amazing, actually. It really changes your life in many ways. People seem to really idolize Nobel laureates, so you immediately become a bit of a celebrity. And people think you must know about all kinds of things that you don't know about. So you get asked to talk about all kinds of things that you know nothing about and to pontificate on all subjects that you have no basis for pontificating about. But most of us vividly remember the moment we got the call from Stockholm. For me, it came through at 5 a.m. On a Wednesday morning. I had been told for many years people were expecting me to win the Nobel Prize. I won it relatively late in my career. I was 69 years old. But years had gone by and I never got that call. And so I certainly wasn't waiting by the phone anymore. And if anything, I would have been waiting for a call, which I wasn't, on a Monday, because Mondays are the days that they make the call for medicine and physiology. I got the call on Wednesday, which is the day they make the call for chemistry. So I can assure you I was sleeping very soundly when that call came through. And I sleep with earplugs, so I didn't even hear the phone. But fortunately, my wife did. She answered it, gave me an elbow in the ribs and said, "Hey, there's a call for you from Stockholm." So I immediately realized what must be going on. Some people have I talked to other Nobel laureates who have it's like a eureka moment. They get up and they jump around and they're really kind of excited. For me, it was more of a sense of quiet satisfaction. As I said, I had been touted for the prize for many years and had never gotten it. And people were always asking me, are you going to get the prize? When are you going to get the prize? And now I finally had gotten it. And I realized with a certain sense of quiet satisfaction that never again in my life would I have to answer the question, when are you going to win the Nobel Prize? And that was that was a very nice feeling.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any advice for young people who want to become a cardiologist in the future?
Well, I would say cardiology is a wonderful field and has advanced dramatically in recent years. But before you can become a cardiologist, You need to become very well grounded in general internal medicine and all the sciences that undergird it. So you need to go to medical school and then do a general house staff program in general internal medicine, and then do a fellowship. And of course, for those of you who are at all inclined to do research, I strongly encourage you at some point in medical school or during fellowship training to at least try your hand at it and to stick with it for a while. As I told you, I was notoriously unsuccessful at the beginning. Now, of course, research is not for everybody. I think I probably would have been very happy pursuing a career in clinical medicine. That was my first calling. Research was my second calling. Fortunately, I was able to combine the two, but not in a 50-50 arrangement. When I went to Duke in 1973, during the first year or two, I probably spent about 50% of my time doing clinical medicine and 50% doing research in the lab. But as the years passed, very quickly as we began making one discovery after another, I realized that my heart was increasingly in the lab. And so I moved to a division of time where I was probably spending 80%, 85% of the time in the lab, and maybe only 15 or 20% in the clinics.
Okay, thank you. And our last question today will be, where do you start whenever you want to research something new?
A wonderful question. And this comes down to the mentoring thing that I talked about in terms of trying to study with people who are very, very good at this. Choosing a research question is the most important thing that any scientist ever does. It determines ultimately how successful you can be, because if you choose a trivial problem, even though you solve it, it's not going to get you very far. So the key to learning how to choose a good problem, which after all is a matter of what we call scientific taste. It's like, how do you know a good painting from a nothing? Well, you have to have a sense of taste. How do you develop a sense of taste? Well, by studying with somebody who has it. And that's why I think these scientific lineages are so important.
Okay, thank you so much.
Brandon, great job. And Doctor, that was a marvelous presentation, and I know all the young people are just so grateful that you would take your valuable time to be with us today.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be with all of you, and I wish you all the best and success in the future.
Thank you so much,
sir.
Doctor.
Thank you, sir. Well, delegates, this has been an absolutely remarkable half hour, 40 minutes. I mean, the thought that we would have not one, but two Nobel laureates with us, two of the truly greatest minds in the world in medicine to inspire you. It's very humbling to me, and I would imagine it's very humbling to you as well. Big deal, big, big deal. And with that, let's take a breath and a 10-minute break, not 11, not 9, just 10. 10 minutes. And the very fetching special t-shirt will be available if you win the prize after that 10 minutes. Ready, set, and go. We are back. And the secret word is cyanosis. Yet another thing that you do not want to get. Go ahead and text that word to the number on the screen there. And let's take 30 seconds or so you can get that started. Okie dokie. So, I have a shocking piece of news for you right now, which is that I don't actually do all this alone. There's actually a big team of people behind me that work for many, many months to get to this moment. Huge crew. And they all do it. Yep, it's true for you, because we really think you are the future of medicine. It's pretty cool. And I now want to bring to the virtual stage here one of my colleagues, Amanda, who is going to share with you a few minutes of important, what we call housekeeping notes. Really going to be super important down the road. So you can just relax. Maybe grab a pen and a piece of paper. Hi there, Amanda. Do we have audio on Amanda? Hang on, Amanda. We're trying to get audio on you.
All right, how about now?
Boom. Okay, take it away,
There we are.
Amanda. Take it away.
All right, here we go. Just a few housekeeping notes. All right, first one. Just another reminder to keep your camera on as much as possible during the Congress so we can see you and your peers can see you. The speakers can also see you, but they can't hear you. So don't raise your hand to ask a question or engage with the speaker, as they can't call on you or hear what you're saying. For speakers who are taking questions, you will see information on screen during their talk for how you can submit a question. You should also keep the dashboard open at all times in your web browser. We'll continue to go back to that page for polls, and there are other resources for you on that page as well. We would love to hear throughout the Congress how your experience is going, what your big takeaways are, what your favorite quotes from speakers are, see your pictures of your Congress setup at home, and whatever you want to share about your Congress experience. So be sure to use hashtag CFML20 when you post, and you may even see your post come up on the screen. If at any time at all, you are disconnected from the Congress Zoom, just go back to the dashboard at futuredocslive.com and click the Join Now button to rejoin. Now, you might remember we mentioned there will be prizes. We have some really awesome prizes and several ways that delegates can win those prizes during the Congress over the next few days. Our prize winners will receive an exclusive t-shirt only available to prize winners. So I'm going to review the ways you can win prizes, but before we do that, I'm going to show you the number you need to text in order to win. So take out your phone or your notepad and save this number, screenshot it if you need to so you have it when you need it. That number is 774-993-7420. Again, that's 774-993-7420. And we'll leave that up on screen while we run through how you can win those prizes. There it is. All right. Here are the ways you can win prizes during the Congress. So, number 1, a little dog animation will run across the screen at random times. When you see that animation, text puppy to the number you see on your screen right now within 1 minute to be entered into a drawing to win that exclusive t-shirt that's only available to prize winners. Second way, when we come back from breaks, Richard will announce one of those secret words. When you hear and see that word, text that secret word within a minute to be entered into that drawing to win the t-shirt. Another thing Richard may do after breaks is play a few videos of your fellow delegates introducing themselves. Now you should get back to your desk a few minutes before the break ends, grab a pen and paper, and write down the first name of each delegate and what medical profession they're interested in. When we come back from the break, Richard will ask you a question about one particular delegate. Text the correct answer and you'll be entered into a drawing to win a t-shirt. The fourth way is when the Energy Baby logo will pop up on the screen at random times. Don't text every time you see the Energy Baby. Instead, at the end of the day, count up all the numbers of times you saw that Energy Baby appear on screen for the entire day and then text us that total number of times you saw it throughout the day. Those who text the correct number within 1 minute of when we end for the day will be entered to win a t-shirt and some Energy Baby swag. There will be multiple prize winners each day for this prize, so keep on it. All right, if your name is drawn, you'll get a text back from us asking for more information on where to send your prize. Be sure to respond to any follow-up text you receive within 24 hours so you can claim your prize. If your name isn't drawn, you won't receive a response text. Okay, so we hope that nothing will happen that causes the Congress to go down, but it's a live show, so anything can happen. If systems completely fail, you will lose access to the Zoom room. First, text your friends you've made. You all introduce yourselves to each other. And make sure they're experiencing the same thing that you are, and it's not just something specifically on your end that's only affecting you. If it's on our end, just wait a couple minutes and then refresh the dashboard. Within a few minutes of that problem occurring, we'll put instructions for what you should do next on the dashboard. So always check your dashboard for instructions. There'll be a new button on that page if something's gone wrong that says, go to the emergency room. That will launch a YouTube page for you to continue watching the program on and get additional information as we resolve the technical issues. So be sure to head to that link as soon as you see the button pop up. You should also continue to check your email in case we provide further instructions there. Okay, that's all I got. Let's get it back to Richard. And remember, energy, baby.
Baby, thank you so much, Amanda. I appreciate it. So, let me just grab my notes here for a second. Here they are. The next thing we're going to do is an exercise. So I want you to pull out a writing instrument and a piece of paper, okay? There's a reason that you came to the Congress. There's probably several. But of all those reasons, there's probably one that's predominant, right? So I want you to take just a moment and think about what that is. Was it for information? Was it for inspiration? Was it because you were hoping to see a specific individual? Was it to meet other amazing young people like yourself? Was it for the recognition? Whatever it is for you, I just want you to take a moment and write that reason down. So let's just take 30 seconds and have you write it down. Go ahead. All right. So, here's the second part of the exercise. And I want you to do this because you're going to share it in a breakout in just a couple of minutes. I want you to take 2 minutes and just write down the name of each of our special speakers and mentors this morning. Just remember each of them, starting with Gitanjali, and then so on and so forth, right? And next to their name, just say how they contributed to that most important reason you decided to come to the Congress. So if it was for inspiration, well, how did Gitanjali inspire you? How did Dr. Kopecky inspire you? How did, right? So you'll have just several lines. And then when we do our breakout, you're going to share all of that information with one of, with the group of your other fellow delegates. So take 2 minutes to write those out, starting now. All right, now we're going to go to our second breakout. You remember how this works. The youngest person is the timekeeper. If there's 3 in your group, divide by the 10 minutes by 3. If there's 4, then you divide by 4. Timekeeper says stop or time when your time is up and goes to the next person. Let's make it happen. Welcome back. I am so happy that you guys get a chance to hang out a little bit with people who actually get you. Because I know so many young people like you, that there's a lot of people that don't get you. But here at the Congress, it's all different. Now, remember, we have Zoom, and then we have the dashboard. Zoom, dashboard, Zoom, dashboard. Here's what I want you to do. 30 seconds. I want you to go back to the dashboard, and there's going to be a question there. How many people were in your breakout? Was it 3 or 4? Just quick survey. Go over there. 30 seconds. Do it now. Hey there, welcome back. And now, dear delegates, I have the great honor to introduce you to a legendary figure in American history. But before I do, let me introduce you to your fellow alumni delegates who will have the privilege of asking her questions on your behalf. First, there's Esther Nuana, known as Esty. Esty is a junior from Katy, Texas. She's got a passion for learning, science, and service. And she's got a deep fascination for medicine. She actually started a community organization called Medicine and Health Education and Awareness Society, which empowers teens from all walks of life to wield the right information in order to make healthy life choices. She's also an aspiring neurosurgeon. Aim low, aim low. Our second moderator is Faith Inello. Faith is a junior from Boston, Massachusetts, who has a passion for mental health advocacy, and recently she researched extensively the effects of child abuse on adult onset diseases and pharmacological interventions. And earlier this year, she co-founded a startup called Ananali, I think, which is developing wearable devices that are going to reduce anxiety and prevent panic attacks before they occur. So great job, ladies. You two are both amazing role models. And now, it's time to come face to face with a truly remarkable person. And what an esteemed history she has. The first person in the state of Arkansas to become board certified in pediatric endocrinology, the 15th Surgeon General of the US, and the first African American and only the second woman to head the US Public Health Service. Dr. Elders grew up in a rural, segregated, poverty-stricken pocket of Arkansas. After graduating from high school, she earned a scholarship to the all-black liberal arts college in Little Rock. Dr. Elders joined the Army after college and trained in physical therapy. And after discharge in 1956, she enrolled in the University of Arkansas Medical School. After residency at the University of Arkansas, she earned her master's degree in biochemistry and became a full professor in 1976. And over the next 20 years, she combined her clinical practice with research in pediatric endocrinology, publishing over 100 papers. In 1993, President Bill Clinton appointed Dr. Elders U.S. Surgeon General. And as the Surgeon General, she served as what we call the nation's doctor, providing Americans with the best scientific information on how to improve their health and reduce the risk of illness and injury. In 1995, she returned to the University of Arkansas as a faculty researcher and professor of pediatric endocrinology at the Arkansas Children's Hospital. She's retired from practice, but is a professor emeritus at the University of Arkansas School of Medicine, and she sure remains active in public health education. Dr. Elders, we are enormously honored to have you here, and Faith and Esty, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much for that, Richard. Hi, Dr. Elders. My name is Faith Ainello.
And my name is Esty Nawana.
And thank you so much for being here with us today. It's our privilege to conduct this Q&A on behalf of our fellow delegates, and we're so excited to learn from you and your experiences as such an influential woman in STEM. Before we get started, we'd love to ask if there's anything you or your husband would like to contribute.
Well, I would just like to say that I'm very pleased to be able to interact with bright young people like yourselves. And I want to tell you, my husband was the winningest high school basketball coach in the state of Arkansas for a decade. And he worked with young people for 36 years as a teacher. And he's been just a wonderful mentor. And one of the things I always tell young women going into medicine, one of the things you have to do is make sure you marry well. I think I've only been married to him for 60 years now. That's a few days. And the other thing is he likes to do a lot of poetry. So if it comes up, we're going to have him do a poem or two that I think is inspirational for young people. So we'll fit that in.
We'd love to have you start with one if you're interested.
Well, they'd like to have you start with a poem if you're interested.
Let me start by saying congratulations to you and all your distinction and being distinguished. And I'm going to give you this little poem. It's called The Human Touch. It's the human touch in this world that counts. It's the touch of your hand and mine that will mean more to the perishing soul than does bread, shelter, or wine. For shelter's gone when the night is over, and bread will last only a day, but the touch of the hand and the sound of the voice will remain in the soul always. Thank you.
And thank you for that beautiful poem. I think I speak for myself and Esty when I say we're so grateful for this opportunity to speak with you and learn from you. And I know all of the delegates are thinking the same right now. I'd love to take you back to even your early childhood and whether you were always naturally drawn to science and medicine with strengths in your STEM classes, or were your passion and your skills both things you developed along the way, Dr. Elders?
I think some of both, but you have to remember in my community, the population was 99 and then in our high school, we had probably all 12 from, I say kindergarten, but through high school graduation, there was probably less than 400 students. So we were very small and had very few students, but I was always drawn, if you will, to science and mathematics. In fact, my very favorite teacher in high school was our chemistry teacher and our math teacher. But, I don't know, but maybe I just liked them because of the teachers. They were my favorite teachers in high school. But I loved every minute of it. And I had a wonderful home economics teacher, but you have to remember that in my tiny high school, what we were really trained to be, I had a lot of home economics. And our home economics teacher told us to teach your children or your students to be good maids. So I grew up wanting to not be a maid, but I wanted to get out of the cotton patch. And that was the most important thing to me, is to be able to get out of the cotton patch. And so I grew up in the beginning, wanting to be a sales clerk at Dillard's department store. One of the things that would do is get me out of the cotton patch.
And when did you realize that you actually wanted to be a doctor?
I was a freshman at Philander Smith College when the first Black students to attend the University of Arkansas School of Medicine came to speak for our sorority. And she talked about the difference between the high road and the low, and how we could really be anything we wanted to be. That was Dr. Edith Irby Jones. And she remained my role model and mentor until she died last year, I think in 1919, at age of 90 plus years old. And she practiced medicine in Houston, Texas.
Wow, I know that it's definitely influential to have somebody that you can look up to who looks like you, who you can relate to. So what were Dr. Edith Derby's, achievements that really resonated with you? What made you see her and say that yes, you could become this, you could beat the odds, and you could leave the proverbial cotton patch?
Yeah, and I think what you've said is just exactly how I thought. First of all, I thought she was the most beautiful Black woman I'd ever seen. You see, we didn't have TV. We didn't have movies. The only movies we saw was cowboy movies, and there weren't any people that looked like me in cowboy movies back at that time. And so when I saw her, this beautiful Black woman, walk across the stage, she was only a sophomore medical student at the time, and talked about the difference between the high roads and the low. For the rest of my life, the only thing I could think about is becoming just like her. And I want you to know, I followed in her footsteps for a very long period of time. And I'm very proud of it. And I want you to know, mentorship is very important. Not only you need to choose a mentor early, but you also need to, when you reach the top, be a mentor. Reach back and make sure that all of those on the ladder below you be able to reach the rung so they too can reach the top.
Very, very, very beautifully said, Dr. Elders. And you mentioned, she was the first Black student to attend the College of Medicine in Arkansas. So we know that the community and just the environment that existed in your time is very different from now, So how accepting or how harsh or just how were the people in medical school and college, and how were even your family accepting of your dreams and your aspirations?
Well, let me say, my family didn't even, you have to, you can't imagine, but we didn't have TV. So we had never seen anybody, and our whole community would go and gather at one family house to listen to a radio. And the most thing we heard was, we'd go when there was a major fight, like between Joe Louis and Max Mellon, important. And then we heard the music from WLAC, Nashville, Tennessee. So that was what we got. And we got the Grit newspaper once a week. So we didn't have the opportunity of seeing people that looked like us. We didn't even, we were very, very poor. But the problem is, we didn't even know how poor we really were because everybody in the community was just like us. So, and we didn't have as much disparities, and we didn't know about disparities and segregation as we see now, because in our communities, both black and white were poor, and we ended up having to work together. We went to separate schools, but I'll never forget when my mom would have a baby, the white lady that lived across the road from us would come over and cook for my mother, wash, because that was back in the day when they thought after you had a baby, you had to stay in the house, stay in the bed, in the house for a month. So, they didn't, this idea of having a baby getting up, going to work the next day didn't exist at that time. So things were different. And we had, in medical school, we had separate dining rooms. Black students could not eat in the same dining room with the whites. We had to eat in the room with the maintenance. Not that there was anything wrong with the people, but the idea that we weren't allowed to eat in the major dining room with the other white medical students, even though we were medical students. And when we were seniors, when I got to be a senior, I'm trying to paint you a picture of what it was really like. But when we got to be seniors, we didn't have the opportunity of going to the they give big dinners and all that for seniors and all. Well, what they did is they told us that we couldn't go to the country club with the rest of the seniors to have dinner. They wanted to give us a voucher for us to go to our black restaurant or wherever we could to have a nice dinner. So this is what it was like. And I'll never forget, as a senior, one of my professors came up and said to me, says, Dr. Elders, I wasn't a doctor, she didn't call me doctor. She said, you have as much education as a lot of white people. Now I'm a senior medical student. And I couldn't help it, but my retort was, Doctor, I have more education than most white people. And she realized what she said. So, there was, but I painted you a picture of what it was like, I hope.
Yes, of course. I mean, it was a different time, but just to get a glimpse into how it was daily living, people forget that it is something that it's an accomplishment just to have been to medical school, but not only that, but the adversities that you face there, it's a complete inspiration.
Right.
Building off
I
of
was
that.
the only woman.
Oh, sorry.
I was the only woman who graduated my medical school class in Arkansas at the time.
Wow.
3 of us started, 2 transferred and went some. One became ill. That when I say only, I was the only one to graduate in my class of 100. That doesn't mean the other 2 young women who started didn't finish medical school. One got married and transferred to another medical school because her husband was there, and the other became ill and had to sit out she was sick for so long she couldn't continue medical school, but she finished the next year.
And building off of your journey and the amazing obstacles that you've overcome to get to the place that you are, to get to the point of Surgeon General, the first Surgeon General in Arkansas at that time. And how has your knowledge of the effects of social determinants and social and economic disparities affected the way you approached your job as Surgeon General?
And we didn't know about social determinants even when I was Surgeon General, but we were studying it and we learned much more. And one of the things I learned very early is I knew we only thought that doctoring. We thought the doctrine was everything, took everything about people being sick. Now we know that doctoring is only about 10% of health. We have to deal with the environment of living, the socioeconomic conditions, the disparity, social justice system. All of that is a part of health and what increases and determines people's health. So as Surgeon General, I would say that the thing that helped me the most is I grew up believing in social justice. We didn't call it social justice, but believing in everybody had rights and treating people rights. And in our community, even though we had separate schools, and I don't ever think I've experienced the severe kind of segregation that went on in some communities.
So, you've talked about just how it was like growing up in your community and then going to medical school, and how, most people would look at that, and most people did look at that, and that was the deterrent, that stopped them from pursuing their dreams. Even now, fear runs rampant, and most people, not because of the same reasons as you, of course, but there's still always something that stops people from pursuing their dreams. So what made you see all that understand all that and still say that this was what you were going to do? What was that inner drive? Where did that come from? Because I think that's something that a lot of young people now are trying to find for themselves. So if you could give us a little insight on that.
Well, I'm not sure I can give you a lot of insight. Being a woman, being very poor, being Black, all and having never seen a doctor, having no role models. The first time, I told you the first time I ever even saw a doctor was when I went to college. So you see, it was really very different. And then you seeing one person, Dr. Jones, who inspired me to get started. And then there were a lot of stimulus, there were a lot of stimuli that came along after that, but we had to go through all of that. And, I think my husband has a wonderful poem related to some of that that's really very helpful. And I want you to know he was very helpful. Okay, could he do that now?
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much. This may help you up, help you out, give you a few pumps. It's called If. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting or being lied about, don't deal in them lies, or being hated, don't give way to the haters, and yet don't look too good, not talk too wise. If you can bear to hear the truth, you are outspoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, and then watch the things you've given your life to broken and stoop and build them up with worn out tools. If you can make one heap of all of your winnings and risk it on a turn or pitch and toss, and then lose and start again at your beginning and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart, your nerves, and your sinews to serve their terms long after they are gone, and then hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, now lose the common touch. If neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much. If you can feel that unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distant run, yours is the earth and all there is in it. And which is more, you'll be a man, my son, my daughter, or my friend. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you. The spoken word has always been a favorite of mine. I love listening to poems, poetry slams and things. And I find that when people have experienced things, been through things, you can always hear it and see it in their life. It's not just surface level advice, it's really from the heart. Thank you so much for that poem.
You're welcome.
But I think you for what you're doing, the fact that you're in STEM, the fact that you're working and moving toward your dreams and your aspirations is just a real, very important and real inspiration to me. And I say, keep moving, keep pressing on, and really never, never give up. You have to choose you have your own vision. You have to visualize where you want to go. Don't let anything get in the way. You have to be persistent and persevere when things seem to be falling apart and going astray. Just persevere. And one of the things I want to say, never, never forget all the shoulders you had to stand on to get where you are. And keep your eye on your prize.
I will.
Thank you,
I will. And that's something that we are all here to learn how to do. And that's why you're here to tell us and guide us in that as well. So I also want to ask about when you graduated medical school and you started practicing, what were the first things that you picked up on just about the environment and about other doctors? Because how it is in medical school is definitely not how it is out there and actually practicing. So how did you make that transition?
Well, after I finished medical school and did my internship and residency, I did a fellowship. And so I remained in medical school, and then I became joined the faculty, even though I was taking care of patients. But I think that, again, the thing I have to say is always do your best. Listen to your patients or whomever, wherever you are, so you can learn, because you can't lead. They aren't really, they can't do what you say if they don't understand you. So always remember that. Don't ever go out there feeling you know best. Listen. And I think that that's one of the things, and that was one of the things I think I was able to do. And having grown up the oldest of 8 children, and you have to have cooperation and trust, I learned that I had to have cooperation of my siblings in order to get the work done that we needed to have done in the fields. And that is not only for the field, that applies for every step we have in life. We have to depend on other people. We have to trust other people, and we have to always do our best. And as my mom said, she only had an 8th grade education, but she always says, always do your best. That's good enough. It may not be as great as somebody else can do, but if it's your best and you know you've done your best, that's good enough.
Thank you for that. And I love that you bring up the idea of doing your best in association with cooperation, because my generation, in a variety of ways, is always struggling to either look a certain way on social media or get a certain score on our SATs. And I think it's such a poignant idea for us to internalize that as long as we're giving our best and we're doing it in a way that emphasizes almost teamwork and doing it together is so important, especially in this pandemic when we may feel isolated. Is there any advice you can give us as we're doing things from home and some of us are in remote learning to keep on being committed to our schoolwork and keep on doing our best, but from home?
Well, I think that, again, I know you're at home. You may not have the teacher standing over you, looking down your back every minute. But if you know that you've done your homework, it was the best that you could do, and you really tried. You didn't say, oh, I'm only going to spend an hour and then I'm going to spend the rest of the day doing something else not related to homework. But I really think virtual learning is probably, to me, seems a lot harder, than having a teacher. And I keep saying, this virus has taught us a lot. We are all upset and we're all concerned and say but I think it's uncovered our weak underbelly of this whole United States, and in many areas, in business, in schools, wherever. It's all been exposed. It's exposed our disparities. It's taught us that we've got to work together in order to accomplish our goals. And so I'm very pleased and realize that you're having a more difficult time now with virtual learning and having to do everything from home. But, let's make it a learning experience. Let's let it take the blinders off our eyes, expose us and give us 20/20 vision as we look forward to the future and realize we've all got to work together. We've got to trust. We've got to have social justice, and we've got to make sure that we can come to the goals we want. And so we have to make sure we're clear about our goals and we keep our eye on the prize.
Definitely. This has been a year that's catalyzed growth in so many different ways, whether it's for students or for leaders in the medical industry. And I think as for us trying to break into that medical industry, whether you're a minority or whether you're a woman trying to get into a male dominated environment, do you have any advice for those people who may feel they won't fit in that sort of environment or that sort of industry?
Okay. Well, let me let my husband wants to tell you about what Martin Luther King said about this, and so why don't you talk? Yeah.
Is it all right with you all?
Of course, of course.
Yes.
He said that young people who live in this world today must burn the midnight oil, because doors of opportunity are open to you right now that were not open to your mothers and your daddies. And an opportunity is like a bald-headed man with a sprig of hair planted in the front of his forehead. And you've got to grab onto it while it is facing you, because once the head is turned, the opportunity ain't no longer there. So you've got to go out and aspire to do a good job. Do a job so well that none could do it better. Now, don't go out there and do just an old that'll-do job, or be an old that'll-do lawyer, that'll-do doctor, but do one so well that the world will recognize you and your claim to fame and beat an unbeaten path and knock at your door. Do one so well that no one could do it better, the living, the dead, or the unborn. And if it falls your lot to be a street sweeper, go on out and sweep streets like Michelangelo painted pictures. Sweep streets like Jabbar shot that hook. Sweep streets like Ray Charles sang the blues. Or sweep streets like Michael Jackson danced. And when you pass on, let the world pause and say, here lies a great street sweeper, and it swept his job well. If you can't be a pine on the hill, be a scrub in the valley. If you can't be a highway, be a trail. If you can't be the sun, be an evening star. For it's not by size that you win or fail, just be the best of whoever you are. And take that portion and go on out and make a difference in the world. And if there's such a thing as luck, it'll come from my and your conduct. So if you wish good luck to find, sow good seed and then stay in line. God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you too.
I think perseverance is our main word today, is persevere. You're on a good path. If you weren't on a good path, you wouldn't be where you are. You wouldn't be in STEM. You know, you wouldn't be a part of this Congress. So I'm just saying, you're on a good path, stay on this good path, and I want you to be able to take good care of me when I get 85. I'm past 85 to take good care of me in this next century.
Absolutely. And as we have about 2 minutes left, is there anything else you or your husband would like to add before we close?
Well, I think the thing I would want to say is just keep doing the good things that you're doing and make a difference. Be honest with yourself and make sure you never forget where you came from, and that you always on your best and do good, wonderful research. And we want to, it's on your shoulders to make this world a better place. We've made a lot of mistakes in the past, we as a society, and we want you to grow up to correct those mistakes and lead us on the path where we'd all like to be. We're proud to be Americans, but some things happen sometimes when we aren't necessarily proud to be Americans. We have some things in our past that we aren't necessarily proud of. But I think you have the opportunity to correct all of those and make the difference in our society for the next century. And I want to thank you in advance for all you're going to do.
And let me give you the serenity prayer. God grant you the serenity to accept the things that you can't change, the courage to change those that you can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Elders and Dr. everybody else. And I just want to say thank you from me, from Faith, and from the rest of our delegates for this insight and this opportunity.
Thank you for being you.
And thank you, Dr. Elders and
Coach
Mr. Elders for this incredible inspiration. And ladies, alumni, you did a fantastic job. Hats off to both of you. It's been an amazing session. Thank you so much for your time. Well, I think we should just take a moment and reflect on what we've seen so far, because this is awesome. This is such a big deal. I mean, think about this for a minute. Dr. Elders and your husband, I mean, you just wouldn't even notice them if you were walking down the street, right? Or you'd be sitting at like a restaurant and there's just a couple old people sitting there. And yet there is such unbelievable wisdom in that mind. And beyond that, what she had to overcome and persevere just to have achieved what she did today in the most simple way. And then beyond that, to take it to the moon the way that she did. And then Dr. Kopecky stealing in the streets as a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, trying to survive, and then coming to America and seeing the Statue of Liberty at 8, and then building up his life. You know, if they can do it, you can do it. If they can do it, you can do it. There's no question about it. So much of this is just literally pig-headed determination. I will succeed or I will die trying, and nothing will stop me. And beyond superintelligence and beyond all other abilities, it's that one thing, that pig-headed determination, that will make all the difference in the world. Please trust me on that. So I myself thought it was an amazing few hours. Now, I can see hundreds of you on the screen in front of me. I've got this thing called the sizzle, and the sizzle just means, I'm with you, Richard. So right now, give me a sizzle. Come on, hands up, all of you. All right, I'm looking at you. Beautiful. Remember the sizzle. The sizzle was awesome. Okay, here's the deal. There's just been this overwhelming amount of interest, as there always is, in the Overseas Honors Program, Future Docs Abroad. And for all of those individuals and their parents, there's going to be an information session. It's going to start in just a minute or two. You don't have to go anywhere or do anything. Just huddle around your computer or smartphone or iPad, and we will tell you everything you need to know, okay? And for everyone, we're going to take our 1-hour break now. Again, for the FDA folks, don't go anywhere. It'll be about 30 minutes, and then you'll still have time to have a meal or stretch or whatever. Just think a little bit about what it is that you saw and heard. Maybe make a few notes about things that were meaningful to you. And with that, energy, baby, energy.
Energy, baby!
Energy, baby!
Energy, baby!
Energy, baby.
Energy, baby.
Energy, baby.
Hello, delegates. Hello, parents. I'm going to take this out because I can hear myself coming back to you. That was not a good start. How are you all doing? I hope fantastically well. My name is Ellie. I'm part of the team here at the Congress, and I'm so excited to talk to you for the next 30 minutes. That's it. And we'll leave you to break about Future Docs Abroad and Future Vets. And today I am joined by a number of people that I'm going to introduce you you two here. First off, Bryony Moffat, our International Programs Director. She's the lady that makes all the magic happen and puts together these incredible programs for you. So Bryony, she is joining us from her home.
Hi, welcome. I'm so excited to give you some more information about Future Docs Abroad.
Wonderful. Thank you, Bryony. And then we have over here Murphy. Murphy, well, actually, before I'll go through them all first, we have Murphy, Eli, and Amber. Murphy, Eli, and Amber are all alumni from our programs. They've actually been in your shoes, attended a Congress in some cases, and heard all about Future Docs Abroad, and have joined us at a program. And now they're fabulous alumni. They've had a couple of years to reflect on their time with Future Docs Abroad, and they're here to kind of answer some questions for you today. So why don't you guys say hello? Murphy, I'll let you start.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name's Murphy. I actually was a delegate at a Congress in 2017, and then I attended Future Docs Abroad in Mexico in 2018 before my senior year of high school. And now I am a sophomore at Boston University studying human physiology on the pre-med track.
You guys are old enough to do this, but Amber, go ahead.
My name's Amber, like Ellie said, and I was also a delegate at the 2017 Congress. And then I attended Future Docs Abroad in 2018 for Poland. So I'm the only one from Poland, I guess, from here, and it was a smaller group, but it was super fun. I currently attend Colorado School of Mines in Golden, and I'm studying chemical engineering on the bio track. So,
and Eli.
My name's Eli. I was with Murphy 2018 in Mexico. I go to a little private school up here in Minnesota, up in the cold. I guess it's called Hamlin University. I'm a junior there. I study neuroscience and psych. I'm pre-med, and yeah.
And we did have Zach with us, but I guess Zach had to go. Zach's actually one of our alumni. He was at work. He's an EMT, so he's obviously been called away. So all action here. So we'll kick off and we'll start talking about these programs here. So first off, let's talk about Future Docs Abroad. There are two programs here that are available to you delegates. The first is a December program, December 2021. That's December 17th through January 2nd, 2022. So December is over the new year, right? So December 17th, 2021 to January 2nd, 2022. So this is not like next month, it's 12 months away, right? And then we also have July 1st to July 17th, 2022. So not this coming summer, but the summer afterwards, okay? So more than 12 months. And both of those programs are going to be in Vietnam. Now, if you are a high school senior, do we have any seniors? I can see you guys too. So do we have any seniors? Yes, we have a couple. Now, don't worry. The program in the winter time is open to college students as well. So you can absolutely still be part of this. You don't have to worry about, not being in high school anymore. The program is absolutely still open to you. So both of those programs in Hue, Vietnam. And then of course, where are my future vets at? Can I see any future vets, any future veterinarians? Yes, there we are. Wave at me. Fantastic. That program is going to be in Costa Rica, and it's going to be July 31st to August 14th, 2021. So this coming summer. So that's the first program, right? So this coming summer, 2021 is going to be the Future Vets program. Now, what are all these programs about? What do you get to do? Well, what happens? Why would you want to go? Well, this is a 2-week, as you can tell, abroad experience where you really get the access that you, I really hope, crave and desire that you just can't get here in the US. So that all the stuff that you really want to be able to do now that you can't do, this is what we want to be able to get you into. The big three that Richard talks about and the most important things to us are gross anatomy. So actually getting to work in the anatomy lab with an anatomy professor and studying the body and working on dissection techniques with animal parts and things like that. That's the first big thing that we want you to do. The second is shadowing physicians, walking with them, talking with them, being part of their day-to-day lives and really getting the feel for what you could be doing day in and day out as a physician and working in a hospital setting. And then, of course, the one that I completely opt out of, surgery observation. So you're in the OR, you're watching the surgery take place, you're with the surgeon, walking you through the entire procedure, and of course, not in the way, but very, very close to all the action, so you can see what's going on and exactly how the whole thing plays out. Now, I didn't go into the room, but I saw a lot of people coming out, and the aghast faces are always so great to see, and people talking about how fantastic it is. I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to turn it over to Bryony and let her tell you a little bit about what that really looks like and how that experience plays out in Vietnam and in Costa Rica.
Absolutely. So, I mean, this is absolutely true. All that you're saying that, you know, you'll get to do, it's all going to be included in this program. And just expect to be, you know, in rotations full on all day long. You're going to be in rotation 3.5 hours in the morning, 3.5 hours in the afternoon, with a little break in between for some lunch. But you're going to be amongst it all in a huge variety of different departments on a daily basis, Monday to Friday for the 2 weeks. You're going to get to see so many different rotations. You're going to get to see that full sort of scope of what makes up a hospital, the different departments. You know, the trauma department, pediatrics, OBGYN, labor and delivery ward, neurology. You're going to be in surgery. You're going to be seeing these things live, right in front of your very own eyes. So with that, Ellie, does that kind of make up?
Absolutely. And now I'm not going to let them take your or my word for it. I want to turn this over to Murphy and Eli and Amber to say exactly what really happened and what did you get to experience when you were going through this. Amber, you've unmuted yourself, so you go first.
Okay. So like I said before, I was on the Poland trip, summer of 2018. And so, like Bryony said, in the morning, you're going to go through rotations where you get to go through, different fields. You know, you get to see ophthalmology, labor and delivery. You get to just experience different types of rotations. And then in the afternoons, you get to do kind of some hands-on practice within med simulations, you know, practicing CPR, practicing how you'd interact with a patient. In the lab, you know, getting to kill, we killed cervical cancer cells. So you get to go through the whole process of what scientists do in the lab and how that works and get to see that whole process and really understand it. And it's an amazing opportunity to get to experience all different aspects of medicine, both, you know, what the doctors do and the medical scientists and everything in between. I got to watch, I think my second day, I got to watch a C-section from beginning to end. And it is honestly so amazing to get to witness a life being brought into the world and see how the doctors and the nurses interact as a team. Because it's not just, you know, like the doctors performing the procedure, but you have the whole team of nurses and all the other doctors in the room, you know, working as a team, as a unit to do this flawless procedure. And it's really honestly just amazing to get to watch the whole process. And they explain it to you, and they're always super kind. And if you have questions, they'll answer your questions. They're excited to be there. They're excited for you to be there. And they really are willing to help you learn and show you basically what it all is about. So, yeah.
Just to go off of that, I think another absolutely amazing thing about this program is how intimate the whole experience really is. On these rotations, you're not stuck with, you and 20 other peers with one doctor. These are small groups, 5, 6 students with multiple doctors. And so throughout the day, you get so many one-on-one interactions with doctors, nurses, everyone else on staff, where, like Amber said, you can ask questions, you can have conversations, you get to really understand what they do in a day in their life with every specialty imaginable. You get to hit that in those 2 weeks, and not only learning from them and observing from them, but so many hands-on opportunities as well. One of my favorite things that I got to do was on an emergency room rotation. I was with the doctor, and somebody came in with a laceration on his forehead, and he said, do you know how to stitch? And I was like, no, not really, but I did take the lab on yesterday's rotation, and we practiced stitching on cadavers and pig feet. And so we sat down, he went through that with me again, and then he allowed me to throw the first stitches onto the patient's forehead. So, I mean, I think that pretty much sums up the idea of it being hands-on. And even in the surgery rooms, again, these are small groups. So you're not up ahead in the above room looking down into the surgery room. You're in the surgery room. You're behind the surgeon's shoulders. You're asking questions. He's explaining what he's doing. And it's such just a personal experience all throughout. It truly is one of a kind.
Yeah, and kind of piggybacking off that intimacy, I think obviously all of the clinical experience is really fantastic, but another really great aspect of the Future Docs Abroad programs is that, I made friends with not only the doctors there, but also all of these peers that I'm going international with. We're spending 2 weeks together. Like Murphy and I will occasionally meet up still to this day, and I would hope to one day consider her a colleague. So there's a lot of value in not only that, but just the clinical experience that you're getting as well. I mean, I did everything from witnessing like 13 births and up in a day, and then obviously the infamous foot story.
Well,
that
you
Ellie
can't
gets
leave us
very
there,
excited
Eli. Tell
about.
us about the foot.
Eli, you have to share the story.
Tell these delegates about it.
Yeah, I guess we were in a public hospital in Mexico, and we were in wound care, and a patient came in with diabetes, and his foot had gone necrotic, which means the flesh had died to the point where his foot it needed to be cut off. And so lucky for me, I was in the right time space, and got to assist the doctor in pulling the saw, so like a hand saw. So yeah, I always love telling that story. I got to cut off a foot in Mexico, but it's always a gem.
Of course, who doesn't love that story? I always love doing it. So I'd love to just talk a little bit about, like, I think we talk about all the things that you got to do, but I'd love for one of you, Amber, to just talk a little bit about kind of like a day in the life. What actually happened when you woke up? What did you do? And how did the day play out? Because I think that's valuable to know.
Yeah, definitely. For me, I got up fairly early. It was me and one of the other people on the trip, and then Dee Thomas, which I'm sure y'all have met. She's wonderful, and she would get up with us every morning, and we would go run at 5:30. So my day would start fairly early because there was this little track out behind where we were staying, and so we'd go run, then go shower, and whatnot, and then you come down and eat breakfast with everyone, and then you get into your groups, and like Murphy said, they're small groups, 4 or 5 people, really close, gives you lots of time to interact, and so then basically each person, depending on we had multiple hospitals, so depending on which hospital you're going to, you have different leave times. Some of them were close, so some of them you walk to, some of them were a little further, so you get on the bus and they take you there. And so basically for the first part of the day, you go to that first rotation, and usually it's just like one rotation, or within like a special unit. You spend a couple hours in labor delivery, then you spend like second half of the morning in neonatal, and whatnot, and then you come back to where you're staying, and that's where you have lunch. Usually for us, they did a good job of, serving food that like was known to us, but you also got to try some new foods, which was nice. So you definitely have lots of options and whatnot. So there's always good food. They always have tea, coffee, whatnot. And then in the afternoon, like we talked about previously, you get like med simulations, or you go actually work in a lab. You do some lab procedures basically. And I think med sim usually is a couple days. So you get to work through a whole bunch of different stuff. And then getting to be in the lab, killing cervical cancer cells, or, testing. We tested the salinity of urine, I think, at one point. So they always have something interesting that gives you different aspects of working in the lab as a doctor, and you get that working, in the surgical rooms procedure. You kind of get that whole view, and then you come back and dinner. There's some downtime in between. You can walk to the store, different groups. And then usually our group did, I don't know if they're still going to do it. I'm assuming that they will. After dinner, kind of in the evening, you get with your group and you kind of do a debrief. And I think you actually combine with a couple groups. So you get to hear what other people did outside of your group. And you get to talk about, how it impacted you, what you thought about the day, what went well, what went different, what did you learn? And it's really a nice experience to get to kind of just like really understand exactly what you did, because it's they're long days, and there's a lot that happens, but it's definitely worth it, and you learn so much and you get to do so many things, and sometimes you just have to sit back and be like, wow, like that was a crazy day, but it was so much fun. And so get to have that debrief, and then downtime in the evening, hang out with friends. We had one of the professors actually come and talk to us. And so occasionally you'll have little events like that and whatnot. But for the most part, your evenings are kind of yours to do with what you will.
Absolutely, they are. Well, thank you, Amber. I really appreciate you walking through that. You mentioned about kind of going between different hospitals and stuff. So Bryony, let's talk a little bit more about kind of specifics and details about the Vietnam program and the Costa Rica program. So somehow we get to Vietnam. How do we get there?
Yes, so we will all be traveling on a group flight from the US, from a international hub. It generally, we'll either leave from East Coast or West Coast, JFK, LA, San Francisco, one of those. Obviously, we can't tell you exactly where we're going to be leaving from because flights aren't released for a good few months yet for those programs. So we'll release that information to you. You'll book your flight from the hometown, meet us at that international hub. We'll be there to greet you with all the chaperones, and we will travel all together. From that point on, you will be assigned to a leader. There'll be a program leader, and then there'll be a number of chaperones for each group of students, and we'll all go together. If you were talking about Vietnam, it's going to be at least 2 legs of a journey to get there, to a stop somewhere. There's no direct flights to Da Nang, Vietnam. And we will, once we arrive in Da Nang, we will then take a coach to Hue, which is about an hour's journey from the city of Da Nang.
Fab. And what about Costa Rica? Because I can see some of my veterinarians in here. Mm-hmm.
So Costa Rica, we normally fly from, again, another international hub of some kind here in the US. We'll all meet together. We try and try and get that flight as a one stop. So we'll be directly from the city to San Jose, where we fly into. And again, you'll meet your chaperones at the international hub, and we'll be there all together for the duration of the journey. From there on, you'll have your chaperone assigned.
Excellent. And I just want to be clear here as well for everyone. Your international flights are included in the tuition. That's are, yes, absolutely are included in the tuition. You will need to organize your domestic travel to meet us, as Bryony said, at that international departure location. But your international flights are included, both there and back. So you don't need to worry about that portion. And Bryony and her fantastic team will be there to organize all of that. So you don't have to worry about any of that. We'll just give you the details, okay? What was that like for you guys? Murphy, I'll turn to you. What was it like, kind of the travel portion?
Yeah. It was to put it frank, so incredibly smooth. So like Bryony said, you go to the group location. For us to Mexico, it was the Houston International Airport. And the instructions were very clear. Once you get off your flight, head and follow the directions to baggage claim, and somebody in, I believe it was orange vests, were going to be around all of the baggage claim sections. So I found an orange vest. I went to them. They said, "Great, welcome. Go down this escalator," and there's the whole group. So I went down with my luggage, and I was with everybody, and we, met our chaperones. I was with the students, and they helped us, go through customs. They gave us instructions. They told us when we needed to fill out something, and we just did whatever they told us. And we just followed their lead, and we were in one big group, and so very smooth.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear. I'm glad to hear that report. So we've got there, Bryony. We're in the country. Where are we staying? What's it like for, let's start with, again, Future Docs Abroad, and then let's talk about Future Vets.
Yes, so in Vietnam, we'll be staying at the Park View Hotel, and it's just a few minutes walk down the street from the actual university that we work in. And the facilities at the university are just all very close together. So it's just fantastic, logistically, it's just ideal to walk to and from. Now, the Park View Hotel, we've been working with them for a number of years, and they're very used to our group coming along. They're extremely accommodating, and the facilities are very, very, very much like you would stay here in the US. It's a beautiful hotel. They serve fantastic meals, and they're very accommodating. The Vietnamese people are just so wonderful, generally, to us as a group. Yeah, that's where we'll be staying.
Fab. And what about in Costa Rica?
And in Costa Rica, there's a number of different locations that we'll be staying. Two different locations that we'll be staying. In San Jose, we're partnered with the Bougainvillea Hotel in just on the northeastern corner of the main city, which is very close to the university that we work at. That is where we'll be based for the majority of the time that we'll be staying in Costa Rica. And again, very much Americanized hotel. Very, very comfortable beds, incredible food. It's actually run by a family, and it's very intimate. Again, the Costa Rican people are just so welcoming and just always love to see us when we come back. And again, we've been working with them for a number of years. So, and then we'll be staying just as we go off to the wildlife sanctuaries and do that part of the program. We'll be staying on the beach, pretty much in Cauita, in another beautiful hotel, which has just great facilities. I'm sure you'll love Paul Beach, just minutes down the road. So,
Fab. And again, just want to be clear that all of your accommodations are included in the tuition as well, so you don't need to worry about any of that. So you've got your international flights, your accommodations, and of course your meals, all of those covered too, whilst you're with us for either program, Future Docs Abroad or Future Vets. Now, Bryony, I think one of the big questions we always face is, what if we get sick? And actually, I want to put this to Murphy, Eli, Amber first. We talk about kind of like your experience on the program. Was there ever any time that you kind of felt uncomfortable, worried about yourselves, concerned that if you did get sick, you weren't going to be taken care of, any kind of thing like that?
No, because we're in hospitals. But even then, when we're doing group activities and stuff, there's always a chaperone around. I never felt like there was a time that I couldn't have reached out to, Ellie or Carly or anybody. So I always felt well taken care of. And if any of us had ever felt sick, I'm sure that we would have been very well taken care of. So.
Absolutely. Bryony, did you want to speak to anything about kind of general health on the programs?
Absolutely. I mean, I'll start off by saying, Vietnam is not, not just down the road. It's halfway around the world, and that's all part of the experience. But we will prepare you as best possible for that journey. I mean, initially, the first couple of days traveling is really going to hit, anybody hard. it's a long way. But we'll make sure that you have the tools necessary and give you some top tips to make sure that journey is as comfortable as possible. And then, moving into the, long days in the hospital, it's going to be hot, it's going to be intense, you're going to be absorbing a tremendous amount of information. And I think, there is going to be times where you feel tired, maybe sick to your stomach, or there's going to be something that pops up. But we're here to help. First of all, your chaperones are going to be right there to help you 24 hours a day, and just down the hall from where you're, wherever you are in the hotel, or wherever you are in the facilities. We're here to help. But most of all, you do have you're in the hospital, you're right next to it. Those facilities are available, and our international collaborators are extremely accommodating if anyone needs medical help. And on top of that, we do provide medical insurance for each and every individual staff and students. So you have that whilst you're there as part of the tuition.
Fantastic. So I just want to do a quick recap here. So of course, your tuition includes your international airfare, your accommodation, your meals, your international travel insurance, as well as your staff and chaperones for the 2 weeks. And then, of course, the program itself. So that's all covered. You'll just need to cover your domestic airfare, most importantly, for your trip to the departure location. Now, I'm very conscious of getting you out of here on time. So before I turn over to Murphy, Eli, and Amber to just give you like a top piece of advice for a student going on this program, I'll let you all know that there's another information room. If you go to the dashboard, there's a Future Docs Abroad button. You can go in there and you can join the Future Docs Abroad team for a bunch of times during the Congress to get any one-on-one questions answered. And of course, you can always give our admissions team a call to speak individually with anyone. But Richard is going to give all the precise information for enrollment tomorrow. So please do stay tuned and pay attention to what he has to say tomorrow so you can get the precise information you need to be part of this program. I'm very excited. I hope to see all of you guys. I can see you all at Future Docs Abroad, either in the winter time or the summertime. So Murphy, Eli, Amber, top piece of advice. You have 2 minutes and 6 seconds to split between the three of you. Murphy.
So I would say soak it all in. When you come home at night, you're going to be exhausted, but write down your thoughts, write down your feelings, write down the conversations you had with the doctors, with your peers, because these experiences are so memorable and help really prove how driven you are, for a career in the medical world. And you really get to see what your life could possibly be in the future. And so document the entire experience.
Yeah, I mean, I would just reiterate that exactly, actually. I'm so sorry. I know that's not, I feel like I'm being put on the spot now. We got such short time, and she said what I was going to say. But really make sure that you're writing all of these things down. It might sound corny, but definitely buy a journal. I keep a journal sometimes, make sure that you get all the little details in there so that you can use it to, like Murphy said, better your career. I used it for a college entrance exam or college entrance paper, and it greatly improved my chances of getting in, obviously. So all the information that it's gonna be a lot. It's like Murphy said, there's a lot of information to take in on the day-to-day. So make sure that you're writing down the details.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the biggest thing, is just soak it all in, and journaling definitely helps, get everything that you happened in one day, because there are so many things that happen in a day, and it can be hard to remember all the events, especially later on when you're trying to figure out, hey, these are all the things that I learned, but like, what am I missing? What are those relationships and stuff? Build on those, and really just appreciate the culture too. I mean, you're in a new place. Definitely keep an open mind and enjoy that. But enjoy the whole trip as a whole, and everything that you're going to get to learn both in and outside of the hospital.
Thank you so much, all of you. Guys, we'll be in the FDA info room, and we'll be here and available to answer any questions you have whatsoever. So drop in or give us a call, and we'll see you guys soon. Enjoy the rest of the break. Bye, delegates.
Well, I hope that was a good break, and it sure was for me, because I got both my dogs here, so I did a lot of belly rubs. I may bring one of them to the stage later on, because they are extremely cute. Other than that, I just vegged out. I don't know about you. And I hope that the folks that had the opportunity to be in the Honors FDA info session got a lot out of that. Okay, well, let's rock and roll here. I'm looking at all of you. Let me get a quick sizzle. Come on, I'm looking at you guys. All right, that's good. I love it. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right, we're off to the races. First thing, of course, is our secret word. And syphilis, I've been told, but don't quote. Syphalgia? Whatever. All right, that definitely is giving me a headache. Text it. Let's wait another 20 seconds or so while you're doing that. You got another 30 seconds after that, but I'm going to get rolling. All right. And we're back. And with that, the time has come, dear delegates, to continue the inspiration, and your fellow delegate, Angelaula, I hope I said that right, will make the introduction.
My name is Angela Luakende from Plainfield, Indiana. It is my honor to introduce Krithik Ramesh. At only 17, he developed a real-time navigation system for spinal reconstruction surgery to guide surgeons using augmented reality and machine learning. His recent work includes developing a fetal cardiac diagnostics platform to better diagnose congenital heart disease, and working alongside a team developing a low-volume blood diagnostic system. He also started a nonprofit organization that provides sustainable energy solutions to impoverished schools in India. His most recent project brought solar panels to a school in rural India in order to provide clean and reliable energy. Krithik, welcome to the Congress of Future Medical Leaders.
Well, thank you so much for that super kind introduction. It's such a pleasure to virtually meet all of you. So I guess to sort of start off, I know that resumes and things are pretty intimidating, especially in the medical world. So I thought I'd sort of take a step back and share a series of childhood stories that I've had in research, and how they're a very approachable set of problems and that inspiration can come from anywhere. So what's the X-Men origin story? Where did this all start? So it actually didn't start in medicine. I like to call it the X-Men origin story because it sort of comes out of nowhere. One day I was just looking at a new airplane that had come out, and it came as like a YouTube ad or something, and it had a split wingtip, which you can see on like the right-hand image over there. And for me, that was really, for me, that was super interesting because I didn't fully understand why the shape existed the way that it did. So what ended up happening was I was trying to figure out how it worked. So what this sort of turned into was I sort of built the actual wings in foam pieces, and then used my mom's hairdryer without her knowledge at 2 a.m. to sort of see how they flew out of my hand. And while this was all fine and dandy, and I really appreciated what I was learning about how they increase the efficiency of the aircraft, it wasn't necessarily enough to keep me happy or satiated me enough. So what I ended up doing was contacting every single wind tunnel within a 3-mile radius of me, or 100-mile radius of me. And I tried to get a hold of any research institution that would let me try to figure out how these wingtips were performing so effectively. Unfortunately, none of them called me back, and I couldn't figure it out. And in 7th grade, I guess middle school research doesn't really get too far with academic institutions. So all of this frustration was built up, and the only thing I wanted to do was figure out how they worked. So what ended up happening was that I built my own wind tunnel. I watched this one YouTube video of this guy who built a wind tunnel for his AP Physics class, and then frame by frame started to reconstruct the image. And this was sort of like my introduction to research and how you can defy all the rules and sort of still find a way to answer the questions that you deeply desire. So I felt like a baddie, and like you can see me here. This was like right after my regional science fair, and I got to go flying with my flight instructor at the time, and research mentor and inspiration, Mr. Letts. And this was sort of like my gateway into becoming like what I would call a researcher. And it's a very cathartic moment, and one with a lot of power to it, when you recognize that you can build something with your own hands to help not only your own understanding, but other people understand problems better. So why medicine? So I guess I'll explain some of the cooler stuff here, and then we can sort of move on. So behind me, on the image on the left, I'm actually working with something that's like a $1.5 million robotic arm. And what it does is there's a little pedal at the bottom that actually aligns itself with the screw trajectories that you had pre-planned on like on a robot. And then it'll automatically allow you to see as the screws are being placed and variably adjust them. It was one of the coolest things I've ever worked with, and I was super excited about it. The one on the right is actually a hologram of my spinal reconstruction navigation system. And you can see the internal vertebrae, the spinal columns, the ganglion, and all of the internal processes, and it would show the screw trajectories in 3D. So the why medicine? So I guess to sort of really premise this, we have to go back to chocolate, or ice cream rather. So my favorite kind of ice cream when I was younger was chocolate and chocolate chip cookie dough. And here's the thing, I was very particular that I didn't mix the two flavors. And one uneventful day, I went to a birthday party and they actually had mixed both of the flavors. And I was devastated. And it was terrifying, and also like a series of complexion. But when I actually had the opportunity to try it, there was a moment of catharsis where I actually appreciated that they didn't take away or detract from each of the individual flavors, rather they complemented each other. And that's sort of the way that I see medicine, is that it's one of the very few fields in the world that is directly intersected by every other field. Medicine works with computer science, engineering, biology, chemistry, and virtually anything else that exists in human development. And there's something that's really rewarding about that, knowing that you have the ability to pursue any field of study and somehow directly relate it back to medicine. And that's sort of where I realized that like my ice cream predicament was also what intended major that I had for studying. So here's a pretty good example. So one of the research things I was working on was congenital heart disease. And essentially what this is one of the images right here is, they're both called computational fluid dynamics. And essentially what this is looking at how fluids behave with a given mechanism. So the wing on the bottom is actually a series of pressure and airflow conditions over a wing. And you can see where like the pressure systems are and how it's generating lift. On the one on the top left-hand corner is the stuff that I was working on, where essentially I would predict what the morphology of a fetal heart would look like, and then see how the blood would flow through them if they had holes or some sort of morphological deformation. And what you start to recognize is that all of the things that go into building an airplane translate pretty well, or have a lot of parallels to the stuff that we do to model hearts, or like how we build prosthetics and a lot of other things. And this is one of the most privileged things that you can do as a medical researcher. And I'll sort of explain. So when we consider what we are, and as researchers or scientists or future medical practitioners, is that we're scientists. And we usually say that, you know, art imitates life, that art is a representation of whatever we've developed. But scientists have the privilege of saying that they catalog things in a variety of different fields. And what we've come to recognize is that as researchers, we get to say that life imitates art, because we see these parallels that otherwise wouldn't have been represented if we didn't take the time to stop and smell the roses, but also analyze the color saturation. So when I talk about ice cream and biomedical engineering, the way that a neuron works in the brain is the same way that we predict neural networks and how neural network formations mathematically are represented. The way that we're trying to figure out how gene interactions work in complicated mechanisms is the same way that Instagram suggests friends to you. all of these different nuances in life are like out on display when you work with medicine. And I find that so rewarding. And it's super easy. Inspiration can come from anywhere. And that's the next slide, is dancing and spinal navigation. So essentially, the project that I won the Intel International Science and Engineering Fair for was developing that spinal navigation system. And sort of where it stems from was actually playing Just Dance. So when I was working on my Xbox and playing Shakira's Hips Don't Lie, I was up against the Colombian Colossus, as I like to call it. And instead of trying to get better at dancing, I took the nerdy approach and sort of cheated my way into it by trying to figure out how the motion capture system worked. And with a little bit of digging and sort of scrutinizing my Xbox a little bit more carefully, I realized I was actually looking at the way the movement tracking and predicting motion. So it worked really effectively in seeing how I was dancing and predicting what my next move would be, and then giving me a score based off of that. And I wondered if we could use that, and with a little bit of mental gymnastics, I was like, what if we could predict the way that biological mechanisms worked, like biomechanics of a spine? And that's essentially where it started, and look where it ended up. So that's actually me in front of my booth at Intel ISEF in 2019 with my HoloLens and my project board. So inspiration, I think it's very important to say that inspiration can come from anywhere. The project titles for a lot of these things that you'll see or research papers that you publish have really esoteric words, but don't get intimidated by that in any sense. Like for me, it was literally just observing a little bit that the Kinect sensor and the Microsoft HoloLens had the same sensor array, and they looked kind of similar. They weren't even exactly the same. But what happened was that this fundamentally small idea was something I was able to extrapolate with the research that I had done. And that's the important part, is like, it doesn't matter where it starts, it's how you've taken the time to really build it and then make it something that benefits society. So one of the hardest things that you'll face when you do research is the number of rejections that you'll get. For me, when I started in 7th grade, it was reaching out to like 100 different places and like not really getting a response. And then here, for me, getting a HoloLens was rather expensive, and I couldn't necessarily afford one at the time. So I reached out to every eBay seller that was currently marketing their Microsoft HoloLens, and I asked indefinitely if I could borrow it for a little bit for research. And Jim Pietla, a man off of eBay, was kind enough to donate me one just based off of what I was planning on doing. And these small acts of generosity really, really are incredible, and I hope to push it forward someday. And I guess the most resounding thing to keep track of here is that all it takes is one yes, just one. Like, you can have an indefinite number of rejections, but as long as one person is willing to carry your idea with you and work with you, that may be friends, family, whoever it may be, it is possible. And acknowledging the hardships and working past them is a landmark characteristic of a really impressive researcher. And the next sort of tidbit of advice that I can offer is like, I call it yearning for learning, but essentially it's being able to look at very non-trivial material. These are one is a class from Stanford, and the other one is a paper on astrocytomas and diffusion tensor imaging inside of the spinal cord. These were pretty dense reads, and they were actually a lot of words that I didn't necessarily understand, and it took a lot of time for me to acknowledge, learn, and process that information. But the most rewarding part is that when you do and you can put it into practice, and being able to see sort of a hologram of a spine, so to say, it's one of the most rewarding moments you can have. And taking the time to really look at each individual step and sort of acknowledge its beauty. It's not as glamorous as you want to be at the beginning, but it does get more interesting. And the only way that's possible is with a strong foundational education on whatever you're trying to research. And that's what it's for. That one hologram of a spine took me nearly 6 months, and just endless amounts of reading, computer science, trial and error, debugging, almost quitting like at least 3 or 4 times, calling my mom, telling her this wasn't working. And all of these other hardships. But at the end of the day, at like, you can sort of see the night lights are out, but this was like really late at night, like 3, 4 a.m. And when I got it working, all that mattered to me was I ran upstairs and told my parents, I was like, look, I got it working. And like, they were completely dazed and had no idea what was going on. But once they saw it and appreciated it for what it was, they were really, really excited. And being able to share that excitement with other researchers and people that are trying to push the envelope for what's possible in medicine is one of the most interesting things that you can do. And anyone can find that passion with any sort of medicine, whether that's becoming a nurse or a researcher or a computational biologist. All of these fields have that rewarding moment, whether that's interacting with patients or finding the cure for corona. Any of these are possible. And I'd like to take a little bit of time to actually thank all the people who are working tirelessly right now, like nurses, practitioners, doctors, surgeons, researchers, pharmaceutical companies that are all taking their time and effort to sort of curtail what's going on with the pandemic. And it's easier said than done. And it's a lot of selflessness and altruism that's really making this possible. And I think keeping in mind the weighty knowledge that you guys and like us collectively are the next generation of medical practitioners is a really, really cool thing. It's like taking the time to come out here and listen to this presentation and being at the conference itself is just such a great step forward, and acknowledging how much time and effort that you've taken to make it this far and keep continuing to pursue medicine is really, really rewarding, because we're the next people that are going to stop a pandemic. And thank you so much for your time, guys. I'm Krithik, and I hope you enjoyed my little trial and error.
Krithik, how are you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
It's so great to see you. That was very, very awesome. It's so wonderful to see the work you're doing. You're amazing. Thank you so much for agreeing to be one of our young geniuses.
Yeah, thank you. All this work is incredible, and I'm really excited to see all these people in the medical industry soon.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one of the most important things is that I think a lot of delegates look at you and all you've achieved and they say, I could never be him. But then to hear you talk about, oh, these are the 100 people that said no to me and all of the rest, it just goes back to so much of success being determination, right? Not giving up.
Sheer will and grit. And a positive attitude. That doesn't hurt too.
You got to have it just to keep going. Well, thank you so very much. I look forward to seeing you again.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Adios. Great, great guy. So happy to have him. And boy, just to hear like what's possible, even when you're very young. You don't have to have a degree anymore. You don't have to go to college anymore. You don't have to wait. You can just get started. Boom, right away. That's the age of collaboration. You know, it's interesting, but there's some of your fellow delegates that are true medical miracles in and of themselves. And I asked if any would come forward and tell us about themselves. A few did, and I'd like to introduce you to one right now. Nina Davis.
My mom was 6 months pregnant and her friend Michelle was 9 months pregnant. Michelle went into labor, but her husband could not attend. So she asked my mom to coach her through the labor, and her friend gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. Later that night, my mom's water broke. Keep in mind, my mom was having twins. She was 41 and only 6 months into the pregnancy. So my dad and her rushed to the ER, where she was sent to the maternity ward to undergo a steroid treatment for 4 days since the babies were so underdeveloped. On the 5th day, the doctors came to her and said she would have to have a C-section because if the babies didn't come out now, they would die. And on July 1st, my brother was born 2 pounds and I was born 1 pound. We stayed in the hospital for a total of 4 to 5 months and only allowed to leave after we were 4 pounds. During our stay in the hospital, we
Uh-oh. We're live. Stuff happens. Whew. She's only half a medical miracle today. We're going to try and re-roll that and play it later on because it is an amazing story. Geez, now I'm really worried because what we're going to do next is we're going to try and bring in an amazing man, but from a place where, quite frankly, internet connectivity is kind of dicey. So again, guys, stay with me. This is live. Anything can happen. But we're going to give it a shot, okay? Because this is just it's a great man. And to introduce this individual, let me call on your fellow delegate, Selena Whitmer.
My name is Selena Whitmer from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and it is my honor to introduce Dr. Rick Sacra. Dr. Sacra has served as a medical missionary in Liberia, West Africa since 1995. While serving in Liberia, he contracted a deadly virus called Ebola. He was cured of the disease and then returned to Liberia to continue serving as a medical missionary. His contributions include caring for patients, training nurses, medical students, and interns, and helping to increase hospitals' responses to HIV and AIDS. Dr. Sacra is currently serving and living in Monrovia, Liberia, where he joins us from today. Dr. Sacra, welcome to the Congress of Future Medical Leaders.
Thank you so much. Wow. How great to be on with you all. Again, my name is Rick Sacra, and I have served here in Liberia for the last 25 years. I've been through a few crises, you might say. Been evacuated 2 different times due to civil war. Lived through a couple of deadly viral outbreaks like Ebola and COVID. Really, the focus of my work has been on training and mentoring. I've trained and mentored many doctors, nurses, other healthcare providers. Even when I was sick in 2014 with Ebola, several of those people who I had trained and mentored were caring for me in the Ebola treatment unit. But before I get too far into all that, let me rewind a little bit back to when I was right where you are. When I was growing up, two different things, two forces and two ways of thinking came together to form in me a conviction that I needed to be a medical missionary. And those two things, the first one was my relationship with Jesus. I got to know about Jesus through the church I grew up in. And I just remember different people talking and sharing and reading the Bible together and hearing about, when Jesus was asked what the greatest commandment was, he said, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. And when he was asked to explain that more, he told the story of the Good Samaritan, in which a social outcast, a member of a marginalized group, is the hero of his story because he stopped and rescued somebody who was beaten and left for dead by the side of the road. And I decided I wanted to be that kind of person. The second event or relationship was really my relationship with my family doctor growing up. Dr. Burke was this kind, compassionate, intelligent, comforting man. And I remember when he diagnosed me with appendicitis and just how he made the whole thing seem like it was going to be okay. And I remember when he took the fish hook out of my knee and I just was so thrilled with his manner, his way of comforting me. And he made me want to be a family doctor. So those two things came together to make me what I am today. Fast forward through a lot of years of training and college and medical school and residency. And in 1995, my wife and I and our 2 sons arrived in Liberia. where I've been working ever since then at the ELWA hospital with a mission agency called SIM. And about 5 years after that, in the year 2000, two young doctors in Liberia approached me and wanted me to help train them during their internship year. Because at that time, the government hospital was not really fully functional. And so they were doing some time over there and then coming and joining us on nights and weekends and getting some additional training. One of those two doctors stayed on with us after that year of training and became one of our general practitioners. And his name's Dr. Jerry Brown. Dr. Brown worked together with me very, very closely. In fact, we were like this, we were like stuck to each other all the time. People would say, when they saw one of us passing, they'd say, "Where's the other one?" They had this nickname for us in Liberian that's kind of like frickin' frack or something, I don't know. But I taught him, how to use ultrasound, how to treat medical patients. It actually didn't take him too long before he had surpassed my abilities in the operating room. And then after about 3 or 4 years of that, in 2005, he got called away by the government of Liberia to go be the medical director at another hospital in another county in Liberia. Well, not too long after that, I had a call from a surgeon in the US who was looking for somebody to sponsor. He was looking for somebody he could give a scholarship to go and do 5 years of full general surgery training. And so without hesitation, I recommended Dr. Brown. Well, so in August of 2018, Dr. Brown went and started this 5-year Pan-African Academy of Christian Surgeons residency program at the Bingo Baptist Hospital in Cameroon. That's another nation here in West Africa. So that was a 5-year program, a lot of intense surgical training, all the different kinds of surgery, head and neck, abdominal, chest, all the different areas in surgery. And then in 2013, at the end of his 5-year program, Dr. Brown came back to join us at ELWA, and he became our medical director there. He became my boss. At that time in 2013, 2014, I was based in the US. I was traveling back and forth a lot because I had 2 kids in college and 1 in high school. And so, but on a trip to Liberia in March of 2014, and I was there working with the team, we learned that there was an Ebola outbreak up near the border between Guinea and Liberia. Well, many of the doctors, several of the doctors just felt like, hey, if there's Ebola that close to Liberia, it's only a matter of time. It's going to wind up here in Monrovia. So they set to work, and they actually took our chapel at our little hospital and converted it into a 6-bed isolation ward. Now, I came back to Liberia again in May of 2014. We had no cases. That isolation ward was all ready to go, but it was just sitting empty. Then I went back to the States, and in the middle of June, around the 10th of June, they got their first 2 cases of Ebola, and they started using the isolation ward. So these were my friends and colleagues running this isolation ward, taking care of Ebola cases as they came in, and the ward got busier and busier gradually over that next month or so, and by mid-July, it became obvious that this was not going to be enough space. So ELWA and another mission called Samaritan's Purse, working along with the Ministry of Health, then opened a new second Ebola treatment unit that we called ELWA 2. And again, some good friends of mine were running this unit. And it wasn't too long after that new unit that my 2 good friends and colleagues, Dr. Kent Brantley and Nancy Wrightball, on July 26th, were diagnosed with Ebola. Now, I was due to come back to Liberia at the end of August, but when that happened, I really couldn't wait. I knew they would need another doctor around. So on August 4th of 2014, I arrived in Monrovia back at ELWA. Now that was the very day that Nancy Wright Ball was evacuated. Kent had already been evacuated a few days earlier to take treatment at Emory Hospital in Atlanta, Georgia. This was the time when cases were just beginning their exponential rise. You all know what exponential rise is now because of COVID, but we were having that same thing in Monrovia at that time. Cases were just starting to ramp up. All the hospitals in Monrovia at that time were closed. Doctors or nurses had gotten sick with Ebola. The hospitals were closed for decontamination. Staff were afraid to return to work. I just want you to imagine with me, here you were in a city, a capital city of 1.5 million people, and there was absolutely nowhere to go for healthcare. A pregnant woman who needed a cesarean section to deliver, there was nowhere to go. Children with malaria were dying at home without treatment. Somebody with an appendicitis, which would normally be a routine surgical emergency, those had become fatal cases. So there I was, and meeting together with Dr. Brown as we tried to coordinate and make a plan. He was heading up the Ebola treatment unit. He asked me to help reopen the hospital side. We started out with our focus on obstetrics because the pregnant women seemed like the most urgent need. During that first week, we delivered 15 women who had been in labor anywhere from 3 to 10 days. Most of these women had babies that had already died within the uterus, and yet they needed C-sections anyway because they couldn't deliver on their own. And that was how August went, just desperately ill people in serious need. And I told the midwives we were just trying to save the moms most of the time. We had a few babies that we saved, but not too many. Then during that third week in August, we had 3 different ladies come in very, very sick and die in the hospital. Now, none of them had what I would call the cardinal or red flag symptoms of Ebola. None of them had high fever, vomiting, diarrhea, and yet one of them obviously had Ebola. So on August 29th, about a few days later, about 10 o'clock in the evening after a busy day at work and dinner with a friend, I developed a chill. I checked my temperature, it was 100.8 degrees. I immediately was concerned about Ebola. There I was in my little apartment overlooking the Atlantic Ocean, monitoring my temperature this entire weekend, isolating myself, not talking to anybody else, thinking, suspecting this was Ebola. What was I thinking, you might ask? Well, I was of course worried what impact this would have on my wife and kids. But I have to tell you honestly, for myself, I just had a sense of peace and calm. I knew God was right there with me. I knew that I'd been doing what I was called to do. I'd been given the privilege of serving alongside amazing people, providing healthcare that otherwise people would not have had access to. And I knew that whether I survived Ebola or not, through God's grace, I had been faithful to the commitments and the convictions I had made when I was a young man. And that's a calm and peaceful feeling. Well, when it became obvious that this fever wasn't going anywhere, I called up Dr. Brown and told him about it. And he told me that he would send the lab team to my apartment Monday morning to collect a blood sample to test for Ebola. A few hours later, at about 5 in the afternoon, he called me to let me know that indeed I was positive for Ebola. A few hours later, I was taken up to the ELWA2 Ebola treatment unit, where Dr. Brown saw me and evaluated me. He stuck an IV in my left hand. And I remember right as he put the needle in there, he said to me, "Dr. Sacra, now I'm your doctor." And Now you have to listen to what I'm telling you to do and follow my instructions. And it felt kind of good to be able to just lay back and say, okay, I'm the patient now, you take over. Just a few days after that, 3 days later, I was put on a plane to Omaha, Nebraska, where I was treated for 3 weeks at the Nebraska Biocontainment Unit. Then I was released after my Ebola tests had cleared. You know, it's a privilege to be counted among thousands of my African brothers and sisters who can say, I survived Ebola. And God has given me a second chance to both live and enjoy being with my family, but also to continue making a difference here in Liberia, the place that I love. Meanwhile, over here in Liberia, Dr. Brown continued his work of supervising the work at ELWA 2 as the unit grew from 40 beds to 60 beds up to 80 beds. And Dr. Brown would do this, bring out the survivors about once a week. He'd bring out the survivors in a public ceremony. He'd give them each a certificate and shake their hands and make sure people knew that these people were safe. And that was really important in helping reintegrate those people into their homes and to get past the stigma. And it was helpful in bringing new people, you know, sick people, making them know that, hey, if they came in early for treatment, they could survive Ebola too. Meanwhile, back in the US, I was recuperating and recovering. People would ask my wife, Debbie, hey, do you think Rick is going to wind up back in Liberia someday? And she would just laugh. She didn't even have to ask. It was just a matter of when. Well, after about 3.5 months, I had recovered enough of my strength that I was ready to make the trip. So January of 2015, I got to come back to Liberia. I got to thank the people who took care of me in the ETU face to face. That was such a meaningful interaction. Just a few days after that, one of our doctors approached me and he wanted some help whether I could confirm his suspicions about a case. And the case he was talking about was this little 6-week-old baby boy who we'll call Noah. Noah was vomiting. He just developed this severe vomiting. And other than that, he looked like a pretty normal kid. And my colleagues suspected that he had a condition called pyloric stenosis. The pyloric stenosis is where there's a thickened muscle blocking the outlet of the stomach. And it requires surgery. Without surgery, it's going to be fatal. But with surgery, these kids do well. So I was able to put our ultrasound machine on little Noah's tummy, and we were able to confirm that yes, indeed, he had pyloric stenosis. Now, Dr. Brown was very able to do this surgery because of his excellent surgical training. We did have just one anesthetist who was able to handle that case, but he was actually away for the weekend. He'd just gotten married. So we had to keep the little Noah alive until that anesthetist got back to town. We had a doctor from Canada there at the time, and she was able to kind of tune up Noah's electrolytes and keep him in good shape until the surgery could be done a few days later. And so on a Tuesday morning, the anesthetist was there and that surgery got done. What a pleasure that was to see how every member of the team took part. What a pleasure it was for me to be able to hold that little baby and give that little baby back to his mom and see them go home just a couple days later. And that kid, he doesn't live too far away. I sometimes check off on him. He's still doing great. He's about 7 now, doing fantastic. Or I guess about 6 now, doing fantastic. But you know, the real lesson I took from that case was all about the teamwork. You know, to see each member of the team making their contribution perfectly in line. And God just blessed us with that team at that unique time in history in Monrovia, Liberia, in the middle of the Ebola epidemic. Well, you know how when you get to the end of a movie that's based on a true story, Then they show the text going by with kind of the epilogue to give you the follow-up, what happened to those people as time went on. Well, I'm going to do that for you now. Dr. Jerry Brown was named the Time Person of the Year in 2014 for his work with Ebola. 2016, he helped us move into a new 110-bed hospital. In January of 2018, he was tapped by the president of Liberia to go to Monrovia to become the chief executive officer of Liberia's flagship hospital. And then earlier this year, when the COVID outbreak hit, he was asked to head up the COVID response team. And he's played a huge role in helping COVID stay under control here in Liberia. As for me and my medical team, we were given permission in 2017 to start Liberia's very first family medicine residency training program. And so we now have 4 residents in each year of a 3-year program. And in fact, this past August, in the middle of the COVID outbreak, we had our first 2 graduates. And that was just such a blessing for all of us to see these efforts coming to fruition. Well, now I wonder about the epilogue for you. What's coming up in the future for you? You know, I know you all have amazing ideals. You're idealistic. You've got your commitments and your decisions about what kind of person you're going to be. But you know, the research shows that medical training tends to sap away that idealism, tends to take it away from people because of you know, just either burned out or cynical faculty, or challenging, difficult patients, or college and medical school debt. Those things all tend to take away from your idealism. But you know, I have a few pointers for you about how to deal with that. Number one is find a mentor, somebody who can help you hang on to your values and your ideals. Number 2, find an opportunity to volunteer and meet patients and get to know them early in your training. And number 3, be true to your ideals, because medicine is calling. Medicine is a calling and not a job. Thank you. Make us proud.
Rick, I'm proud of you. It's so great to see you again. It's Richard. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you so much. It's awesome to be able to join you from way over here in Liberia.
It's awesome that we were able to hold the connection. I was sweating bullets. But look, I mean, you have such a unique story, and it's not just a story of Ebola, which is amazing, but it's a story about a man who really stays true to his ideals and is the person that he was meant to be. And a lot of it's just pig-headed determination, not giving up. And I'm proud of you, and you're a huge inspiration, so thank you.
Thanks so much. It's great to be with you guys again.
Well, now I'm honored to introduce the delegate who has been selected to actually ask you the questions of our entire group. So I see that Brandon's online here. And Brandon, I'm just going to turn it over to you. The floor is all yours, so take it away.
All right. Thank you, Richard. Thank you for Dr. Sacra. I'm extremely excited to be here and to conduct this session with you. So to start off, coming from the US to Liberia, did you struggle with any language or cultural barriers?
Oh, absolutely. There's a very big cultural gap. Now they do speak English here, Liberian English, but Liberian English is a little different than American English. Definitely took me a couple years of being here before I could really communicate and really connect with people. But learning how to deal with conflicts and issues and controversies across a cultural boundary is very, very important.
I can see how that would be so. How would you compare the healthcare in hospitals in Liberia to the United States?
Well, you've got the staffing issues. I mean, like we have a 110 bed hospital and we have 4 consultants. And then we have about 6 general practitioners and 12 residents. And that's it for the whole hospital. Whereas you can have a hospital in the US with 100 beds and 200 doctors. So there's just a huge staffing difference, a huge staffing mismatch. The number of patients that you're required to see over here is just so much more. That's the biggest difference. And then of course the technology difference. We're operating like where the US was operating 50 years ago in terms of lab tests, imaging. We just got a CT scanner like a year and a half ago.
Wow, it's very interesting. How have you evolved since you contracted Ebola, and did it change you with your ideals or any practice of medicine?
I don't think Ebola changed my ideals because I was really committed to people and to serving people already. I think it did. It helped me understand a little more about the helpless feeling of being a patient. It really gave me that, you're laying in there alone. Nobody's coming to your call. You're yelling, "I need a blanket" or something, and nobody's around. And just to have that compassion, that gave me a more real, concrete sense of that, I think. So I think it just amplified kind of what was already there inside me.
It would make you feel more connected with your patients now?
Yeah.
That's a good thing to have. What do you think about this current crisis with COVID-19? How do you think it could have been handled? Like, do you think it could have been handled differently or better?
I always tell people when they ask me what I think about COVID-19, the first thing I tell them is, look, COVID sucks. There's no good answer to it. It stinks. It just, you're either gonna, you're trying to walk this knife edge between, how can you close down schools and work and society and everything for a year while you wait for a vaccine? It's just like, it's so hard to deal with that, right? And so trying to figure out the right balance, and you've seen different countries do it. Sweden did it one way, and Germany did it another way. Italy did it another way. The U.S. has been another way. I mean, I think that we do need. I mean, I do. I think the reluctance in the U.S. to wear masks has been terrible, and I really think mask wearing has turned out to be the best and number one intervention, and that makes the biggest difference. But I'm just very thankful that we're going to have a vaccine soon. And I'm praying that somebody will send us some over here in Liberia before too long, once it gets available. So,
yeah, I agree too. So, with dealing with the Ebola virus and everything, what words would you say to all the healthcare workers who are in the similar situation now in COVID-19?
Yeah, I mean, have courage, be true to your calling as a healthcare worker. As a healthcare worker, there is sometimes risk in being a healthcare worker, but that's part of our calling. Is to, obviously we don't want to take foolish risks, but sometimes we do have to reach out and care for a patient that involves putting ourselves at least some degree of risk. And I think we have to embrace that. While obviously in a place like the U.S., you want to make sure that the structures that are there are helping protect you and facilitate what you're doing as much as possible. So I'd push the government and hospitals and those groups to do the best they can to protect their healthcare workers. But for individual healthcare workers, we can't just say, well, I'm not going to take a risk. Then we won't be healthcare workers. So
very good. What has been the most rewarding part of your job working in the missionaries in Liberia?
Well, definitely, I think definitely training is really rewarding. Being able to see doctors that I've worked with rise up and become, great doctors like Jerry Brown. I mean, to think that I got to help him at a certain stage in his life as an intern, and now here he is, running the COVID-19 response in Liberia. I mean, that's fantastic. It's humbling actually, because I mean, he's gone way beyond my level now. But anyway, just getting to work with younger doctors and teaching and seeing them then replicate what you've done is just, there's nothing like it. It's great.
Yeah, that's very noble of you, a very noble practitioner. What is a piece of advice that you would give to your younger self, or something you wish you knew growing up and going into the medical field?
Wow. I'm pretty happy with the career choice I made. Like, family medicine has really worked well for me. And winding up here, I think in medical missions, I would say recognizing the impact that this has on my family. I think understanding that from the beginning would have been helpful. I think it's been tough for my wife and kids. They've made real sacrifices to allow me to do what I do, and I don't think I understood or appreciated that in real time as much as I should have.
Yeah, I understand. For our final question, can you explain some of the duties as a medical missionary and how your relationship with the Lord influenced you and your peers throughout your journey in the medical field?
Yeah, now some people who do missions work have this real, have some kind of experience where they heard a voice calling them or something like that. I never had anything like that. It was really just a conviction that grew in my heart that I wanted to help people who didn't have access to healthcare. I knew I wanted to be a doctor since I was quite young. And I figured, hey, God can use me somewhere where they don't have many doctors. Let me do that. So it was really just a conviction, and to have that confidence. I guess I would just say to people, have the confidence to follow the convictions that God puts in your heart. Be brave and courageous enough to just follow those convictions wherever they lead. I didn't know where I was going to end up or exactly how it was going to look like, but at every step of the way, God has always helped me figure out what was next. And so sometimes it's just one step at a time. You don't always know the whole journey. You sometimes just see around the next little corner, but that's okay.
It's very good. Yeah, I can say right now I'm pretty lost with what exactly I want to do, but that's kind of why I came here, is to learn from people like you and to just get a better idea about everything. So thank you for answering these questions.
Fantastic.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Great to be with you.
Thank you so much. And Brandon, I wouldn't say you're lost. I'd say you're on a journey. And you're only lost if you stop trying. Just stay on that journey of discovery and you'll figure it out. And Rick, you're such an inspiration to all of us. Thank you so much for your time. I look forward to seeing you again.
Great to be here with you.
All right, take care. And who do I have behind me? Why, I've got some of you guys. How about a sizzle? Come on, there you are. And I'm watching you guys. I'm watching you. Let me tell you. I wanted to figure out, who is the most relaxed person. I think it's Weston Teese. Give me a wave, Weston. Weston is lying on this couch, and he starts here with his full face, and by now all I can see is his forehead hours later. There you are. Way to go, Weston. So what do you say, guys? Shall we give the medical miracle another try? Let me see it. All right, that's what we're going to do. Let's roll it again.
My mom was 6 months pregnant and her friend Michelle was 9 months pregnant. Michelle went into labor, but her husband could not attend. So she asked my mom to coach her through the labor, and her friend gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. Later that night, my mom's water broke. Keep in mind, my mom was having twins. She was 41 and only 6 months into the pregnancy. So my dad and her rushed to the ER, where she was sent to the maternity ward to undergo a steroid treatment for 4 days since the babies were so underdeveloped. On the 5th day, the doctors came to her and said she would have to have a C-section because if the babies didn't come out now, they would die. And on July 1st, my brother was born 2 pounds and I was born 1 pound. We stayed in the hospital for a total of 4 to 5 months and only allowed to leave after we were 4 pounds. During our stay in the hospital, we lived in incubators with ultraviolet lights. We had a metal structure around our head to shape and form our skulls. And we were given many medications to ensure our survival. According to our mom, we were so small that we could fit into the palm of our hands and quote unquote, looked like wet rats. My mom is really mean for saying that. However, look at us today. We are going on 16 years without having any major health problems due to the power of medicine. Yeah.
Wow, that's a medical miracle. And it's a testament to the year 2010 or 2005, because let me tell you, years before that, there's no way. 1 pound. God bless. Incredible. Well, we're going to go into a 10-minute break, but guess what? Coming out of that 10-minute break, things are going to be just a little bit different. We're not going to have a word, which is good because I can't pronounce most of those words. Instead, there's going to be a video just as the 10-minute break ends. And you got to watch the video and take notes. And then you're going to text your response to the challenge question that I ask you. All right? So just be there a few seconds early. Pay attention to the video. It's not going to be hard. And let's take our 10-minute break.
guys, my name is Raina from Worcester, Massachusetts, and I go to Worcester Technical High School. A unique fact about me is that I began the first women empowerment club in my school.
Hi, my name is Jordan Perryman. I'm 17 years old and I live in Van Buren, Arkansas. I'm also a gymnast, and in 2018, I represented Arkansas at the National Judges Cup in Portland, Oregon.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle from Linden, Kentucky, and something interesting about me is that I've been playing piano since I was 3 and violin since I was 7.
Okay, here it is. At what age did Michelle learn to play the piano? At what age? We'll go to a slide on that, God willing. There she is. And then you are going to go ahead and text that to, do we have a slide on that? Maybe not. Okay, it's the same number, there it is, 774-993-7420. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. All right. So I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, I've heard from all these geniuses, but Richard, he's clearly a genius too. And why hasn't he shared more of his wisdom with me so I can be successful? And the answer is, hang in there, because I actually am going to have some time to do that. But right now, all I've got is like 90 seconds. I was thinking, what can I tell you? So here's what I'm going to tell you, and then I'll explain it later, okay? I asked you earlier to discuss your superpower, and I know a lot of you went, I don't have a superpower. Well, there is one superpower that every single one of you has. Every single one of you. And it's the same one. And that is that you're young. Now you might think, oh, what does that mean? Well, let me tell you something. The fact that you're young gives you an advantage in asking for things, in positioning yourself, in actually creating relationships that you wouldn't believe. And it won't last long, but you got it now. It would be better if you were in junior high school, but you still got it. It'll be gone by the time you're in college. And I'm going to explain to you precisely what it is, and I'm going to explain to you precisely what to do with it, because it is right now a massive superpower that other people your age don't even know they have. So, hang on to that cliffhanger. I'll be back to you with more on it. But right now, wow, it is really a huge privilege to introduce our next Grandmaster, someone that I think is going to be of enormous, enormous meaning to so many of you. And to make that introduction, we've selected your fellow delegate, Galilee Thompson. Take it away.
My name is Galilee Thompson from Mount Pleasant, and it is my honor to introduce Dr. Chip Shoba. Dr. Shoba was the dean at Dartmouth Geisel School of Medicine and is one of the nation's top cancer surgeons. He has been regularly ranked as one of the best doctors in America by his peers and has been recognized for his clinical expertise by Boston Magazine. He was funded by the National Institute of Health for 20 years to study amino acid metabolism in catabolic diseases. Dr. Shoba, welcome to the Congress of Future Medical Leaders.
Thanks, guys. So good to be with you. Wish I could be with you in person, but hopefully that's not too far away. you know, it really means a lot to me for you to take time out of your busy schedules to make this material available to yourself. I looked at the list of people that are going to be speaking to you, and my goodness, we should thank the organizers for assembling a spectacular array of Heisman Trophy winners. So kudos to them. But tell you a little bit about myself. As you heard, I'm a cancer surgeon, a surgical oncologist. I don't do that now, but I did that for about 30, 35 years. I also served as a dean of 2 medical schools, first at Ohio State and more recently at Dartmouth. But I spend my time now teaching and writing about some of the fundamentals of medicine that sometimes get overlooked because the technological advancements have been spectacular, right? And I'm gonna talk a little bit about what I consider to be the foundations, you know, what is at the core of medicine. You know, what is it about medicine that we don't want to lose because it's so fundamental? But I do want to say that regardless of what you each choose to go into, whatever field of healthcare, could be medicine, could be dentistry, could be veterinary medicine, optometry, nursing, pharmacy, all of those fields are wide open and they need people, superpowers, as Richard called you, need people like you to pursue them, because whether it's teaching or research or patient care or community service, there's plenty to go around for everybody. So I tell our students, look, this is still the best job in the world. Be grateful that you have the gifts to be able to pursue this education that you're aspiring to pursue, because it does take a lot of discipline and stamina, but you guys have already proven that you have that. So let's talk a little bit about what do we mean by a foundation of medicine? You know, it's like a foundation of a house. If the foundation of your house is, excuse me, shoddy or crumbly, you know, the house isn't going to stand. And you need a different kind of foundation than that, but nonetheless, an extremely strong foundation is going to be critical, I think, to your success going forward. So let's talk about that. What do we mean by the foundation of medicine? I think of it this way, and I'll use some examples and some comparisons. So one of the ways that you can think about medicine being grounded or founded or governed, if you like that word, is to come at it from the marketplace point of view. And as all of you know, certainly in the past 30 years, we've seen medicine, healthcare in general, become more commercialized. The for-profit corporations in healthcare have moved in. Their emphasis is on profit. So the business of medicine is now business and medicine. And we have to accept that, and not only accept it, but make things better. And you are going to be the generation of people that do that, because let me tell you, there's a lot of waste in healthcare. You know, some waste is inevitable because people have preferences and that sort of thing. But, you know, last I looked at the healthcare numbers, you know, we're up over 3 trillion, I think, a year in expenditures. And, you know, there's a good chunk of that we could get rid of by being more efficient, by following protocols and standards of care. But what I want to leave you thinking about is, to what extent do we want to transactionalize medicine? And look, I would be the first to say that transactions are necessary, they're important, they're useful. The kind of transaction that you make at the ATM machine when you withdraw money, that's a convenience. It works extremely well. The kind of transaction that you have when you take your car in to have it serviced, the repair people provide a service, you in exchange, pay money. All of those kinds of transactions, I think, to the extent that they're computerized and grounded in good informatics, that's all good. Here's what I want you to think about. There's a number of people in the country now, I think physicians in general would say, that there's something different about the encounter between a physician or a clinician and a patient than there is between a repairman and an automobile. You know what I'm saying. You get that. What I want you to keep in mind is that transactions are really important, but the nature of the relationship between the doctor and the patient, the nurse and the patient, the caregiver and the patient, that must be relational. It can't be transactional. There's a transactional part of it that insurance companies and the like get involved in. But the fundamental diet or the fundamental core of our healthcare system is the two-person, that unit of caregiver and cared for. That's the fundamental unit of the whole healthcare system. And if you ground that relationship, or as I said before, if that relationship is governed by the marketplace, then it's a relationship that is entirely commercial and transactional. If that doctor-patient relationship is governed by the courts, then the underlying fabric is the law. What I'm saying is that underlying relationship between you and your patient is not about the marketplace. It's not about the courts. It's about a covenant. It's about a covenant. A covenant is an agreement that people make. So a covenant is always based on three things. One is trust, one is commitment, and one is straight communication. You guys know that. You've probably all seen a doctor at some point in your life. Yes, the technical skills of the physician are important, the knowledge, their diagnostic skills, knowing what test to order and so on and so forth, that's all important. But if you think about the doctors and nurses in your life that you've gotten to know, perhaps when you were a patient or just on a routine physician visit, there's something about the relationship that's very important to you. It's not that you got to be friends with your doctor, but all of you know that what's important is that your doctor be present with you, that your doctor show up as concerned, that your doctor show up as interested in what you have to say. That's the nature of the relationship. Those things take time, right? You have to listen. And as you all know, there's a great deal of pressure now in the system to see more patients in shorter periods of time. And what gets compressed is not so much the tests and the x-rays and that kind of stuff, which is necessary, but what gets compressed And damaged, I would say, is the related part of it. The related part of it. This is the part of the doctor-patient relationship that chews on docs. It wears on them. And you've probably seen some of the literature about burnout in the healthcare field. My goodness, it's as high as 60% in some fields. The more recent term that is being used is what's called moral injury. You know, the inability to spend the necessary amount of time with your patient. It causes great consternation, not just for the patient, but for the doctors, because they don't feel like they can always do their job adequately. So whatever you end up doing in the healthcare field, remember that it's important to have a foundation. And that foundation is not made so much of certificates and accreditations and boards and that sort of thing. You know, you have to do that sort of thing. But the foundation, for me anyway, is made up, it's made up of all these memories that I have of the people I've taken care of. Now, let me tell you a couple of stories. They're simple stories, but you'll see what I mean when I say those memories and that commitment to that patient, that becomes part of the foundation. It's solid steel, man, and you cannot, it's really reinforced. So maybe 20 years ago, I saw a patient that was a walk-in patient to our clinic. We had the policy of seeing anybody and everybody, whether they were able to pay or not. This woman did not have health insurance, and she was Latina. I believe she was from Colombia, perhaps, and spoke no English. She came with her daughter, who spoke some English. And I just happened to be assigned her because it was my day seeing patients, and most of them were scheduled, but of course we'll see this patient. She spoke no English, and it turns out that I speak fluent Spanish because I was born and raised in Caracas, Venezuela. And so I was able to speak with her in Spanish and listen to her and hear her story. And, she had a breast lump. And so we ordered the necessary tests, the mammogram and the like, and scheduled a follow-up visit where we would talk about what we needed to do next, right? And so I'm standing, with the chart. This back when we had paper charts, filling it out. And she comes up to me. She was maybe 5 feet on a good day, and I'm 6'3". So she comes up to me and she says in Spanish, she says, "I prayed for a doctor who spoke Spanish, and you have answered my prayers." Now, if that doesn't inspire you and motivate you and validate the foundation that you're standing on, I don't know what does. It's little things like that where you've made a difference to somebody in the most authentic way that is so precious. And, as I kind of intimated, we've got a lot of forces that are pulling this related part, this caring part, this compassionate part of healthcare apart. And you guys don't want to let that happen. Tell you another story. Many, many years ago, I was referred a patient with a stomach cancer. And I saw her in the office, and she came with her husband, and we did the appropriate workup and studies, and it looked like everything was confined to the stomach, and under those circumstances, we operate because surgery is still the primary modality for most solid tumors. And so I did the operation I do it with the residents. I always enjoyed teaching people how to operate. And she does very well. And, I see her sort of routinely in follow-up. But 2 years later, I saw her in routine follow-up, and one of her blood tests was abnormal. And make a long story, we did some studies, and she had metastatic disease in her liver. And with gastric cancer and metastatic disease, that's not a good prognosis. And I met with her and her husband, and I said, because we had a very good relationship, I said, here's what we're dealing with. And I said, we're not going to be able to cure you. We can get maybe some time and we can make you comfortable, but we're not going to be able to cure you. But I said, but I'm promising you right now that I will always care for you. I'll care for you. And about a year later, she passed, and her husband and I became friendly, and he told me several years later, he said, I just want you to know that when you told my wife that you would always be there to care for her, nothing else mattered. Nothing else mattered. So you have this enormous possibility in your future of being able to deal with, counsel, help people that are going to need your expertise. That's a real gift. I finished with one other story, because it's, in hindsight, it's kind of funny. This was years ago. I believe I was a resident. So it'd be like late 80s, mid 80s, somewhere around there. And saw a patient in the clinic who had a huge pelvic mass. Looked like a big ovarian cyst. So like a basketball filled with water, right? And, it was big, and, water weighs, a cubic foot of water is over 60 pounds. So anyway, this thing weighed like 100 pounds. And so she comes in, she's 200 pounds, and because she was a small woman in the first place. We took this thing out. It was all full of fluid, and the lining of the cyst was benign, so she was cured. But she comes back to the clinic about a month later, and she's all pretty much recovered, healed up, and she weighs 100 pounds, and nobody recognized her. She had to get new clothes and everything. But so kind of a funny story, but it had a great ending. Remember, you guys are going to be physicians, you're going to be teachers, you're going to be researchers and pharmacists. Remember, you're also going to be leaders. The public looks up to you. And remember that leadership is not a title. It's not a title. It's a responsibility. And what you want to remember is that leadership, this thing called leadership, is born out of a relational space, right? It's the relational space with your patient, or the relational space with your partner, or the relational space that you develop with people at work. It is out of that leadership is born. So you got to cultivate it. It's like a garden. You got to cultivate it. And again, trust, transparency, commitment, those are the fundamentals. You guys know that. I wish you the best. I'm rooting for you. and I look forward to taking as many questions as I can. Have a great day.
Thanks so much, Doctor. It's great seeing you again. Love your passion. It really comes through. And now I'd like to introduce Alexis Benson, who's been selected to ask the questions from the delegates. I see Alexis is here. So the floor is yours, Alexis. Take it away.
Okay. So my first question is, what pulled you towards oncology? What advice can you give to young people when choosing a specialty?
Okay, so what pulled me to oncology was, I knew I wanted to do surgery, and oncology is big surgery. It's usually elective surgery, so you can plan carefully for it, and you do an awful lot of good for the patients. What I discovered later in my life is that the cancer patients are patients who you could say, if anybody has a right to complain about the bad hand they got dealt, it would be a cancer patient. But turns out cancer patients are extraordinarily grateful. And I really, really enjoyed taking care of cancer patients, even though, people do pass, and that's just part of the where we are right now with cancer. What advice would I give to young people? You pursue what you love. You might say, I don't know what I love. Well, try out experiences, but you want to do what you want to do, not what your parents want you to do or your teacher wants you to do. You do what your heart calls you to do. That's the best advice I can give you.
Okay, thank you. I like that advice. How has COVID-19 affected your job as a surgeon?
Well, we didn't talk about COVID because, I'm sure you're going to, Richard will probably talk to you about it, and you'll have some other people talk about it. But, this, as this pandemic has really slammed the way in which we go around things. And you probably know, or probably would surmise, that when COVID first hit, there was, the surgical cases that we normally do would get, they got kind of decreased for a while. I think what we've learned is certainly in the hospital setting is how to be safe, how to wear masks, how to prepare. And so most institutions, the elective general surgery is for the most part back up and going. I think it's done quite safely, actually. But this is the first time we've had a pandemic in our lives, right? The last pandemic was 1918. A third of the world got infected. A third of the world. In the United States, 25% of the country got infected, and we didn't have any vaccine or anything like that, right? And but at the rate we're going with deaths, we're not too far off. We're about halfway to the number of deaths with the flu in 1918. We need to do a lot better than that. You guys know what to do. Wear your masks, practice social distancing. You've heard it a million times. Fortunately, the vaccine data looks promising, but we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yes, that's very true. How did you deal with the possibility that a patient may not always make it and keep that separated from your personal life?
Well, one of the things about surgery is it's not risk-free, right? So, every time I went in, I always told the patient beforehand, I said, look, here, if you're going to get a complication, these are the ones that have been reported. I don't anticipate anything. Obviously, one complication is death. We think that's very, very remote. So you want to be straight with patients, tell them the truth. But you know, there are patients who are usually elderly and debilitated, and their capacity to tolerate, you know, a big operation is not as good as yours, you young people, that's for sure. And yeah, you know, patients die in my practice, and it's a reason to keep fighting to get a hold of this disease.
Right. Yes. What advice do you have to give future oncologists or oncology surgeons from the hardest day to the best day? What is your best advice?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. What advice do you have to give to future oncologists or oncology surgeons from the hardest to the best day?
Well, you know, here's what I always told the students and the residents on surgery, is when, you know, surgery is an interesting thing. And by the way, it's anybody can learn how to operate. It's not that hard. You know, you have to train your hands, so to speak, and you have to learn how to make good judgments. But here's what I always told the young people. If patients, when they're referred to a surgeon, the sort of blind trust that they place in them, you know, the entrustment of their body, that's a big deal. It's a big deal for somebody to give you permission to remove a breast or to open up a major body cavity and remove a piece of their intestine or a piece of their lung. And we should not take that for granted. It's a real privilege to be able to do that. And this is why I don't like thinking of patients as widgets or numbers or something like that. Every patient is an individual. You'd want to be treated that way if you were in their position. So you want to be thankful for the skills that you have and for the privilege that you have to do what you're doing for these people who need your help.
Yeah, for sure. What has been the most rewarding part of your job?
Boy, there's so many parts. You know, I would say the integrating theme of it all is working with young people. That's what I like the best. And, you know, I've been very fortunate in my career, my early career when I was more into basic research. I had high school students, college students, medical students, residents, you know, young people working in the lab. And I really enjoyed that. I enjoy working with the young people, and you know, they're smart, they're bright, they're motivated, and that's what I like the best.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So our last question is a follow-up to that question. So do you think that our generation, all of the people here that are included in this Congress, do you have hope, and do you believe that in moving forward in the oncology surgeon business that we will be able to succeed just like your generation?
Oh, I mean, it goes, I have enormous confidence in you. You know, I'm old enough to be your grandfather, but here's what I would say about young people today that, you know, this is broader than surgical oncology, but I think you guys, you know, you're much more inclusive, and that's awesome. That's awesome. You're much more aware and concerned of global issues. And you got to be aware in order to do something about it. And I think my own view is we need a national health service in this country. We need some healthcare plan for everybody. We don't have that. We're the only country, only developed country that doesn't have that, and I think that's a shame. And I think that, you know, in your generation, in your life, certainly in the next 30 years, we're going to see big improvements in cancer. I mean, look, think about it. What you really want to do is put us out of business, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to put us out of business because there's no cancer. That would be great. You guys are going to do that. Guarantee it.
Yes. Very excited for our generation to move on and to be.
Yeah, look, I'm rooting for you all.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Always enormously grateful. That was just marvelous. Thank you for your time.
Sure. Thank you, Richard.
See you soon, I hope.
I hope so.
Well, that was just awesome, wasn't it, guys? Beautiful. And Alexis did a great job also. Very, very wonderful. You know, to feel that passion, it's so inspirational to understand that these are men and women who do what they do because they care deeply about human life and about the future of the world. And I have a sneaking suspicion that's you as well. So we're all kind of in alignment here. We're all part of a family. All part of a family. It's a beautiful thing. And as part of that, we're now going to do our next breakout so that you guys have a chance to chat. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. And I'm going to give you like 60 seconds to think about it, because what I want you to do is picture yourself in a parallel universe where it's still you. You know, this is your life. But there's one difference. And that difference is that you are completely incapable of failing. Everything you try works. Everything. Everything. Not in the past, but from this day forward. It's like magical. You couldn't fail, right? No matter how big you think about your future, no matter how huge your goal is, you know you're going to achieve it because everything works for you. And here's my question to you. In that world, in that parallel universe, if you weren't you, if you were the other you, all right, what would your goals be? What would your goals be? What would you want to do? What would you want to achieve? What would your world look like 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 years from now? Or even 2 or 3 years, right? If you absolutely could fail at nothing, what kind of goals, aspirations, outcomes, what would you do? What would you do with that incredible gift? Okay? So I wanted you to think about that for let's set the clock for just 1 minute, and then make a couple of notes if you'd like. And at the end of that minute, we'll start the breakout. Not yet. All right, go have some fun in your fantasy world, and let's break out. All right. I hope that fantasy session was amazing. And I want you to keep your notes because we're going to do something with those notes tomorrow. So don't forget what you said, okay? Now, for the second time, I want you to flip back to the dashboard, and I want you to take the little survey and tell me were there 3 or 4 people in your group. 30 seconds. Get over there and do it. Boom. All right, thank you. So, I just want to have a serious chat for a couple of minutes with those of you that are thinking about the Honors Future Docs Abroad program. And after we have this little chat, we're going to go to break. So if you have absolutely no interest, it's never going to happen for you, you can go to break right now. For the rest of you, look, here's the deal. There's absolutely, you might have seen on social networks, there's been some hard feelings in past years because there's so many people that want to get into this tiny little program. It's so prestigious, the certification is so useful, but it's tiny. It's tiny because it's all the hospitals and medical schools can do in order to maintain the quality and make sure that you're 1-on-1, 1-on-2, 1-on-5, you know, in really, really small groups in surgery and all the rest. So really all I want to say is you got to follow the instructions really closely so that we can make this as fair as it possibly can be. You know, it's kind of like an Ivy League college. Not everybody who wants to get in is going to be able to get in, but at least we can make it a fair process. So what's going to happen is in a few moments, I'm going to post a reminder of the date and time where we'll begin taking applications, which is not now under any circumstances. And then tomorrow I'm going to have a countdown clock so that under no circumstances are you going to miss that moment when you've got to go and take action. And you want to be sure to talk to your parents and make sure somebody's available, right? That you cannot delay. You cannot say, I'll do it an hour afterwards. It's got to be done right at that moment because it's going to fill up like that, okay? So with that, in the lower right-hand corner, we are now going to put a little box, and the box is going to have, there you go, the exact time that enrollment's going to open. So I just wanted to be completely transparent about the process. Good luck. And with that, we are going to take a 10-minute break. And then we're going to come back. And don't forget, there's a prize. So be back right at the dot. See you then. Okay, welcome back. I'll give you the secret word, and the good news is I can actually pronounce this word, which is abrasion. Yes, abrasion. Let's take 30 seconds. Give them a All right, so we're having a bit of a technical problem here, bringing in our next live speaker. And I have a plan, but I need 2 minutes to get going on that plan. So we're going to do like a 2-minute stretch. Don't go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. Just, just chill. Cut. Bye. I need to go. Well, I got some bad news and I got some good news. Once again, you're not going to have the benefit of my genius because we've reestablished the connection to our next Grand Master, and which, by the way, is the good news. So with that, I would like to call on your fellow delegate, Hayden Pleasant, who is going to make the introduction.
My name is Hayden Pleasant from the Woodlands, Texas, and it is my honor to introduce Dr. Bowden Pomahawk. Dr. Pomahawk's last name translates to helper in the Czech language. He performed the first 3 full-face transplants in the United States, plus 3 double-hand transplants. One of his procedures was showcased on the ABC documentary series Boston Med. He established the plastic surgery transplantation program at Brigham and Women's Hospital, Harvard Medical School's premier teaching hospital and the nation's leading center in face transplantation. Dr. Pomahawk, welcome to the Congress of Future Medical Leaders.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation and thank you for having me. First slide, please. If you could please advance to the next slide. Thank you. So several years ago, I visited the National Museum of Health and Medicine in Washington, D.C. And they have a really interesting repository of sculptures and imprints of deformed faces from the First World War and the stages of their reconstruction. It was actually during the First World War where digging trenches was considered one of the major tactical advances in the warfare, and that protected and saved a lot of lives of the soldiers. However, their less protected faces that were sticking out of the trenches got an increased rate damaged and destroyed by shrapnel, fire, and other ballistic trauma. And it was at that time that Sir Harold Gillies in England really founded the modern plastic surgery and laid the principles of replacing like with like. What he back then started to do is create pedicled tubular flaps that he walked from various body parts where you had redundancy, for example, from the stomach, and then detached one end and reattached it and walked it literally up in stages to the face. And this is what you see 100 years ago, a final result of a soldier that got probably shrapnel injury flying across his mid-face and gradually got reconstructed with one of these petticoat flaps. And what was shocking to me, next slide, please. What was shocking to me is that when one of the first patients when I became an attending had similar defect from high voltage injury of the mid-face, and I was able to reconstruct him in one surgery instead of multiple operations, it's still quantitatively and qualitatively is really not better than what we were doing 100 years ago. You can see that still we are resorting to using tissues that don't belong to the face, don't look like face, and simply don't resemble any part of the facial structures. Next slide. That brings me to the story of Carmen. Carmen was a transplant nurse in California, and that's where she went, her husband. But after she moved back to Vermont and New Hampshire, they became increasingly estranged. And ultimately, in one of these unfortunate events, her husband or ex-husband at that time attacked her, induced with industrial strength lye, and converted Carmen, who looked like this, next slide, to someone who was struggling for life for many weeks in the intensive care unit. This is how she looked after more than 20 operations just on the face and probably 20 operations on the neck, which we were trying to release. She almost lost her eyesight and still has residual eyesight only on the left eye. She had severe contracture of her face and neck. She barely could move the left side of the face at all. She had a little bit of movement on the right. And she was in so much pain that she was on dose of oxycodone or narcotic medications that would kill any one of us if we were to take it. Next slide. So why do we really need a face? And I guess you really don't have to know what our now former president is thinking, but you can really read people's emotions. You can read their minds in many ways just by looking at facial expression. So face is really very important for communication, and what we take for granted that we look like human beings with pair of eyes, nose, and mouth, and the fact that we can animate and express our emotions is something that's fundamentally human. And that's what our patients after tragic facial injuries struggle with. Next slide, please. So to really restore rather than reconstruct form or function is currently impossible. We're still resorting to tissues that simply don't belong to the face. Next slide. And the only way really to accomplish it is by transplantation, where the actual exact parts are transferred from deceased donor to a recipient. Next slide. And it's our pride that transplantation as a field really started and was founded at Brigham and Women's Hospital, coincidentally by plastic surgeon Joseph Murray. He also took care of injured soldiers from the Second World War, and noticed the very interesting thing. When he was treating burns with skin grafts, he could take two grafts, one from the patient's own skin and one that looked virtually identical from someone else, and only the graft from the patient's own skin took, while the other one was rejected. And that phenomenon of immunological rejection was what ultimately led him to perform series of experiments. But skin was really difficult to diagnose when it really fails, and sometimes there are technical problems. So he switched to kidney as an organ that provided him with serum marker, the level of creatinine that he could measure as a function and sign of rejection at a very particular moment when the rejection occurred. And that ultimately led to first successful human transplantation between identical twin brothers. One of them was dying of kidney failure and the other one was willing to donate. But as Joe Murray always refers to, following this gigantic success in 1954, there was really 10 dark years, in his words, when patients were dying and kidneys were not surviving because of the rejection process. Obviously, between identical twins, you don't need to suppress immune response, but any other kidney would have failed. And it took 10 years before immune suppressive medication called azathioprine was discovered, and ultimately led to success of expansion from kidney to liver transplantation, heart, lung, pancreas, and so forth, small intestine, so that to date there is over 1 million lives saved by this technique and technology. And for that, Joe Murray was awarded Nobel Prize as the last surgeon to achieve such a high award in medicine. Next slide. So my hope was that, similarly as Joe Murray, I could actually help our patients reconstruct their faces by recovering a face from brain dead donor, where the human tissues would be recovered not only to look like human, but also to contain the functional elements underneath: the muscles, the nerves, the vessels, the amount of bone that's needed. Sometimes it's upper jaw, sometimes it's just the nasal bone, and then transfer it as one unit to the recipient, where the corresponding structures would be identified and reconnected. Next slide. And this is really possible only because of advances such as microsurgery, where you can see on the upper panel just comparison of microneedle and microsuture compared to penny. So this really allowed us, with magnification of operative microscope, connect tiny little vessels and establish blood flow in tissues that otherwise would not be possible. Next slide. And we use this technique on daily basis. This is a rather extreme example showing that patient who has lost traumatically in amputation his hand, but it was too sick to undergo the actual replantation, and other teams were working on his chest. This hand was temporarily connected to posterior tibial artery, an artery that goes down to your foot, and corresponding vein to keep it alive while the patient was stabilized and before he became stable enough and healed well enough that we could go back and put the hand back on. Next slide. So that was a major breakthrough. But the other aspect of changing the paradigm of how we think about the human body was also, how do you define how much tissue you can really transfer and what amount of tissue needs what kind of vessels. And for development of that, we had to sort of steer away from the functional view of human body and the systems such as muscular or skeletal or nervous, but rather look at building blocks of the human body. Next slide. And these building blocks are three-dimensional blocks of tissue that you can define by a blood flow coming from only one artery and one vein. And this is a sort of a body map of various angiosomes that can be literally each one of them transferred and either transplanted or used for reconstruction. Next slide. So using all these things, as well as advanced radiology, we were able to identify which vessels are present, which vessels may have been damaged or used for previous reconstructions. And piece by piece, we were able to put together the complex operation that entailed recovery of the donor face and transplantation to the recipient. And you can see on this phenomenal radiology images, thanks to our collaborators, Dr. Rybicki and others back then, you can actually subtract soft tissues and see only the vessels and skeleton. You can see the surface, like on the left side, or you can see just the skeleton and plus minus the vessels. So it gives you phenomenal three-dimensional imaging of the human body. Next slide. For each patient, we created this sort of a mental list of what would be necessary to first dissect on the patient's face, but also what to recover on the donor. And what you see on the right side is a typical image what we've sort of created for each donor. For Carmen specifically, we wanted to have nerves that power orbiculis oculi, or muscles that allow her to open and close her eyes, muscles that power her lips. And because her left face was more paralyzed than right, we had specifically included several branches of facial nerve, the nerve that powers the face, that would be existing for the left side. Additionally, we included all the sensory nerves that provide sensation of the forehead, of the midface, and of the jaw area, and those are depicted in orange color. And then all this is transferred as one unit and connected to artery and vein, which is depicted as red and blue. Next slide. And then comes the moment when we actually receive a call that donor became available. And of course, every donation is associated with the tragic event of someone dying, but it provides hope and life to so many patients. And in various occasions, we either fly or drive by ambulance to the hospital where the donor is currently localized. And we split into two teams. One team works on the recipient, preparing all the structures that I've described, and the donor recovery team that recovers all the tissues. And then ultimately, we coalesce into one team once the donor part arrives to our operating room. Next slide. So I apologize, these will be rather graphic views, but best sort of illustrates what the patients are going through and what we're able to accomplish with transplantation. Next slide. So these are our first several patients. This is actually how they looked at the time of initial injury. Next slide. Some of them I don't have because they were operated elsewhere. I don't have the original pictures, but you can see the first three patients after on the top what would be, and bottom what would be conventional reconstruction. So top three, the bottom are the next three patients. Next slide. And this is how they can look after facial transplantation. Some patients look virtually normal. Some patients still don't look quite normal, but all of them have regained human appearance. Next slide. And similarly, we have performed a couple of years ago the first African-American transplant in the United States, Robert, next slide, who was tragically burnt in an accident when a drunk driver hit his car in a pullover lane. And this is how he looks now. Next slide. And similarly, for Carmen, we were able to transplant and reconstruct her or restore her from what she looked like prior to transplantation. Next slide. To what she was looking 6.5 years after the transplantation. And these profound changes, next slide, were associated with phenomenal improvement in quality of life. This is our very first patient who underwent partial face transplant, walking down the aisle of his daughter, something that he probably wouldn't be able to do without the face and with a hole in the middle of his, where he should have had nose and upper jaw. His speech improved, his quality of life improved, his ability to connect with his family improved. And this is why we do it. Next slide. Unfortunately, in Carmen's case, she suffered from what we call chronic rejection, something that occurs over time. And it started back in August 2019, when she called me and said that she feels a little bit of swelling on her face. And a few days later, she developed blisters. And before we realized, these were all full thickness necrotic areas of tissue. 3 months later, she already looked quite deformed. Next slide. And ultimately, a year after this process started, this was her appearance. So chronic body rejecting the foreign tissue, unfortunately beyond control of what we can do. And this is a huge problem that we haven't really solved. And that occurs despite, next slide, despite the medications that the patients have to take. Medications that suppress their immune response so that they do not reject the foreign tissue, but medications that also allow to some degree function of the patient's body immune system so that they don't die of opportunistic infections and cancer. So ultimately, just like Joe Murray waiting for 10 years for first immune suppression, I think we're somewhere in that similar phase where we're waiting for something, next slide, for something that would be called tolerance, a protocol of induction of tolerance of foreign tissues without the need for medications. And there are some first signs that this may be possible, but we're still not quite there. Now, fortunately for Carmen, we were able to find a second donor, and she's actually the first patient who has ever been retransplanted in the United States and only second in the world. But not everybody is as lucky, and it gives us a really important lesson that no matter how high our hopes are for our patients, these transplants are unfortunately not going to be necessarily lifelong lasting. Next slide. And of course, this is a tremendous team effort where I play a significant role, but there are many, many surgeons, other physicians, nurses, physical therapists, and so forth, psychologists, psychiatrists, you name it, who have been incredibly important, probably over 50 people that participate in every one of these cases and continue to follow the patients. So with that, thank you so much for your attention, and I'll pass the word to Carmen.
Thank you so much, Doctor. We'll see you in a few minutes. Well, listen, delegates, it's time for an incredible thing, which is that you are going to be one of the first people in the world to see Carmen's new face. I have not seen Carmen's new face. This will be the first time that I have seen Carmen's new face. However, under no circumstances, as in no circumstances, are you allowed to post a picture of Carmen on social. I can't give you an award of excellence if you do. This is forbidden. You can take a picture, you can show it to your family, you can show it to your friends, but you cannot post it on social. She's not ready for that yet, and we need for you to respect her. Okay? It's just that simple. And with that, I'd like to call on your fellow delegate to introduce Carmen Tarleton.
Hello everyone, my name is Ariana Patel from Bear, Delaware, and it is my honor to introduce Carmen Tarleton. On June 10th, 2007, Ms. Tarleton's estranged husband broke into her rural Vermont home, beat her with a baseball bat, and doused her with industrial strength lye. After spending the next 3.5 months in a medically induced coma, Ms. Tarleton awoke to an unimaginable reality. She was blind and permanently disfigured, with burns covering more than 80% of her body. With so much taken away, no one could have anticipated that Ms. Tarleton would gain an awakening, a purpose, and joy from this experience. By sharing her journey, Ms. Tarleton proves that life is a choice and offers a rare glimpse into the best and worst corners of the human heart. Ms. Tarleton, welcome to the Congress of Future Medical Leaders.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. I thank you so much for having me. I must say, I feel like I am one of the most fortunate people on the planet. As you know, my first phase started to fail last summer. And it was a difficult thing for me. It was so unexpected. Of course, I am well aware that we're in uncharted waters. We don't know how long they're going to last. And I certainly knew that I did not have the best of matches with my first donor. And I knew that going in. And that was okay with me. And even when it started to fail, it was never a failure to me. I had done incredible things that I actually wanted to do, given that first phase transplant. And one of those things was I was on incredible amounts of narcotics after my initial burn. And I was on narcotics for years, and I could not get comfortable. My main reason initially to have a face transplant was that I didn't think I could live very long on those medications and those high doses. And I didn't really feel that I really had to. And I did get off narcotics a year after having a face transplant. I traveled, I spoke in public about my face transplant. I have a beautiful relationship with my first donor's daughter that I cherish to this day. We're such good friends. So it was never a failure to me, even though it lasted about 7.5 years prior to my second phase surgery, which was in July. So I went through it. I had to deal with the failing face, which sort of went away, and I started to look like I had prior to my face transplant. And I was just fortunate enough, and I was more than willing and asked for a second face transplant. And I was hoping for a better match. But they, it was only going to be the second one in the world, and they didn't know if I could get a better match. I mean, I have a very rugged immune system for many different reasons, and so I put it out there to the universe, and I said, I told my sister, I want what best possibility. I want the best possible face I can get. And I left it at that. And then when I got called for the surgery, and I have such a better match with my donor this time than I did the first time, I knew instantly that things were going to improve for me. And that not only was I feeling like the most fortunate person on the planet, it gave me a new chapter to share my story, a new chapter to share resiliency, and all these things that we all encompass, that we have access to. you guys need to know you have access to resiliency. You have access to being focused and being confident and getting what you want and doing what you want to do. You have access to all of that. That's the easy part. The hard part is when things don't go so good. The hard part is making a choice. I made a choice those times to have a face transplant, knowing that there were things that are going to be painful. Whether it's surgery, whether it's biopsies, whatever it is, there's pain involved. You get to the point where you're willing to accept that short-term pain, because it is a part of medicine, to have the long-term effects for me, which are comfort and independence and doing what I want to do and feeling good in my body, and those kinds of things that I certainly took for granted prior to being attacked. I certainly was not awake to any of that, and I was a registered nurse for many years, and I have learned so much in the last 13 years with my experiences, and one of them being true forgiveness, which I speak about. There is nothing better than forgiving someone doing you wrong, whether it's fair or unfair, or whether you think it's fair or unfair. Forgiving that and freeing yourself, because you forgive for yourself. You don't forgive for anyone else, because it doesn't work. You only forgive for yourself. And when you forgive for yourself, you free yourself of all that negativity. So in my situation, the negativity was so big and so deep into my person in every way that it freed me on so many levels to do the things I wanted to do. And although some of the, of course, those things have taken me years to accomplish, that's all been okay with me. There's a perfect timing for everything. And I am very happy to be here and to share my story with you. So I thank you for that. Thank you so much.
I think we are going to go now to bring Dr. Pomahawk back to the screen. And by the way, Carmen, you are looking spectacular. I love you. It's great to see you.
Thanks, Richard.
And now we are going to introduce the delegate who has been selected to question both of you on behalf of all of the delegates. And this is Faith Anello. So Faith, I see you're there. Hello again. And I'm going to turn the floor over to you. Go for it.
Thank you again, Richard. Good evening, Dr. Pomahawk and Miss Carmen Tarleton. My name is Faith Ainello. Thank you for being here with us today. It's a privilege to conduct this Q&A on behalf of my fellow delegates, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to hear from both of you. Carmen, this is my third time at the Congress, but your resilience and passion to empower others never ceases to amaze me. And Dr. Pomahawk, the precision in your work and your dedication to your craft inspires me to work harder to hone my own drive as I journey into the medical field. Before I jump into the questions, is there anything either of you would like to begin with?
I would probably add to, one thing that I didn't stress out enough was that the pain that associates healed burns is tremendous, and Carmen has mentioned it as well. It's been beyond 350 milligrams of oxycodone a day that she was on. Following the first transplant, within a year, she was completely off pain medications. So that's another benefit of the operation that sometimes is missed.
That's very interesting. And I think one thing that's actually really inspired me seeing both of you speak together a number of times now is actually your relationship with each other. And one thing that the delegates have asked is, what is the biggest lesson you have learned from each other through this whole process?
Carmen, would you want to start?
Sure. I have learned through my face transplants and having Dr. Tomahawk in my life and the other doctors since my face transplant as well. That Dr. Tomahawk has been around since I was injured, and that, it's more than 13 years ago. And I really learned to really nurture a relationship and to really talk about choices, talk about decisions. And I felt that I was so lucky to be able to really trust him 100%, and that's what I needed to do, and that's what I was able to do. And I really learned that trust through this experience with Dr. Tomahawk.
Well, thank you, Carmen. I think that trust is mutual, and in order to conquer a medical problem, the doctor and the patient have to work together, and you have been a great partner on this journey. What I probably have learned the most from you, and what I admire the most, is really your strength and resilience. It's easy to say, and we all think that we have a lot of it, but I've never seen anything quite like what you have been through, and anybody who would get through that with such a incredible positive energy and attitude. And I think you're really a special human being that inspires a lot of people around the world now.
Oh, thank you for that, Dr. Tomahawk.
You've definitely inspired me, Carmen, and you continue to do so. Another question one of the delegates have asked is for Carmen, and it's, what are some of the day-to-day challenges you have to overcome, and what are some of the day-to-day challenges you're still learning to overcome as you continue to deal with this?
Well, I'm sort of feeling really good now that I've had surgery, and I think, my recovery is still ongoing. You can see I still have a little swelling in my neck and some things like that, but I am really, really feeling good. I think one of my biggest challenges now that I'm feeling really good is just to get back into increasing night energy. Night energy was down for so long, and it just takes a while. Once I've been recovered fully from the surgery, then that my energy is improving week to week. So I'm happy about that. That I guess that's where I am, and that's what I still need to recover some is night energy level.
It's so great to hear that you continue to be doing better. And Dr. Tomahawk, specifically for you, some of the delegates are wondering where you see the future of facial surgeries and face transplant surgeries in the next 10 years, and how the time-sensitive nature of transplantation comes into play.
Yeah, so before I answer, I just wanted to mention one important thing. When we transplant face and reconnect the nerves, in general, we see in about 3 months that the patients start to develop some sensation, and they start a little twitching of muscles. It really takes 2 years to reach out the maximum control of the muscles, and the sensation actually continues to get better throughout the years afterwards. There is really no end limit. Muscles that are not repowered within 2 years, just atrophy and will never function again. So Carmen is still very early on the journey and will still hopefully regain function of the face, including the left eyelid for the eye that she can see on, or at least has some residual vision. In terms of what the future is of transplantation, I think that we certainly believe that, not just me, but the people in the field, that this is a surgical technique for properly selected patients that is here to stay. Can we make it better? Certainly, we can make it safer. We can make it faster. We can hopefully learn from management of the immune suppression so that we don't make mistakes. We don't injure, inadvertently injure other organs, which is one of the common problem of side effect of many of these medications. They can injure kidneys, they can cause other issues. So those are probably the things that will be happening in the next 10 years. In terms of what may be on the horizon beyond that, one could imagine if we do achieve tolerance, whatever way it may be, whether it's medication, whether it's bone marrow stem cell transplant and some sort of modulation of the immune response, you could see that transplantation could really explode, and we could transplant small parts of the facial features, individual parts like nose, eyelids, or even ear, if the immune suppression is not a factor. Right now it is the rate limiting step, I would say. And of course, in big picture, 10,000 feet, ultimately we have to figure out a better way to reconstruct missing human tissues, whether it's limbs or faces. But tissue engineering and efforts to do that are still very, very early and too far from our patients. So I don't think I'll be living long enough to see a tissue engineered face transferred to a living human, but hopefully we'll get there one day.
It's so interesting to hear where the field may be going. And that actually leads into my next question, which is for both of you. Where do you see yourselves in the advocacy space around transplantation in the medical community as more people begin to get these kinds of transplants?
Carmen?
You want to repeat that for me, Faith?
Of course. Where do you see yourselves in the advocacy space around transplantation in the medical community as more people begin to get these facial transplants?
Well, I've always been, and I've always wanted, I have no problem being the poster child for face transplants because it has just served me so well. I can't shut up about it. Because it really has served me so well. And so when it comes to community, when it comes to even if more people down the road, at least in my lifetime, receive them, and I'm the right on board. I'm the right on board for any of that.
Yeah, and from my perspective, over the past 10 years, we have advocated at the level of Congress and Senate to appropriate money for research in this area. And we were successful along with Johns Hopkins, UPenn, and other centers around the country. We were able to accomplish that there is annual, anywhere between $12 and $15 million dedicated to research of what we call vascularized composite allotransplantation. The other aspect of advocacy is my work at UNOS, which is United Network of Organ Sharing, organization that manages all organs that are donated and properly matched to recipient. And you can imagine that there is a committee on liver and committee on heart and pretty much every organ that's transplanted, but there was none of that for VCA or vascularized composite allotransplantation, which includes face, hand, abdominal wall, uterus, and in the future, probably lower extremity as well. And so I was founding member. I've been on that committee for 7 years. I'm now chairing it. And that's a lot of work where we lay foundations for policies and advocacy. And patients are actually part of that committee every time.
I believe we're out of time, but I want to thank you for all your work on that committee and for coming to speak with us today, both of you, with everything you've done in both the medical industry and in campaigning for further resilience for people going through hard times. So thank you to both of you for this amazing opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Faith. And to Carmen, we love you, and you are just an inspiration to us. And Dr. Pomahawk, you are a true healer and humanitarian, and we're just incredibly grateful to both of you for being here. So God bless, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much for having us.
Well, delegates, that was amazing. And at least for me, it was pretty emotionally draining. Talk about just like being face to face with the real deal, right? The real deal. Pain, optimism, incredible obstacles. I do get asked what happened to Carmen's ex-husband who doused her with industrial lye. He was, as you might imagine, sentenced to many, many decades in prison, but he eventually died there of unrelated, I think, complications of diabetes. But the most amazing thing that Carmen didn't talk about was the fact that she's completely forgiven him for what he did to her. And as she said, I didn't do it for him, I did it for me. So think about that for a minute. Anyway, with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Let's
2.
Welcome back. All right, secret word time, keratoplasty. Let's see it. And I'll give you 30 seconds on that one. This is for the exclusive Energy Baby t-shirt, which is only available if you win a prize. And otherwise, it is 100% unavailable. Could be sold for a fortune on eBay. All right, we're back. So, how about Carmen and Dr. Pomahawk? Can I get some sizzle on that? Incredible. Caden, you're not, Caden, thank you. I was worried there for a second. Thanks, bud. All right. We're going to do a breakout. And since we've done several of them, I'm going to give you an opportunity to just get this far out of your comfort zone, okay? And, you know, these are people that you haven't met before, and if you don't exchange information, you'll never see them again. But they get you, they share your dreams, you know, they think you're cool, you think they're cool, maybe, huh? And what I'd like you to do is just talk for the time that you have about 2 or 3 things that you would say are fears that you have about the future. Could have to do with money or getting into school. It could be something completely different. Family stuff, I don't know. But just talk about it a little bit. Get it off your chest. Because these are people who will listen to you without judging. Or if they do judge you, they'll judge you very quietly. And then talk a little bit about your aspirations, right? Your hopes and dreams. Fears, hopes, and dreams. Okay? And same thing, youngest person keeps time, blah, blah, blah. You know what to do by now. So let's go for it. Hey, welcome back. I hope you found that really, really helpful. It helps to talk. It really does. You know, one of the things the delegates always tell me is how worried they are about getting into the right college and paying for it. And I don't want to sugarcoat this for you. You should be worried. Competitive college admissions has never been harder. Tuition is only going in one direction. And competitive colleges just keep getting more and more applications and rejecting so many more students. So the question is, what can you do to really gain an edge, a real advantage? Well, as I think I've been telling you over and over again, it's about credentials, credentials. Credentials are everything. Being a Nobel laureate is a big fat credential. Being an MD is an awesome credential. In your world, your GPA is a credential, your standardized test score is a credential, your awards and honor societies are credentials. A credential is always something someone else says about you. But right now you've got, to my mind, two big problems. The first, in the COVID-19 world, is that your opportunities to earn credentials have really plummeted because so much has been canceled. And second, your competitors are also going to have great grades and test scores. So in a little bit, you're going to hear from a nationally renowned expert on precisely this subject, because the truth is, there absolutely are ways to give you that advantage and set you ahead of other students. Our mentor is Deborah Bedore, founder of College Admissions Central. She's one of the nation's leading top-tier Ivy League college admissions advisors for over 30 years. And I think, personally, she's the leading admissions advisor in the country. Now, I've got to tell you, I've seen Dr. Bedore's track record, and it is sizzling hot. It's so impressive. And you could hire her to personally coach you, but that would be enormously expensive. So we asked her if she'd come and teach you some of her most effective methods, and she said, yeah, which I think is pretty cool, huh? But before I introduce her, I want to tell you about something awesome that she's created. If you're already a great student, what I'm about to tell you can push you over the top in college and medical school admissions, so pay attention. About 3 years ago, Dr. Bedore and her team developed this remarkable opportunity for earned recognition and distinction. I was super excited about it. I'm even more excited now. It's this really special certification course in advanced science research writing that you do 100% on your own, online, and it results in this very, very valuable credential. Now, I've been saying over and over again, you absolutely have got to credential yourself to stand out on these college and scholarship applications. Remember, most of your competitors are going to have great grades, great test scores, so your big opportunity is to have better credentials and be able to demonstrate that you're more advanced and more committed than they are. Dr. Bedore's Science Research Writing Certification course can totally do this for you. It's unique. She's collaborated with esteemed Nobel Prize winners to create the course. It's 10 weeks, it's intensive, it's self-paced, and it's going to teach you step-by-step how to author a professional grade science research writing paper, which is always expected by national and international science competitions. Now, here is the most important part. Once you complete the course, you receive this really historic and super impressive certification called the Laureate Certification, signed by none other than our Nobel laureate, Dr. Mario Capecchi. And after 3 years of issuing these certifications to graduates of the programs, I can tell you that top-tier and Ivy League schools now look for this credential on their STEM and pre-med applicant resumes. Let me say that again. After these 3 years of issuing these laureate certification, top-tier Ivy League schools are now looking for the credential on their STEM and pre-med applicant resumes. So it totally is going to set you apart, totally set you apart from other applicants. So I hope you get what a really, really big deal this is. It allows you to demonstrate to colleges, to universities, to internship programs, to scholarship programs. It's that you're willing to take it all to the next level, that you're not just interested, but you're committed, right? You're not the chicken, you're the pig. Dr. Bedore is going to describe the entire thing in a few minutes and at her boot camp next Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. And that'll help you decide if this is going to work for you, if this is the program for you. Now, there's also one other opportunity I want to mention to you, because Dr. Bedore has taken all of these decades of experience, all her genius and brilliance in getting kids into the top colleges and getting them scholarships, and she sucked it all out of her brain, and she put it into this online college admission advising program for Congress delegates called the College Acceptance Success System, which is, I think, a really great name because that's exactly what you want. You want college acceptance success. She calls it this 4-5-6 program because it has 4 admissions tools to help you craft an extraordinary application, 5 interactive live webinar events, and 6 months of coaching emails directly from her. And the whole thing is super affordable. And part of it's this really amazing thing called Resumotive, which allows you to create a brilliant multimedia resume presentation for college admissions. So think about this. While all your competitors are submitting their college essays and resumes in writing and boring the admissions people to sleep, you submit your essay and resume in this amazing Resumotive multimedia format with audio and video, which will really capture the admissions officer's imagination, which is critical, because I don't know if you know this, but you only get 6 or 7 minutes of attention from an admissions officer, and they've got to read hundreds and hundreds of applications, so I think they probably kind of zone out. Well, this is going to snap them out of their slumber and get them to pay attention too. So in my opinion, Resumotive is worth the entire course in and of itself. Very affordable. And I also hope that you and your parents have put Dr. Bedore's boot camp on your calendar for next Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern. This is not optional as far as I'm concerned. It's absolutely critical to your future that you attend this boot camp. It's not going to be recorded. It's not going to be rebroadcast. It's just going to be awesome advice for you. And believe me, you need an edge. You need an advantage. You need inside information. Dr. Bedore can give it to you. And I don't know if you noticed it, but things are kind of messed up right now with college admissions, which is a problem, but it's also a huge opportunity if you know what to do. So don't blow it. Do not blow it. Be sure you and your parents attend this boot camp. It's totally, completely, utterly free. Also, around 7:20 p.m. today, during the break, there's going to be an info session on the science writing opportunity. And I want you to stay tuned for that. I'm going to give you some instructions in a little bit about how you get over there, and you and your parents listen to what Dr. Bedore has to say. I think she's amazing. I think she's awesome. I've got incredible esteem for her because I've seen the magical way that she motivates and inspires, directs, teaches the secrets of admissions to high achievers. That's her specialty, high achievers, right? And when I say secrets, like anything you don't know is a secret to you, right? And things keep shifting in college and universities. The things that worked a few years ago don't work now. So you've got to really keep up to date on what the strategies are for success. So, without any further ado, I am going to have your fellow delegate, Anna Paula Alanis, sorry, Anna Paula, introduce Dr. Bedore.
My name is Ana Paula Alanis from Mission, Texas, and it is my honor to introduce Dr. Deborah Bedore. Dr. Bedore works with students from 9th to 12th grade as a mentor, resume builder, essay consultant, and high school life coach, structuring and elevating every part of the student's college application journey to help them become candidates for acceptance. She is recognized as one of the nation's top admission experts, having the pleasure of coaching top tier and Ivy League bound pre-college students for the past 30 years. Dr. Bedore, welcome to the Congress of Future Medical Leaders.
Thank you, Anna Paula and Richard, for those lovely introductions. And good evening, Congress, with a big shout out to all of our alumni. So, let me address the elephant in the room, college admissions in the time of COVID-19. You have just gone through, arguably, the toughest academic shakeup of your young careers, compliments of a pandemic. But you are here today, bold, brilliant, focused, and honored delegates of the 2020 Congress Live. And I am here with you because I want to help you and your parents understand and navigate admissions during the time of COVID. It'll be a bit messy, for sure, but in this session and in even greater detail during my boot camp next Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific, I will explain exactly what admissions is looking for from you in 2021, 2022, and likely in 2023 and 24. They are looking for adaptability. How have you created new opportunities for yourself during a frightening, confounding, and seemingly impossible time? How do you, as high school students and future STEM or healthcare champions, use your minds and talents to benefit society and capture admissions attention for all you are and all you will be on their campus? How do you discover opportunity in a time of pandemic? You discover opportunity by doing, risk-taking, building networks, bringing together divergent interests to create that new product, that new organization, research idea, or advocacy. After all, you learn who you are in practice, not in theory. And because of that, I'm going to tell you about the fox and the hedgehog, because learning about the fox and the hedgehog will help you understand how to create yourself in practice and not in theory during this all-important pre-admissions period. A fox evades his attackers in a number of exhausting but inventive ways. He's a creative. A hedgehog has only one tried and true strategy. He hunkers down and lets his spikes do the work, and that works for him. So a fox knows many things, and a hedgehog knows one big thing. In the same way, there are students and thinkers who look at the world through the lens of one particular idea. They believe in it and become experts in it. They're hedgehogs. And there are students and thinkers that learn and act in the world through a variety of perspectives and mental models. They're more open to outlier solutions. They're foxes. Steve Wozniak, co-founder of Apple, is a hedgehog. Steve Jobs was a fox. But which type of student is best positioned for the future of top-tier college admissions and an impactful career in STEM or healthcare? The student that is a hybrid of these two animals. You must know one or two big things in more depth and detail than your contemporaries in order to be respected, trusted, and move scholarship forward in your field. But to really ignite that knowledge and make impact on campus, in the lab, and in your future medical practice, you need to think, diagnose, and disrupt from a variety of perspectives and mental models through positive risks you've taken, things you've built, and platforms you've led as early as high school. You need to become a new species, the foxhog. And you can evolve into a foxhog in any number of ways through your intellectual pursuits outside of school, your science research, your advocacy, and entrepreneurship. Again, outside of school. Remember, you are the young intellect on whom our world will rely, the future of science and medicine. You are the students college admissions officers will be looking at very closely. You are young scholars with grit and character who have picked up the challenge to work hard, achieve, and get yourself to this place of inspiration and impact. It's not luck that got you here. It's character, intellect, and engagement. You know what Thomas Jefferson said about luck? He said, I'm a great believer in luck, and I find that the harder I work, the more I have of it. So we're going to work very hard today to increase your luck in the college admissions process and give you some tips to present yourself to admissions as divergent thinkers and creators, that new species. Foxhogs, let's begin. Half of what you think you know about getting into college is wrong, but If you listen to and act on everything we talk about today, you will elevate the level of school to which you are admitted. So first, some facts. Some schools are harder to get into than others. Fact of life. Why is that? Supply and demand. More students want to attend than the school can accommodate. But why is there such tremendous demand? Because people know that not all colleges are created equal, and some schools provide greater rewards for attending than others. So some schools will encourage their most successful alumni to hire only graduates from their alma mater. And you'll hear rallying cries on campus like Penn hire Penn, Princeton hire Princeton, and Stanford hire Stanford. Other schools will work very hard to assemble the most phenomenal class of future leaders in medicine, engineering, the arts, and politics. And those students will spend the next 4 years making friends, swearing loyalties, brainstorming new startups, and networking for future careers. These are the realities. And what wonderful realities they are for those students attending those schools. Now, you might think you shouldn't even bother applying to the top tier or Ivy League because you don't have the highest GPA in your class or the highest SAT or ACT scores in your class. Or you might think there's not enough impact or leadership on your resume to help differentiate you from the 35,000, 42,000, or 51,000 other candidates, other applicants to your schools of choice. Indeed, it is a singular event in your life, this getting into the best fit college, and you have to do it right. Be careful who you listen to and vet your information sources. Well-meaning people will give you advice based on hearsay and speculation. Information you get off the internet often comes with an agenda. College admissions officers always paint their schools in the best possible light, even if it's not the best possible school for you. Friends admitted to one school form biases toward that school and against others which might be the best possible school for you. And high school guidance counselors, for the most part, are overworked, spread too thin, and often lack exposure to and perspective on the best possible intellectual programs for you. All in all, you have to be very savvy and strategic these days to get what you want out of the college admissions process. And we're going to be very strategic right now as we debunk 4 common college myths. Myth number 1, if I don't have a 4.0, I'll never get into my top college. Incorrect. Thousands of valedictorians are rejected from our nation's most eminent universities every year. Why is that? Because our top colleges don't just want to take the most extraordinary students, they want to make the most extraordinary class. College admissions is holistic. Admissions cares very much about your authentic journey through high school. How have you invested in yourself that makes you interesting enough for them to invest in you? Just having top scores, top grades, and a couple of in-school leadership opportunities is no longer going to get you into our nation's top colleges. It's just not happening. So the keys to admission for 2021, 22, 23, and 24 are impact and engagement. How have you made things better? How have you pushed through boundaries? Through your intellectual pursuits outside of school, your science research, your internships and externships, your talents and travel adventures, your building of apps or businesses or founding of organizations. How have you engaged and how have you made impact? And the way you answer those questions on your college application tells us something about your leadership chops. Now, most students think leadership means leading around a group of students in your high school, like heading up a fundraiser or heading up a club. But that's not the way admissions views leadership today. Today, admissions at the top tier defines leadership as aspiring to be inspirational, aspiring to be inspirational. And how do you become that inspirational leader? By becoming an extrapreneur. Please remember that word, I'm going to use it a lot. When that 3 o'clock bell rings or you click off that last class online, get out of the walls of your high school. Find something that fascinates you, and you will become fascinating. Let me give you an example of the kind of engagement top tier admissions is looking for from you today. I had a student whose name is Laura, and Laura was quite sure she wanted to be pre-med in college, so she did everything you'd expect in high school. She took AP Bio, AP Chem, AP Physics, worked really hard and got all A's. Is that engagement? No, not yet. That's being a great student. Laura wanted to learn as much as she could about cutting-edge research in different fields of medicine, but she couldn't learn all that she wanted to because there was no science research department at her high school. But that didn't stop her. Laura created a science speaker series in her town. She gathered all her science enthusiast friends and built an executive board and gave them each titles and jobs. Titles and jobs they were thrilled to have because now they had something impressive to put on their resumes. Laura invited speakers from nearby medical centers and universities. The executive board wrote blogs and press releases, giving those speakers and their respective institutions tremendous press. The speaker series was held on Thursday nights. The library was packed to capacity, and the tables were overflowing with goodies, compliments of the PTA. Yes, even the PTA got involved because they could see the ROI, return on investment, such a science speaker series would give their kids. Now I ask you, is that engagement? You bet. Did Laura get into every school to which she applied? You bet, because being a leader in high school today means thinking like an extrapreneur. Now, you all know what an entrepreneur is. That's someone who starts a business or endeavor and puts in considerable investment and takes considerable risk. That's an important definition for you to know because you are moving into an entrepreneurial world. Then there's the intrapreneur. That's the person who works within the safe confines of the business or endeavor and keeps it humming. So an intrapreneur in high school might be editor-in-chief of the school newspaper or head of the yearbook. Both wonderful leadership opportunities, but not exactly what admissions at the top tier is looking for from you today. Admissions doesn't want any more editors-in-chief. They have thousands of editors-in-chief. Admissions wants you, with your intellects, going out there and starting the process of solving problems of global health and industry. In business, we call those people entrepreneurs. In high school, I call them extrapreneurs. The kids with stars in their eyes who won't take no for an answer even though they're teens. They weigh the possibility of success versus failure and they jump anyway. They're the innovators. They want to see what'll happen if. Sound familiar? They leave school at the end of the day and they look for engagement in new and interesting places. They try, fail, rebuild, succeed, and then write about why they took that journey. Now, please don't be concerned because you think you're getting a late start. I know we have lots of rising seniors here today, but an extrapreneur can be born at any moment, and admissions knows it. Look, we all awaken at different times in our lives. You can be first day on the job, in the middle of a summer course, or doing your bench research, and something happens or someone says something that just blows your mind and changes your perspective, and you say, wow, that's what I want to pursue for the rest of the summer, or that's what I want to pursue for the rest of next year, or that's what I want to pursue for the rest of my life. Well, then what are you waiting for? Jump in and start pursuing. Try, fail, rebuild, succeed, and then write about why you took that journey on your college application. Not only will you be creating a powerful personal narrative for college, but you'll be finding something out about your authentic self. You see, you don't need to be perfect to get into your most extraordinary fit or top tier university. The one that might change your mind, change your colleague circle, or change your life. You just need to be original. And to be original, you have to have experiences. And that means experiences other than just studying really hard for your rigorous AP and IB courses and getting A's. Although that is an excellent experience to have, and I highly suggest you have it. I mean experiences outside the walls of your high school. The ones that shape you, change your perspective, peel away the layers of you as intellect, you as leader, you as empathic human being. Let's look at how one of my late bloomer students caught the attention of his dream school with a tech project that had a charitable component. This is the story of Jonathan's Derby. Jonathan was a first-class tinkerer. He built robotic toys for his cats to chase and took apart waffle irons and toaster ovens and put the components back together in new and interesting ways. But somehow Jonathan knew there had to be more to life than that. And thank goodness for his college applications, because it gave him just the kick he needed to do something impactful. Now, Jonathan knew he wanted to study engineering at a top East Coast engineering school, so he'd really have to differentiate himself. But how? Well, Jonathan loved soapbox car racing. And in fact, soapbox car racing was a popular activity in his hilly neighborhood. It's an impressive thing, a winning soapbox car relying only on gravity to run. But it's even more impressive when that car races to fund a pet visitation program at the local children's hospital. Aha! Jonathan would create an engineering project for social good. He'd organize a derby. So he gathered all his engineering enthusiast friends and got them to promise to build soapbox cars and get their friends and families to donate by sponsoring those cars in the race. A few months later, 6 snazzy-looking soapbox cars had been built using standardized wheels and precision ball bearings. The competitors began their descent from a ramp atop the highest hill in the neighborhood, and those cars reached up to 35 miles per hour in speed, but that was not the coolest part. The coolest part was that Jonathan's derby raised $5,600 for that pet visitation program. And 2 weeks later, Jonathan and his friends walked into that children's hospital to see the realization of his vision. There in the playroom were 2 golden retrievers, 2 St. Bernards, 2 Bernese mountain dogs, and a beagle, surrounded by 7 children in desperate need of a little fluffy distraction and some love. Now that's the way to use your college application to find out what you're made of for life. Don't be afraid that you're getting a late start. It's a big world, and everything you do for good matters. And at the same time, we'll show admissions a little bit of your extrapreneurial talent. Myth number 2. I can write a generic why I want to go to this school essay and just cut and paste the names of other colleges right into it. Incorrect. Every year, some student mistakenly pastes the name of the wrong college into his why essay and winds up saying why he loves Duke when he's writing to Columbia. Deadly, deadly. Admissions won't even read the rest of your application. It'll go right through the shredder. And who can blame them? They don't want to know why you love every school. They want to know why you love their school. But there is a strategic formula for writing a winning why essay, and I'm going to give it to you right now, so it's a great time to take notes. First, drill down into the website of your school of choice. Find 2 courses that look interesting to you and explain why they're interesting. Connect them to your past academic thread during high school. Connect them to your future major in college and explain why they seem unique to that university. Then, find a professor whose research intrigues you, read a journal article by that professor, and make a thoughtful comment. Then explain that's why you want to study with or perhaps one day intern with that professor. Then find a couple of extracurriculars you'd like to be a member of or perhaps one day lead. Then come up with a project, preferably one with which you have a thread of interest from high school, like a science speaker series, and explain how you'd like to bring that project to campus, further develop it under the nurturing guidance of faculty and classmates, and one day leave it as your legacy upon graduation. Oh, admissions will love that because it shows you're already thinking about giving back. And before you even sit down to write your why essay, call or send some emails to department chair people in departments you care about and ask some questions. Why? So you can use their names in your why essay. So your note might go something like this. After communicating with Professor Jones, I learned about internship opportunities that align perfectly with my goals. Or after speaking with Professor Smith, I learned how accessible and nurturing the faculty is at X University. You get the idea. Myth number 3, I'm just applying to college. I don't need a resume. Incorrect. In fact, to get an advantage, you need a multimedia resume, and the name of that resume is Resumotive. Resumotive takes all of your media from high school, your audio, your video, your slides, your PDF image of research papers, and creates a totally custom visual presentation of your high school career. All of my students use Resumotive. The top tier in Ivy League love it, and I'll tell you why. You're an admissions officer, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, you've just read 70 applications, and yours is number 71. How much time do you think they're going to give your paper resume? 8 seconds, finished. But when they see a link to a Resumotive, They click on it, sit back, and watch your entire high school career, successes and achievements open up before their eyes. It is the only way admissions gets to meet you one-on-one and hear your why. It is a powerful thing. And if the admissions scandal of 2019 has taught us anything, it's that you can no longer just say that you play violin, dance, sing, found organizations, or do science research. You have to prove it in an elegant gallery of photos, videos, and research papers. Now, the good news is you will be able to get a copy of Resumotive during this Congress when you pick up your copy of College Admissions Success System that Richard mentioned earlier and that I will be speaking about more in a few minutes. It's a complete system for college acceptance that I developed just for you, just for our Congress delegates. So keep an ear open for it. Okay, myth number 4. I don't have to conduct or compete in science research now. I can do research when I get to college. Incorrect. Colleges judge STEM students by their backgrounds in science research. Winning a place at ISEF, the International Science and Engineering Fair, the largest pre-college international science fair, where students vie for thousands of dollars in prizes based on their research, is a big deal. And admissions notices. If you've always been excited to do science research, then when you get back to school next week, walk into your science research department, or if you're schooling from home, send them an email and say, here I am, sign me up, where do I start? If you don't have a science research department at your high school, please don't fret. I'm here to give you many opportunities during Congress, and this is one of them. Call this number, that's our office, and we will connect you with our Director of Science Research, who just happens to be an ISEF affiliated judge. And if you choose to work with him, he will take you from beginning to end in your research, from the brainstorming of your project, through a science literature review, through the crafting and editing of your research paper, through to submission into the appropriate fairs and competitions. Boom, done. So I hope many, many of you will take me up on this. What else will admissions be looking for from STEM and pre-med students? The laureate certification in advanced science research writing. What is that? Well, as Richard mentioned earlier, you have the extraordinary opportunity to receive your certification in advanced science research writing under the auspices of some of the greatest scientists in the world, our Nobel Prize winners. For the first time in history, Nobel laureates are certifying dedicated high school STEM students in advanced science research writing through the Laureate Certification, a 10-week online course. How does it work? One module comes into your inbox each week. You can either take the module weekly or stockpile all the modules and take them over a couple of school breaks or during the summer, completely at your own pace, completely on your own schedule. At the end of each module, there's a quiz. At the end of all the modules, there is a final. It is an eminently doable final. And when you pass that final, you will receive your beautiful certification with your name and the signature of a Nobel Prize winner in physiology or medicine, Dr. Mario Capecchi. In addition, you'll receive a PDF image of that certificate that gets appended to your resume and uploaded to the additional information section of the Common Application, so that if admissions wants to verify that you've actually received the laureate certification, all they have to do is click on it. And there it is, your name in the center of that beautiful certification and the signature of a Nobel Prize winner. Now, we have just had 3 admission seasons with graduates of the laureate certification. And I am thrilled to tell you that admissions at the top tier in Ivy League have voted with their acceptances. And as you can see from the testimonials of some of our graduates, the laureate certification in advanced science research writing has been a game changer for their college admissions and for their experiences on campus as young scientists vying for the most competitive research internships. Now, here's the good news. If you'd like to sign up for the laureate certification in advanced science research writing, you can do so right now or anytime during this Congress or my boot camp by clicking on this link on your dashboard. And I'm very, very pleased to be able to tell you that when you sign up for the laureate certification during this Congress only, you will receive 1/3 off the tuition. So I hope many, many, many of you will take this extraordinary academic challenge that I know will be a game changer for your college admissions. Okay, moving on. Now we're going to zip through what I call the lightning round, the just do it section. So again, it's a great time for you to take lots of notes. Ready? Okay. 1, do complete your Common Application personal statement, honors and activities forms in July, so that on August 1st, when the supplements open up, you can get 4 to 5 applications completed by the end of August. That is the way to walk into senior year and all those APs with less stress. Do clean up your social media. Don't overshare. Parents, can we talk? Last year, I announced that 40% of admissions officers uncovered information that negatively affected an applicant's chance of admission. 40%. And Harvard's Dean of Admission has noted, quote, our officers may have an occasion to encounter an applicant's digital footprint, which could be negative if it raises serious questions about character or judgment, unquote. They may see that accidental social media post that could go poorly for you. That's all I need to hear. Clean up your social media, scrub it, or just get off it all for senior year. Do credentialize yourself by taking advanced online courses through Johns Hopkins University Online or Stanford University Online, or by taking summer courses at top tier or Ivy League universities, working really hard, getting an A, and sending those transcripts to the colleges you care about, showing them, of course I'll do well at your school. I've done well at a school just like yours this past summer. Or by engaging in science research, or by building apps if that's your thing, or by receiving advanced certifications in fields you care about. Put those credentials to work in your life, not just on your college resume. Do contact your regional admissions officer every month or two after you submit your application to let them know what you're up to. Why? Because they want a reason to admit you, but they have to see that you're continuing to scale up your intellectual and extrapreneurial pursuits. So your note might go something like this. Dear admissions officer, I've just won X award, or I've just completed my research on title of research, reason you're pursuing it. And you can end by saying, I look forward to continuing to share updates with you throughout senior year. Signed, you. Do use the best college admissions online tools to help make your application pop for the admissions committee. There is now help for you online. I have received these questions so often. Dr. B, what can I use online that will help me fascinate the admissions committee? Or what tools exist online that will give me an advantage during the admissions season? That I finally decided to create an online college admissions success system just for you, just for our Congress delegates. It is a complete system for college acceptance that I think democratizes the entire college admissions advising process. With it, you get 4 powerful admission tools, including Resumotive, your multimedia resume presenter, and Essay Suite, which helps you brainstorm and craft the kinds of essays admissions is looking for, plus 5 interactive live webinars with me and my team, plus 6 months of weekly admissions coaching emails from me, all in an affordable monthly payment. If you think the college admission success system can help you, and I hope it does, because I built it just for you, just for our Congress delegates, then you can pick it up anytime, now, anytime during the Congress or my boot camp by clicking on this link on your dashboard. But the only thing I have to warn you about is the college admission success system will not be available to the general public after the Congress or my boot camp because I built it just for you, only for our delegates. It's your advantage. And I hope it helps you survive and thrive through high school and your college admissions period. Okay, next, do click on every informative email that comes into you from the college you care about. Hover on the site for a few minutes so that your view can be registered with the sender. Do attend any casual meetings with admissions officers that happens in your school or in your hometown or virtually online. Wait till the end of that meeting, go down front, hand them a business card, or if it's online, email them the business card with your name, your major, and the website to your project or organization or business that you've developed, and your email in the bottom right corner. And then ask a thoughtful question. Why? So they'll remember you. Does it matter? Yes, it matters. This is the age of big data, and colleges are collecting your demonstrated interest. So every time you click, every time you sign your name to a list, every time you take a college tour, every time you write a thank you to the tour guide, every time you call admissions with a question, every time you write to admissions with an update, they are following you and your demonstrated interest. Well, we've just done a mad dash through some of the vitals of college admissions, and I hope it's helped. Now, be the most extraordinary students you can be. Then leave school behind at the bell and start the adventure of finding your authentic self, not just for college, but for life. You won't believe what you can do. I'm looking forward to seeing all of you at my boot camp next Saturday. Please, delegates, invite your parents. It is free. It is at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific. If your parents are there, they can help me help you. Also, here are the website links once again to sign up for the Laureate Certification in Advanced Science Research Writing and for the College Admissions Success System. I really do hope they help you thrive in your high school careers. And now, in about 1 minute, you can join me for a breakout session, and I'm going to answer all of your questions on the College Admission Success System and on the Laureate Certification in Advanced Science Research Writing. Best of luck to you all, and see you in a minute.
Thank you, Deborah. How are you today?
Doing great, Richard. How are you?
Well, I'm good. I'm always so grateful for you taking your time to be with these amazing young people. And, you know, it's just so interesting. Years from now, they'll look back and say, I knew something others didn't know. And it really, really made a difference. There's always tricks. There's always tips. There's always techniques. And it's whether you know them or not that can make all the difference. And you are so up to date on everything. I really, really appreciate your being with us.
It is my great privilege to help these kids, as you know, and I will stay online tonight as long as they need me.
Well, that's amazing. And I'm going to let you go because I know you need to get set up for the info session that's going to start in just a minute or two. So off you go, and thanks again.
Oh God, bye. Thank you.
And guys, I think you got to, and your parents have got to stay on and check it out. You'd be foolish not to at least consider things that can give you the edge, the slight edge, that little bit that can put you ahead of the 10, 15, 20, in some case 60 other people that want that seat that you want, right? So here, let me just give you some quick instructions. On the break, you're going to flip back to the dashboard, okay? Here's a picture of the dashboard. I'm going to come in closer so you can see it. In the upper left-hand corner of the dashboard is this button right there. It's the first blue button. You push it, and that's going to take you into the info session, right? So you got to go back to the dashboard and push that button. And with that, we are going to take our hour break. The info session lasts half an hour. And I don't know about you, but I'm sure going to enjoy taking that break. And when we come back, an amazing evening together that is going to give you, you just have no idea, the ninja tricks and tips that you're going to learn tonight that are going to be game changers for you. So enjoy the hour, and I'll see you soon. Oh, and by the way, don't forget, I can't remember, what's it called? Oh, that's right. Energy, baby, energy.
Energy, baby.
Energy, baby.
Energy, baby.
Energy, baby.
Energy, baby.
Energy, baby.
Energy, baby. Energy.
2.
And we're back, baby. I hope you had a fantastic break. I had a fantastic break. I just sat down and cried for about half an hour. No, that's not true. That's not true. In fact, I'm going to show you in a second what I did. Let's start with our secret word. And the secret word is hematuria. No, is that right? Hematuria, yeah. Which is blood in the urine, which is sometimes really, really bad, and sometimes really, really not bad. We'll give you a few seconds to text the secret word for a very, very special t-shirt, otherwise unavailable at any price. So people say to me, Richard, what do you actually do during these hour-long breaks? And the truth is, I eat, I rest, I go outside and walk around, and then I do some other stuff. And somebody just filmed a video of it, so let's run it. It's just a very short one. Now, people say, Richard, what do you do during your hour breaks? The answer is I do a lot, but among them is I give a lot of belly rubs. Who wants a belly? Do you want a belly? Who wants a belly? Oh, there's a belly. Do you want a belly? Oh, here comes another belly. No, no rubs, belly rubs. Belly, belly, bellies, belly, belly, bellies. Belly rubs, yes. These are the two Congress mascots. This is Sugar, and this is Twinkle. Yep, Sugar and Twinkle, and they are pretty darn cute. They came with us this time, and I love them very much. Okay, so it's my joy, actually, to welcome back Carmen, who has a special treat for us, something original that she composed herself. And I just want to once again remind you that posting photos of this is absolutely forbidden, as in no award of excellence at Carmen's request, and we need to respect her wishes. And with that, welcome back, Carmen.
Hi, thank you. This is an original song I wrote. It's called The Whisper. So sit back and relax for a few more minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, sizzle.
Thank you, Richard.
That was beautiful, Carmen. Absolutely beautiful, haunting. And I hope you continue to create these wonderful, wonderful original works.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
All right, dear. Love you. Talk to you soon.
See you. Bye, everybody.
That was so beautiful. Wow. I love that. So the question is, can we close really, really big tonight? And the answer is, oh my goodness, yes. And I know something you don't know, and that is that what you're going to experience in the next hour can absolutely transform your future. That's a big statement. It's a big promise. But the gentleman that I'm going to introduce you to, he has been a friend of mine for many years, and as you will hear, has done this for some incredible people who you know. But the learning and the techniques that you are going to be privy to over the next hour can not only serve you in shortcutting high school, shortcutting college, shortcutting graduate school, but actually throughout your entire life. And it's that big a deal. So I want paper out, I want writing instrument out, I want all of the distractions set aside for 60 minutes. This is a guy that is highly, highly sought after by the biggest names in the world. And it's now my privilege to introduce your fellow delegate to make the introduction, Paulina Lopez.
My name is Paulina Lopez from Brownsville, Texas, and it is my honor to introduce Jim Kwik. Mr. Kwik has spent the last 25 years helping people improve their memory, learn to speed read, and increase their decision-making skills. Throughout his career, he has worked with Ivy League university students, companies like Google, Facebook, and Nike, and billionaire geniuses like Elon Musk and Sir Richard Branson. His life's passion and mission are to create a smarter and more caring world where no brain is left behind. Mr. Kwik, welcome to the Congress of Future Medical Leaders.
What an honor to be here with all of you. I just have to really give it up to everybody that's here, that you're watching this, that you're live, and because it says a lot about you. It means that you already have what it takes to be successful. And my goal is to make this next 60 minutes so valuable for you that it was worth your time and your tuition for the entire event just in this session alone. And that's my commitment to you. Now, I'm gonna do this rapid fire, so I'm gonna encourage you to take lots of notes. So take lots of notes because I speak rather quickly. My last name really is Quick. I didn't change it to do what I do. With a name like Quick, you saved my life. My destiny was pretty much planned out. I had to be a runner back in school, which is a lot of pressure when it says Quick right on your shirt. I have to be very careful when I'm driving because the worst name to have on your driver's license when you get pulled over for speeding is the name Quick, because you're not going to talk your way out of that ticket. And I get to do my mission in life, which is teaching students how to learn, read, remember, focus, achieve quicker. And that's what we're going to do here. So are you ready? Let's do this. I'm going to jump right into this and not give you a lot of my backstory or anything. My goal is to give you some practical tools for you to be able to utilize. Sometimes when I'm in front of a live audience, I do these demonstrations. And if actually pull out your phone, so you could actually, I just uploaded it just for you. I did this demonstration to a group of students at USC, and I do these demonstrations. If you see the last post on my Instagram, you could follow me there at Jim Kwik, Kwik, and I do this demonstration, and I do different ones. Sometimes I'll memorize 50 or 100 students' names in an audience, or an audience will give me 50 numbers to memorize. or 100 random words, and I'm recalling forwards and backwards. But I always tell people afterwards, I don't do this to impress you. I do this to express to you what's really possible. Because the truth is, you could do it too. So if you watch my last post, which I just posted just for you, I take a classroom at USC, and they give me a number of memory challenges, and you could get a feel for that. Don't watch it now, though. But after I do a demonstration like that, what I'll do afterwards is I'll say that you could do this too, you just weren't taught. If anything, you were taught a lie, that somehow your memory, your potential is somehow fixed like your shoe size. Now, we've discovered more about the human brain in the past 20 years than the previous 2,000 years combined. And we found is we're grossly underestimating our own capabilities. So regardless of your age or stage in life, you can do this, but imagine being able to apply that towards your classes. Imagine being able to apply this into medicine, your future careers. And that's my goal, is to upgrade your brain the way most people upgrade their phones, they upgrade their apps. I want to help you to upgrade the most important technology on the planet, which is between your ears. The challenge is your brain doesn't come with an owner's manual, and it's not always user-friendly. So my goal is to show you how to use your brain so that you can get the best results in the fastest way possible and enjoyable way possible. So let's go through this. After I do a demonstration, imagine I did it. So you could give me, pretend I just memorized like 50 or 60 things for you, and you could give me your sizzle hands. And then afterwards, what I would love to do now is I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to give you just a handful of words to memorize, okay? And I'm not going to give you whatever, I don't know what they gave me in the video, 30, 40, 50 numbers or whatever. I'm just going to give you 10 words, and I'm going to ask you to put your pens down. And I'm going to ask you to try to memorize this list of random words to the best of your ability. Now, the goal is to do it in order. So do not type these out. Do not handwrite these out. I'm going to give you 10 random words, and I want you to memorize as many as you can in the order I give them to you. And they're going to be truly random words. Are you ready? Okay. All right. Get ready? All right. Fire hydrant, balloon, batteries, barrel, board, like a surfboard, diamond, Sir Lancelot, mask, toothpaste, sign. Well, I should probably be memorizing this along with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that was 10. Now, in a moment, I'm going to ask you to write them down. You can put them in the chats if you like. You're like, not yet, not yet, not yet. You're like, Jim, stop speaking. I'm just holding this in my working memory. You ever have that? Anyone? How many of you came here like to have a better memory? Raise your hand. I can see the screen here. So raise your hand. Everyone can see each other. Raise your hand if you came here like to have better memory. How many of you forgot why you came here today? Have you ever done that? Have you ever walked into a room of your own home and just forgot why you're there? Anyone feel absent-minded? Like you feel like, I don't know why, but senior moments are coming way too early. Like you read a page in a book and you'll forget what you just read. And you go back and you reread it and you still don't know what you just read. And it's crazy, like you misplace things, or you're like your phone or the remote control, or you misplace keys. All right, so take out a piece of paper, or actually put it, if you like, in the chat. Tell me these words in order, as many as you can remember. Just do the best you can. I'm going to turn this into a master class. By the way, I have a Westie also. That's awesome. All right, remember, let's see how many you remember in order. If you start slowing down and they stop coming to you, it's you're probably kind of hitting your max. So let's do it in order. So in order, the words were fire hydrant, balloon, batteries, barrel, board, good, diamond, Sir Lancelot, mask, toothpaste, and sign. How many did you get? How many did you get out of the 10? Now, this is just a simple a simple memory kind of game, right? You know, if there was more time, even in the demo I put on Instagram, if I had more time, I would have done twice as many numbers as I did. If we had more time, I would give you more words, but just to kind of get the gist of it. Now, let's reverse roles. Now let's say that you are the memory expert, right? And I always thought in school they should have taught memory. It should have been one of the classes in school. School is a great place to learn what to learn, math and history and science, Spanish, but very few classes on how to learn. And that's my mission. I wrote this book called Limitless, and it did really well. It came out this year. It was instant New York Times bestseller, #1 on the Wall Street Journal. And I think it's because it's all about mastering your mind. It's about learning new subject or skills very rapidly. It's about the art of memory. And in there, I talk about how to remember names. And, you know, I train a lot of actors and TED speakers how to memorize what they need to say. And how would you like to have facts and figures in foreign languages at your mental fingertips, right? And it's the greatest advantage you could have. Yet memory is not taught in school. They teach you reading, writing, arithmetic. But what about recall? What about retention? What about remembering? Socrates said, learning is remembering. So tell me which ones here, and I have multiple kind of windows open here. Tell me which ones, now you are the memory expert, and write this down. Genius leaves clues. Genius leaves clues that if somebody is exceptional in an area, they are doing something other people aren't doing. There's always a method behind what looks like magic. There's always a method behind what looks like magic. And my goal is to show you that method. So what words did you tend to remember? Just you know, put them in the chat. What words did you tend to remember? And then why do you, okay, so let's go through these. Fire hydrant, why do you think you remembered fire hydrant? Because we're gonna look for the principles. And what I want you to write down here are principles of recall, principles of recall. So you tend to remember fire hydrant, why? Because it was first, right? Very good. Now we tend to remember things that are first. If I give you a list of 20 words, you probably remember the first few words. If you go to an event and meet 20 strangers, you probably remember the first ones. In science, they call it primacy. Primacy means the beginning, right? What other word did you remember, and why do you think you remember them? Okay, yeah, sign, right? The last, why? Because it's the opposite, it's the last word. And they call that recency, that if you learn 20 words, you probably remember the first ones, primacy, and the last ones, recency, most recent. You go to an event, you meet 20 strangers, you probably remember the first people you met there, and the last people, the most recent people. So that's recency. All right, good. What other words, now let's get creative here. What other words, because you're the expert, maybe you didn't remember all of them, but which ones did you remember? And then why do you think so? Because it wasn't an accident. Some people remember the B's, right? Yeah, battery, barrel, right? So you had what? Balloon, battery, barrel, board, right? Maybe. Now, why would you remember those? Because they're organized, right? There's an alliteration there. There's chunking that's there. So they're chunked by the same letter in this case. So some people remember things like that. How many of you, by show of yeses, remember Sir Lancelot? Did that stand out? Okay. Now in this memory master class, I know we're rolling our sleeves, getting really into this. Why do you think you remember Sir Lancelot? And this is where the active part comes in. Why? Because it's what? Because it's different. Now, that's one of the keys to better recall, is making something different. We remember things that are unique, that stand out, that are not ordinary, but extraordinary. And a lot of the art of memory is actually taking ordinary and making it more extraordinary, making it more memorable. What else? What other words there? Maybe, okay, toothpaste. Now, why do you think some people remember toothpaste? Because you brush, how many of you, raise your hand, everyone's looking, how many of you brush your teeth today, right? And so it's familiar. We remember things that are familiar, right? Hopefully you brush your teeth today and it's something that's familiar. And so maybe you remember that. Maybe you remember mask for the same reason, right? Because it's something that's familiar, it's something that you're using. What other words? Did any other words stand out? Diamond. Why would diamond stand out, do you think? Why would some people remember diamond? Maybe because it has value. People are maybe said there's interest towards it. Maybe there's emotion attached to it. We remember things that are emotional for sure. In fact, do this, shake out your hands. And this is the key to long-term memory. How many of you want to be able to remember things long-term? This is the key. Do this and say this. Information, come on, let's do this. Energy, baby, right? Information combined with emotion becomes a long-term memory. Information by itself is forgettable, but information combined with what? Emotion becomes unforgettable. And I ask you to do this because this brings in more, not only do you hear it, but you see it and then you feel it also. You know, that we create this synesthesia effect, this blending of senses. And so we could go on into this. How many of you remembered some of these words because you visualized the words? Raise your hand. You actually saw a picture of something. Great, amazing. Okay, so we are better remembering things when we see them. How many of you, by show of hands, and I ask you to show hands because that's where we get active, right? Learning is not a spectator sport. The human brain does not learn through consumption. It does not learn by being lectured to. The human brain does not learn through consumption. It learns through creation. It learns through creativity. The future belongs to creators, right? Where even jobs are going to machines, they're going to artificial intelligence, they're being automated. What's not going to be as easily are the things that are truly limitless. As the subtitle of my book, Limitless, is Upgrade Your Brain, Learn Anything Faster, Unlock Your Exceptional Life. And the reason why I know this is possible is because for all of you, is because you're all a lot smarter than I was, you know, when I was in school. I grew up with severe learning challenges. A lot of people maybe don't know this, but when I was 5 years old, I had a traumatic brain injury. My parents said, where before I was very playful, very energized, very curious, I became very shut down. I had horrible focus, horrible memory. It took me 3 years longer just to learn how to read. I actually taught myself how to read by reading comic books late at night when my parents thought I was sleeping. You know, when I was 9 years old, a teacher, I was slowing down the whole class because I didn't understand the lessons and she would have to repeat it over and over again. And I was kind of being teased for it in class. And she came to my defense, but all I remember her saying was pointing for me for the whole class. She said, "That's the boy with the broken brain. That's the boy with the broken brain." And that label became my limit. And so I struggled all through elementary school, through middle school, through junior high, through high school. And it wasn't until I was 18 years old that I hit a wall, you know, where I started studying that I won't go into the story, but it was very difficult for me. And I was ready to quit school, I felt like I wasn't smart enough. And I came across these modalities and it changed my life in just 60 days of studying it. That's why all our online programs, we have the largest accelerated learning programs academy in the world, and quicklearning.com. And we have students in 195 countries, literally. And I've been doing this for 29 years. So we have a lot of data and we see what works. But the thing that school, and it's not a slight against teachers. My mother became a school teacher because she didn't know how to help me. My aunt is a professor of neurobiology at an Ivy League school in Boston. I have a huge respect for educators. It's just the system hasn't changed as much as the world has changed, right? We live in an age of autonomous electric cars, spaceships that are going to Mars, but our vehicle of choice when it comes to learning sometimes is like a horse and buggy, and we wonder why we're falling behind. And so my goal is, I know it's possible for all of you that there are no limits. It's not the sky's the limit. Our minds are the limit. And the things that are truly limitless are things like our creativity, our imagination, our ability to solve problems, our ability to come together, human determination, right? These are limitless attributes, and all limits are learned. And, you know, I showed this in the actual book. But going back to this list, we remember things. How many of you are better at what you see than what you hear? How many of you are better at faces than your names? You remember faces really well. Let me just show each other. You go to somebody and say, "I remember your face, but I forgot your name." You never go to someone and say opposite. You never go to someone and say, "I remember your name, but I forgot your face." That wouldn't make a lot of sense, right? There's a proverb that goes, "What I hear, I forget. What I see, I remember. What I do, I understand. What I hear, I forget. I heard the name, I forgot the name. What I see, I remember. I saw the face, I'll always remember the face. And what I do, I understand." Going back to practice doesn't make perfect, practice makes progress. And I feel like we don't really know something unless we could do it, right? And so that's why the largest chapter actually in the book is all on memory. And I wrote it in Greece, that chapter. And yes, it's all about around facts, figures, foreign languages. And though I found out the reason why I did it in Greece is because the goddess of memory, her 9 children are the 9 muses of science, literature, and art, right? So it all comes back to memory, this knowledge, the arts, the science, the literature, coming back to recall. And that's why it's important. So it should have been taught in school. So that's why we're doing it now. So now let's take what you said helped you remember, making it visual, making it emotional, make it unique, make me do some alliteration. And now I'm going to give you the same list and we're going to turn it into a technique. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to put your pens down. I can see you right on video, right? So put your pens down, take a deep breath and exhale and just close your eyes for a moment. I'm going to walk you through a quick visualization exercise. And I'm going to take what some of the principles that you taught me help you to remember. And my hypothesis is this, is that the things that you remembered because these principles were there, right? There was a method behind the magic. But the things that you forgot, the principles probably weren't being applied. So let's turn this into a technique. Keep your eyes closed because it helps you to imagine. And I want you to imagine that you're in your neighborhood and you just come across a fire hydrant. Imagine there's a fire hydrant in front of you. And even if you can't imagine it, imagine you can imagine it. Keep your eyes closed, help you to focus, breathe normally. Imagine the fire hydrant in front of you. Notice what color it is. Say out loud, say it out loud, even if people can't, you're on mute, we can still hear ourselves. What color is your fire hydrant? Great, whatever color, that's the color. Now tied to it is a gigantic helium balloon. Gigantic helium balloon, which certainly makes it unique. Gigantic helium balloon. And actually what color is your balloon? Say it out loud. Perfect. And actually there's not one balloon, there's dozens and dozens of large, really, really large balloons. So I want you to imagine, add more and more balloons. This is where our creativity, imagination. Remember, there is no such thing as a good or bad memory. There's a trained memory and an untrained memory. We are training your memory. So imagine dozens, if not hundreds of balloons tied to this fire hydrant. So many so it pulls the fire hydrant right out of the ground. Water spews everywhere. And you're looking into the sky and you see this fire hydrant floating up tied to all these balloons. Now, out of nowhere, a barrage of batteries come flying through the sky and pop the balloons. All these batteries coming to pop the balloons. Now notice the batteries. Maybe they're AA batteries, AAA batteries, D batteries, C batteries, 9-volt batteries. What brand? Here's a brand new question. What brand of batteries? Great. That's the brand, right? And they come and they pop all the balloons. You're wondering where those batteries come from. And you look at the ground, there's somebody in a gigantic wooden barrel throwing these batteries. Somebody hiding in a gigantic wooden barrel. And look at that barrel closely. What makes it different is on the side of the barrel on top there's a surfboard, a board. So imagine that board. We went from balloons, batteries, barrel, and then there's a board on top of the barrel. And rolling down the board is a gigantic diamond, not like a 1-carat diamond or a 2-carat diamond. It is a 98-carat diamond, 98-carat diamond rolling down the board. See it? What sound does it make? And it falls off the top, it falls off the board after it rolls off the board, and it lands on a knight's head. It lands on Sir Lancelot's helmet, right? And it's on his head, and he gets knocked down, and you bring him an oxygen mask. You're going to revive Sir Lancelot, right? The knight. You bring him an oxygen mask to remind you of mask. But before you put it on, you notice it's a little dirty. So you clean it with your favorite brand of toothpaste. You clean the mask with what? Toothpaste. Say out loud what kind of toothpaste you use. Say it out loud. The name. Say it out loud on there. Good. And then after that, you throw the toothpaste out into a big neon sign, and the sign says energy baby. The sign says energy baby, and you have toothpaste everywhere all over the sign. Now what I want you to do is, with your eyes closed, I just want you to walk through these 10 things again, starting with fire hydrant. Just take a moment with your eyes closed and walk yourself through the 10 things. All right, even if you're not finished, you could put this in the chat. So let's go through each one. What was the first one? Go on the first one. What's the first one? Just type it out. You're all tough. You're all quick typers, right? The next one. So it's fire hydrant, then what? Balloon. After balloon is what? Are your batteries. After batteries, barrel, very good. And the top of the barrel is board, rolling down the board. It's a diamond, falls on Sir Lancelot. You bring him in, oxygen mask, very good. You clean it with toothpaste, and then you throw the toothpaste where? Into a neon sign. What's the sign say? Energy, baby. All right, fantastic. Now, I have a quick question for you. Can you do it backwards? Can you do it backwards? What's the last one? Sign, before sign is what? Toothpaste, before toothpaste. Mask, Sir Lancelot. Diamond, you got it? Board, barrel, very good. Batteries, balloon, and fire hydrant. Here's the thing. When you understand how your memory works, you could work your memory. And the reason why it works actually is, in physics, there are these three variables, right? You have frequency, you have duration, and you have what? You have intensity, right? Frequency, duration, intensity. Now, if you wanted to get a result, right, you could use one of those or a combination of those three. So you could, let's say you want to work out and you could go do lots of frequency, lots of reps, right? That will get you a result. Duration, you can spend more time on that treadmill, right? Or more time in that Pilates class or what have you, or more time in that gym. Or intensity, you could do some exercises that are so intense and you could get similar results. And the benefit of intensity is it doesn't take as much what? Time, because frequency takes time and duration takes time. Same thing with marketing, right? When we're being marketed to, they could do frequency, lots of ads to get us to buy. And they could do duration, longer ads or longer, videos or longer sales presentations, or something be so intense it could go viral, right? And it could just touch you emotionally, and you're just like, I gotta have it. You don't have to see lots of ads. You don't need to spend hours thinking about it. Intensity. So one of the reasons why what we're doing with memory here is most people study with frequency or duration. They repeat things over and over and over again. They take something, a formula they need to remember, or a foreign language, right? And they repeat it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50 times, 100 times until the brain submits and says, okay, this must be important, right? But that's so archaic. It's such an old, you know what? They used to study that way 100 years ago. Even when you think about it, even when their universities started schools, right? Our churches started schools, and it was rote. They call it rote repetition, rote learning. Teachers, and rote like a rotary. I'm going like this naturally. It's like this. It's a circle. It's a wheel. That's what a rotary is, right? A wheel. And so the first half of the wheel is the teacher or professor saying the fact, and then the students had to repeat the fact, and that's the second half of the wheel. And then the teacher repeats it again, students repeat it again, and this keeps on going 5, 10, 15, 20, and whatever amount of time it takes until it becomes long term. Now, the problem with that the frequency or that duration is it takes so much time. And then when you learn something using emotion, you make it visual, right? You make it ludicrous and unique, right? You understand primacy and recency. Spaced review, you understand things like even Pomodoro technique, the amount of time you should study it, which we could talk about also as well. Then you don't have to repeat it. As proof, What's after fire hydrant? Balloons, right? After balloons, batteries. After batteries, barrel. What was after mask? Toothpaste, right? And so you could even jump around and you could go before and after because you understand how your memory works. And also what we're doing is we're training your focus, we're training your imagination, your creativity, we're training your memory. So you're being more likely to remember things because your brain is getting that upgrade. All right. So now how do you apply this towards something like this? Now this technique I call chain linking, where basically everything we're connecting to another link, right? There's one link in a chain. The first link is what? Fire hydrant. And then we're connecting it to another link that makes up the chain, which are balloons, right? And then after that, the next link is what? Batteries. And so that's how a lot of our memory is, because we're connecting one thing to another, right? If I say something like dog, you could say cat. I say cat, you say mouse. You say mouse, you say cheese. You say cheese. They say Swiss. I say Swiss. You say Alps. I say Alps. And you say skiing. You should just go where there are all these links of a chain, right? There's always two things you want to connect: a face with a name, a capital and its country, right? A word and its definition, a foreign word and its translation, right? There's always two bits of information. In fact, all learning is connecting two things together. And especially it's connecting an unknown to a known, right? An unknown, something on the outside, to something that you already know. So how would you apply this chain linking technique to something in school? And I know everybody's at different, they're studying different subjects, but actually, let's do this instead. Let's make it very practical. Pick a subject in school that's a little bit more technical, all right? So just put it in the chat. What's a subject you want to be able to apply it to? Science, and that kind of makes sense. What's science? What area is science? So a lot of like memorization. And we'll just use one example, because I think if you see one more example, you'll be able to apply it towards chemistry. So what would you need to remember for chemistry? Like what's something that you had to maybe have to memorize? It would have been useful to be able to memorize it, have it at your mental fingertips instead of having to reference. Periodic table. All right, so let's break this down. All right, let's say we want to memorize the elements of the periodic table, and we'll just go through this, and we'll just use it as a quick example, and then I want to get through other ways of upgrading your limitless brain. Let's take the elements. All right, let's do, I don't know, 10, 20 elements. So what are they? Some of you know these, right? Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon. Some of you might not know these. I could just be making some of these up, but of course you know these, right? Who am I talking to? Nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, and neon. All right, let's stop there for sake of time, because if you could do it for 10, you could do it for 20. Now, how do you apply chain linking? Well, this is all you need to remember. We're talking about links of a chain. The ultimate tip, write this down, TIP. The ultimate tip, turn into picture. I tend to alliterate. I tend to use acronyms a lot. TIP, turn into picture. So that's the goal. So what are you turning into a picture? The thing you want to remember, because we remember things in pictures. In fact, like think about it. Like even when you're on a plane, it doesn't say no smoking. You see what? You see a picture about it. You see a picture, an image, right? It doesn't say fasten your seatbelt. You see what? You see an image, right? Because we think in images. You dream in pictures. You dream in images. None of you dream and see closed caption text on the bottom, right? That wouldn't make sense. If I ask you to describe your car, none of you, you would say 4 wheels, you would say it's color blue, and maybe it says a sunroof. You don't see those words though. You don't see 4 wheels, you see those things. So we think in pictures, and pictures really are the universal language. So turn it into a picture that you can remember it. Now, my goal here is your true memory knows the difference. How many of you, by just a nods here, ever played like a game called Pictionary, where you get a card and you have to get your team to say what's on that card, and you can only draw it. You have to draw it using pictures, right? And images. And if you don't know what that thing is, what do you draw? You draw an ear. And what does an ear mean? An ear means sounds like, right? Sounds like. And so if I had like, breakfast at Tiffany's or something like that, I would draw out breakfast, right? Maybe eggs and bacon or something. Some people identify as that. Tiffany's, I would maybe take a blue marker, make a little blue box with a ring in it. Tiffany's, and people guess it, right? Well, let's do this for the elements. All right, so we're gonna turn each one to a picture, and then we're gonna connect the pictures together. And the glue that connects those things together are the actions. Just use the vowels. The vowels connect words together, right? A, E, I, O, U. A, action. E, exaggeration. I, make it illogical. O, make it outstanding. U, make it a little unusual. That's the glue that brings it together. So what can you picture? Let's say the first thing we need to do is hydrogen. If I say hydrogen, what image comes to mind? Just like you're better with faces than you are with names, what can you picture that either hydrogen reminds you of that? Maybe it's used for, or actually do sound like. You could even do a sound like, what sounds like it? If you didn't know what the element was, and someone said, oh, it kind of sounds like this. It's kind of like when somebody, how many of you have ever done this by just nods? You forget someone's name. Have you ever met someone's name, got someone's name, and the name seconds later, the name just disappears out of your mind? Raise your hand. And then if it's not a short-term issue, it's a long-term issue. You're just out and about, you see someone you recognize, but for the life of you, you don't know where you know this person from. And what makes it worse is when that person has the audacity to remember your name, right? Or you're talking to somebody whose name you should know, and you have to introduce those people together. It's really difficult, right? And so people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. How are you going to show someone you're going to care for their health, their family, their whatever it is that you have to offer them, their future, if you don't care enough just to remember their name, right? Name is the sweetest sound to a person's ears. That's why we do a whole section on how to remember names. Like the kind of stuff that I do on stages, or if you walk into a room, meet 20 strangers and leave saying goodbye to all 20 of them by name, who are they all going to remember? They're all going to remember you. That's a standout skill. Let's go into it. Let's picture it and then associate these two things. So fire. So what the first one? Some people think about like a blimp, hydrogen, a bomb. What sounds like hydrogen? Hydrant. You could use a hydrant, certainly. Now let's go take that and let's go to the second thing. What's the second element? Helium. When I say helium, what's the image you use for helium? When I say helium is used for what? Balloons, right? So now you have, let's say, fire hydrant, and you need to make a story between fire hydrant and balloons. What can you picture? So imagine a fire hydrant, maybe in your neighborhood, and just when you're in doubt, just put them together, right? Maybe put the fire hydrant. Imagine you're tying all these balloons to the fire hydrant. All right, good. Now the next element is lithium. What's the lithium used for? Lithium is used for batteries. Sure, lithium batteries. So imagine now, all you're doing now, forget about the fire hydrant. All you're doing now is connecting what? You're connecting the balloons and batteries. So I want you to do that now. Take a moment and connect the balloons and connect to the batteries, balloons and batteries. So imagine the fire hydrant, balloons pulling it up, and then maybe batteries come and they what? They pop all the balloons. Can you imagine that? And then where do the batteries come from? The barrel. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't know. So many people are like kind of smiling here on the images here, but okay. So maybe it's not a random list the first time. So barrel represents beryllium. What's a board? What element? Boron. Good. What's rolling down the board? A diamond. What's a diamond made out of? Carbon. Now, by the way, so it's obviously not a random list the first time, but I just chose these words. But if it was, instead of a diamond rolling down the board, it could have been something that sounds like carbon, like a car full of bonbons, right? And then it falls onto a knight's head, and Sir Lancelot and knight is nitrogen, right? But it could have fallen on something else, right? Just whatever you think of. Like, for example, you bring an oxygen mask. So mask represented oxygen, but it could have been ox, right? You could have had you could have ox or oxen be able to revive the night. All right. So this is an example of taking something. By the way, the periodic table for most people, it's very it's technical, it's very boring, and it's probably not very relevant to most people's lives. I mean, those elements are obviously very critical to people's lives, but not very relevant. And if you could apply chain linking to something that's boring, that's pretty technical and not very relevant, imagine how you could apply a simple technique like this to something that's not boring, that you're studying, or that's not technical, or that's highly relevant and interesting to you, right? So this is just one technique. So in Limitless, we have dozens of different techniques that you could pull from to help do that, apply towards memory, to focus, and so on. Let me give you another one. So I train a lot at hospitals, and I've had the good fortune of speaking everywhere from Harvard, Caltech, the Cleveland Clinic Center for Brain Health. And we find that about 1/3 of people's memory is predetermined by genetics and biology, about 1/3. That means 2/3 is in your direct influence. Now, for our book, we donated 100% of the proceeds to research, actually two different things, to Alzheimer's research, specifically for women, because a lot of the research happens to be in male brains, a lot of treatments around male brains, and women are twice as likely to experience Alzheimer's than men. I do this in memory of my grandmother. When I was going through my learning challenges at 5, 6, 7, my parents had lots of jobs, and my grandmother took care of us, and she was my primary caregiver at that age. But then she started struggling with dementia, and so when I was 6 years old, where she was caring for me, it switched where she would call me by my father's name. She would repeat something she just said 30 seconds ago or a minute ago. And it was very confusing for me, especially with my brain injury, my traumatic brain injuries. And it's kind of interesting because then I started taking care of her. And so we did get the Alzheimer's research in memory of my grandmother, and also to build schools via Pencils of Promise. We just did this month another $50,000 of our royalties went towards building schools and providing healthcare and clean water for girls who don't have girls and boys who have no access to education, or maybe because they're getting water all day, or maybe they're sick, they can't go to school. So we built schools everywhere from Guatemala to Ghana, to Kenya, to all these different places. I'm very passionate about that. But going back to brain health, we know that about 2/3 is in your control. So right now, what I'd love to do is give you the 10 things you could do to be able to optimize, because we give you strategies for speed reading, for learning, for studying. But if your hardware, that's the software, but if your hardware is not in place, then you're not gonna be able to get the most out of it, right? And by the way, you could go, I'm gonna give you a free masterclass. You could go to, write this down, Kwik Brain. My last name is KWIK, brain.com/study. And then there you get a full masterclass on how to study. And it's like, and it'll give you even more of these strategies, right? But let me give you these 10 keys. Now, when I give you these 10 keys, I'm gonna ask you to write them down, and I'm gonna ask you to assess how much energy and attention and effort are you putting towards these 10? Because you're not gonna debate any of these 10. The research is very sound. But what I wanna show you is there's not a magic pill. Like, how many of you saw the movie Limitless? Anyone see the movie Limitless with Bradley Cooper, Robert De Niro? He takes a pill and all of a sudden he has this eidetic memory. He writes his book really fast. He learns the languages. He has this incredible focus, concentration. He has a surge of motivation, right? So there's no magic. Dr. Mark Hyman, who's head of functional medicine at the Cleveland Clinic, wrote the foreword, set a strategy and innovation for the Cleveland Clinic. And he says, there is no genius pill, but Jim gives you the process for doing these things. So there's not one pill, but there's these 10 things you could do. All right, so I'm gonna give you these 10 things, and I'm gonna ask you to rate yourself on a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being the most, how much attention, how well you're doing these categories, right? I'm gonna do a rapid fire. So you write these down. Number 1, good brain diet. Good brain diet, meaning what you eat matters, especially for your gray matter. What you eat matters, especially for your gray matter. In the book Limitless, which is really an owner's manual for your brain, I talk about the science of neuronutrition. And It's pioneered by a neuroscientist, a nutritionist actually, that your brain is only 2% of your body mass, but requires 20% of the nutrients. And your brain actually requires different nutrients than the rest of your body. So there's certain foods that are really great for the brain. Things like avocados, blueberries, I like to call them brain berries, broccoli, olive oil has been shown to be good for the brain. Eggs, if your diet allows, the choline in eggs is good for cognitive performance. Also, things like green leafy vegetables, kale and spinach, wild salmon, the omega-3s, right? Your brain is mostly fat. Things like turmeric is good for the brain. Walnuts, good for the brain. They actually look like the human brain. And dark chocolate, another one. So these are just some of the things. And I go into more of the science and the foods there and recipes in the book, but good nutrition. The things you want to stay away from that we know is harmful for the brain, over processed foods, especially stay away from sugar. All right. Number 2, besides, so on a scale of 0 to 10, how good's your diet? Number 2, killing ants. Ants, A-N-T-S, actually been shown to be good for the brain. And obviously they're not insects. ANT stands for automatic negative thoughts. And I got this from a friend, Dr. Daniel Amen, who's done 170,000 brain scans. And he calls them ants, automatic negative thoughts, because this is what we know. Your brain is like a supercomputer, and your self-talk is the program it will run. So if you tell yourself, I'm not good at remembering names, you will not remember the name of the next person you meet because you program your supercomputer not to. All right. So your mind is always eavesdropping your self-talk. People come to me all the time and they say, Jim, I have a horrible memory. Jim, I'm not smart enough. I say, stop. If you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them. If you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them. Right. Now, by the way, do you remember what's after fire hydrant? Balloon. After balloon, batteries, right? So as you understand how your memory works, you could work your memory. Imagine if you could do that for all your studies, right? Now from there, killing ants, automatic negative thoughts. So on a scale of 0 to 10, how encouraging are your thoughts, right? Your mind's always eavesdropping on your self-talk. If you fight for limits, you get to keep them. Number 3 is exercise. Exercise. I mean, all the research done on exercise, what's good for your heart's going to be good for your head. More blood flow to your brain, which means more oxygen to your brain. A lot of people are tired, not because they're not, because they're eating right. They could be doing all that, but maybe just they're not getting blood flow. The other thing is when you move, you create something called brain-derived neurotropic factors, BDNF, brain-derived neurotropic factors, which is like fertilizer for neuroplasticity. And so even this research has shown when people do an elliptical or they go for a brisk walk and they listen to, I have a podcast, it's #1 education training podcast on iTunes, tens of millions of downloads. Every episode is only 15 minutes long. For those of you who listen to podcasts, no ads, no sponsors. We just want to democratize this, get this to all the students. But when you listen to a podcast or you listen to an audiobook, then you're more like you get better retention, better comprehension just going for that walk. I mean, people like Steve Jobs, we're known for doing walking meetings, right? So as your body moves, your brain grooves, which is great. So the scale of 0 to 10, I'm not just talking about working out 3 times a week and lifting weights. I'm talking about how much you're moving throughout the day. They say sitting is the new smoking. Now, I'm not sure what the research is for that, but the idea here is you want to be able to move more, because when you sit behind a screen, it's been my experience doing this teaching this for 29 years and having students in 195 countries, is that a static body is a static brain, right? When you're more agile physically, you're more agile up here also as well. So that's number 3, 0 to 10, how much are you moving? I'm gonna go through the rest really fast. Number 4, brain nutrients, meaning that just as I talked about neuronutrition, I prefer people get it through their food. But if you aren't, and go to a healthcare practitioner, get a nutrient profile done, because if you're lacking vitamin E, vitamin B, I mean, the most important one to supplement, when people come, you do your own research, talk to your own nutritionist, health practitioner, is DHA, right? Your omega-3s. But you might need to look into that. That's number 4. Number 5, positive peer group. Positive peer group. We know for your brain health, it's not just your neurological networks or your biological networks, it's your social networks. Because who you spend time with is who you become. Who you spend time with is who you become. And the science behind it is because we have these mirror neurons, right? And these mirror neurons is when you're watching sports or television, you can feel what they're feeling, right? It creates that level of empathy. And we tend to role model, adopt people around us, their behaviors, their languaging, their habits. And I always tell people to watch. What are you always watching? WATCH. Watch. W stands for words. A stands for actions. T, watch your thoughts. H is your character. C is your character. H are your habits. Habits, especially your habits, because I do a whole chapter on habits, because I believe first you create your habits, then your habits create you. First you create your habits, then your habits create you back. And if you want to see like my morning routine, check out Jim Kwik, search Google Jim Kwik morning routine. I mean, our videos probably have a good 350 million views the past 2 years. Where I talk about my morning routine also on Instagram and Facebook and everything. But especially, as put this in there, I'm not gonna talk about it here. If you wanna win the day, you gotta win that first hour of the day. And the 10 things I do every morning to jumpstart my brain, it really gets me focused, right? It really gets me present to be able to absorb, to be able to think, solve problems and so on. But going back to your positive peer group, we all need people to encourage us. We all need people to be supportive of us. We all need people to cheerlead for us, to be kind with us. And if you haven't found that person yet, be that person for someone else, especially be that person for you, right? And that's why these gatherings are so important, being around people who are high achievers, because we want to set that bar, because you are a thermostat, you're not a thermometer. You're a thermostat, you're not a thermometer. A thermometer, just what? What's the function? Reacts to everything. You don't want to be that, right? You can never have a quality life and win if you're just reacting to everything. Thermostat doesn't react. It gauges the environment, but then it sets a temperature, right? Just like you set a goal, you set a vision for yourself, and then the environment reacts to you, right? And that's the difference. And so who you spend time with, they say, be careful if you spend time with 9 broke people, because you're going to be number 10, right? Because those mirror neurons are always kicking in, right? And that doesn't mean that if you're around energy vampires, you could also, you choose your peers, right? You could love your family, you could love your friends, but you could choose your peers, like who has influence. Like these are the peers are people who are help taking you to and elevate to another level, right? So you could shine. That's number 5. Number 6, clean environment. On a scale of 0 to 10, how clean is your environment? We know that your external world affects your internal world. How many of you have ever cleaned off your like your desktop and everything's in a file and you have clarity of thought, right? Right, you clean off your desk, you make, even my morning routine, making the bed, because how you do anything is how you do everything. And you take 2 minutes, make your bed clean, just like they do in the military, and the angles and centimeters, because you do it excellent, and then you take that excellence in other things, right? Be conscious of that. Plus your brain loves a clean environment. Plus you come full circle, come back. How good does it feel to come back to a well-made bed, right? You come back to success. Success is a set of habits, right? And so clean environment is part of that. So on a scale of 0 to 10, how clean is your environment? Number 7, big one, sleep. Sleep. Meaning that for cognitive, when you don't sleep, you just get your own experience. How do you feel the next day? How's your focus? How's your memory? How's your ability to solve problems, take tests, to study? It's not very strong, right? And here's 3 reasons cognitively you want to be able to sleep and not pull all-nighters, right? Number 1, it's where you consolidate short to long-term memory. So if you have long-term memory issues, check your sleep. Number 2, it's where you clean out beta amyloid plaque, right? That can lead to brain aging challenges. Number 3, and I'll give you a fun one, it's where you dream. And why is dreaming so important? Did you know that you'll probably spend 20 years of your life sleeping, 20 total years, 3 to 5 full years dreaming. And that there's so many treasures in your dream state. Your brain does not, your brain does not shut off at night. If anything, it's more active. And it's doing all those things, including those dreaming states, the REM sleep. Did you know Mary Shelley came up with Frankenstein in her dream? Paul McCartney came up with his epic song Yesterday in his dream. Inventor Elias Howe created a sewing machine in his dream. A chemist, going back to the periodic table, came up with the framework of the periodic table in his dream. Sports figures like Jack Nicklaus was in a slump and he changed his golf swing grip in a dream, right? What are you dreaming about? So if you search online or my podcast, Jim Kwik, Remembering Dreams, there's 6 things I do in the morning, just to remember my dreams. But that presupposes you got good sleep, right? And so we talk a lot in the book on how to hack your sleep naturally to be able to get not the quantity of sleep. I know that people are asking about like how long do you sleep? It's the quality of your deep sleep and your REM sleep. Your deep sleep is your body is recovering. Your REM sleep is where your mind is, all right? And so sleep. So on a scale of 0 to 10, how's your sleep? And then finally, the last three, number 8, brain protection. Brain protection, meaning your brain is very resilient, but it's also very fragile. And having had 3 traumatic brain injuries before the age of 12, wear a helmet. So on a scale of 0 to 10, I hope most of you are closer to 10 in terms of being careful. Number 9, new learnings. New learnings. The key to neuroplasticity, even when they looked at the Einstein's brain, it wasn't larger than anyone else's brain. If anything, it was actually smaller, but there were certain parts of his brain, there was a lot of density, right? There's a lot of neuroplasticity because he would do all these thought experiments, right? And, but here's the thing, it's new learnings is your brain grows through neuroplasticity, neurogenesis, through novelty and nutrition. Just like if you want to build your biceps, you know, you want to get physically stronger, you give it novelty, you give it an exercise, and then you give it nutrition. Same thing with your mental muscles. You give it novelty and nutrition. There was a study on longevity. It was on the cover of Time magazine. It was these nuns that were living 80, 90 and above, and they wanted to find out what's the secret to these community of women living so long. They said half of it had to do, when they did their research, half of it had to do with their emotional faith and gratitude, but the other half, they were self-described as lifelong learners, and they were scheduled learning every single day. And because of it, it added years to their life and life to their years. So not only would it add years to their life, but there were good years. There was they called the study Aging with Grace. And there was a whole book on it, Aging with Grace. But novelty, so your brain needs that stimulus. And then finally, number 10 is stress management. Stress management, meaning chronic stress shrinks your brain. Chronic stress shrinks your brain. When you're always in cortisol, producing adrenaline, puts you in fight or flight, which is not good for studying. It's not good for performing, you know, on a test. It's not good for performing, you know, in any field. And so on a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being the best, how well are you managing your stress? What do you have in place to cope with stress? Chronic fear, by the way, chronic fear suppresses your immune system. A whole area of science called psychoneuroimmunology. And so it makes you more susceptible to colds, to flus, to viruses, right? So you need to be able to manage that. And a big part of it, I think, is also managing your mind. Like there's an algorithm. How many of you are on Instagram as an example? There's an algorithm there, right? If you just engage with whatever you engage with, social media gives you more of. If you engage with cat posts, you watch all the cat videos, you like and share cats, right? Then what happens? The algorithm gives you more cats, and that's your reality. Well, your mind has a similar algorithm. You have something called the reticular activating system, but it's RAS for short. But basically, if you're watching let's say, taking the opposite side, let's say fluffy cats, you're watching everything that's negative and scary and threatening. Then if that's what you're watching, because your amygdala gets hijacked, right? And you have to pay attention to all that, then that means whatever you're engaging with, you get more of, so you get more what's threatening, dark, scary. And that means you don't have enough bandwidth to put towards possibility, towards opportunity, towards performance, towards things you could be grateful for, right? And so part of stress management is just being conscious and standing guard to your mind, all right? So those are your 10 keys to building this brain. I will give you, let's do this. I want to show you how to memorize it. One tip on how to memorize this, right? And they're telling me I'm very close to time. So there's this blinking red. So I want to give this to you. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. I'm going to walk you through another memory tool. I want you to imagine you're in Westchester, New York, where my office is, in just suburban New York City. And cars taking you to go through a speed reading class, which I'm really proud of. Like we triple everyone's reading speed. Basically take 45 minutes of studying, do it in 15 minutes with better results. And you're coming to this big glass building. I'm gonna name 10 places in my office. And this is a memory technique called the Memory Palace. And I'm going to take 10 places in my office, and I'm going to take the 10 tips I just gave you and put each of the tips in the 10 places. Are you ready? I'm going to do this rapid fire. All right, you get to the glass building. The first place I'm going to ask you to say it out loud is the parking lot. What's the first place? Say it out loud. Parking lot. Great. You get out and there's a good brain diet waiting for you. Imagine all the food is on a buffet and you're having a food fight, but the avocados, the blueberries, even if you can't imagine it, imagine you can imagine it. In the parking lot, there's food everywhere. All right, there's a waterfall and it creates a moat around my building. You have to cross a bridge. So the second place is the bridge. What's the second place? Say it out loud. Bridge. As you're crossing it, you're killing ants. You're stepping on all these ants. So imagine you're killing ants. So see it, feel it. What would that be? You would never do that. Killing automatic negative thoughts. From there, you get into the third place inside the building. You walk into the elevator. What's the third place? Elevator. Very good. And when you get in there, the third brain tip, exercise. So once you get in there, you're doing yoga, Pilates, boxing, whatever you're doing in the elevator, working up a sweat. You get out of the elevator, immediately in front of you is the fourth place of the hallway. What's the fourth place? Say it out loud. Out loud. Hallway. Good. And all these brain vitamins are on the floor. You're tripping on brain vitamins on the carpet. Ginkgo biloba, B vitamins, your DHAs, omega-3s, tripping on brain vitamins in the hall. You open a door to the office, immediately to the left is the fifth place, is a closet. What's the fifth place? Say it out loud. Closet. And inside is your positive peer group. All your happy friends are in the closet. All your happiest friends, encouraging friends, they're all in the closet right now, all right? And they're encouraging or cheerleading you on. Great. From there, you go to the check-in, receptionist. What's the sixth place? Receptionist. Receptionist is, sixth brain tip, cleaning the environment. Cleaning the environment. Behind the receptionist and mopping, just picture a moment, a receptionist mopping, vacuuming, everything, sweeping, everything there. Good. Behind the receptionist is the seventh place, fish tank. What's the seventh place? Fish tank. Say it out loud. Good. And they're all sleeping. The fish, Nemo and Dory, are in their pajamas. They're snoring in their bunk beds. See that for a moment. Intensity. It's not the duration. Intensity. From there, you go to take the class, the speed reading class. The door is closed, but the door is the eighth place. What's the eighth place? The classroom door. Very good. You put on a helmet that's waiting for you to remind you of brain protection, and you headbutt the door open and it splinters everywhere. But you put on the helmet to remind you to protect your brain. Immediately up front of the classroom, I'm there, and I'm writing at the ninth place is the whiteboard. What's the ninth place? Whiteboard. And I'm writing two words, new learnings, new learnings. So I want you to imagine new learnings all over the whiteboard. And your favorite marker color. What's your favorite color? Say it out loud. And immediately to the side of the classroom are all these bonsai trees, these Japanese plants. And what I want you to remember is stress management. So imagine you are meditating on the bonsai trees, on the bonsai trees, bonsai. Got it? Fantastic. Now what I want you to do is in the chat, let's do this together. I want you to walk through and I want you to name these 10 brain things. What are the 10 brain things? And then I have final words right afterwards. What's the first thing? You get to the parking lot, what's there? Good brain diet, very good. You cross the bridge, you start what? Killing ants. You get into the elevator. What do you do in the elevator? Exercise, very good. In the hallway, on the floor, brain vitamins. You get inside, immediately to the left in the closet, you have what? All your happy friends, your positive peer group. What's the receptionist doing? Clean environment, very good. Behind the receptionist is the fish tank. What's the fish tank? Very good, sleeping. And then you get the headbutt with the helmet on the door. Immediately up front, the whiteboard, I'm writing the words what? New learnings. And finally, what do you think of when I say bonsai trees? That is your stress management. My final words for you is this. Years ago, I get a call from the chairman of a movie studio. And I trained the CEO at the film studio and his team. And afterwards, he gives me a walkthrough of his set, like the studio lot in LA and Hollywood. I've never been on like a studio lot before. I saw this movie poster of Wolverine. How many of you like superhero fans here? Wolverine, and I was like, I can't wait for that movie to come out, and because it wasn't coming out for a few months. He picks up the phone, the CEO, and 5 minutes later, I'm in his movie theater with 3D glasses watching Hugh Jackman fight all these super ninjas on a Friday. It was like the best Friday ever. And afterwards, he says, Jim, how was the movie? I was like, you don't know this, but when I was 9 years old, I had this brain injury. I couldn't read, and I was labeled the boy with the broken brain. I taught myself to read by reading comic books. And I found out my favorite comic book was actually Wolverine and the X-Men, not because they were the strongest, but because they just didn't fit in. They were mutants. And I felt like I didn't fit in when I was 9 years old. And I found out by reading the comic books that the school, do you know where the school is for X-Men? It's in Westchester, New York, where I lived, and I grew up. And I told them when I was 9, every weekend I used to ride my bicycle trying to find this school when I was 9 years old, because I wanted to find my superpowers. I wanted to find my super friends, the people that I fit in with. And he's like, Jim, I didn't know you like, the X-Men. I was like, we have another 30 days of filming a new X-Men movie in Montreal. He's like, do you want to go on set? I was like, yeah, I totally want to do it. Like, but what can I do for you? He's like, do the same thing you do for us. Teach them to speed read scripts, memorize their lines, be focused when they need to perform. I'm like, I could totally do this. The next morning, I swear to you, I get on the plane. I'm the last one there. And the whole cast of the X-Men's on the plane. And Hugh Jackman, Patrick Stewart. I'm sitting between Jennifer Lawrence, Halle Berry going to Montreal, right? And the very first scene we shoot, where does it take place? In the X-Men school. And it was like, I was 9 years old watching my heroes come to life. When I come home after a week of spending time with them, there's a package waiting for me. And I open it about the size of a television. I open it up. And can you show this last slide, please? It's this photograph, me and the entire cast of the X-Men. I'm the Asian dude in the middle there. That's Hugh Jackman, Jennifer Lawrence behind me, Michael Fassbender, James McAvoy sitting there. I mean, it's just an incredible cast. Patrick Stewart, Ian, like God, Gandalf, Halle Berry. But even better than the photograph was this frame photo. There's a note in there that said, Jim, from the chairman, Jim, thank you so much for sharing all your superpowers with us. I know you've been searching for your superhero school since you were a child. Here's your class photograph. And I get choked up even thinking about it. It's like my Facebook page, like cover photo. I haven't changed it since. But my message for you is really simple. Do not let what's going on with school and the world to don't downgrade your dreams. Now is not the time to downgrade your dreams to meet this current situation. Upgrade your skills, your commitment, your consistency, your capabilities to be able to meet your dreams, to be able to meet your destiny. For me, I just wanted to make a difference as the boy with the broken brain to build better, brighter brains. My goal is to leave no brain left behind. And really, that's my mission in my life. So if you want more information about what I do, I would love for you to actually go to Instagram. There's a link there, and it has that masterclass and all the things that we have available. Links to our podcast, everything there. If you can, take a screenshot of this right now and actually tag me in it and share one thing that you're going to do to build a better brain, or take a picture of your notes. And I'll actually repost some of my favorites, and I'll send 3 copies to 3 people, copies of my book, just as a thank you for just showing up, because I know it's late on a Saturday, and because you're here means you have what it takes to be able to make it, because you chose to be here, right? In my book, Limitless, I have a quote from a French philosopher, and he says, life is the C between B and D. Life is C between B and D. B is birth, D is death, C is choice. I believe that these difficult times can define you, these difficult times can diminish you, or these difficult times can develop you. Ultimately, you decide, right? And that's really the message. So I want to thank you for deciding to just be here today. It's been a real pleasure to be able to share and talk and get all brain geeky with all of you. I look forward to connecting with you on social media or all these different great places. And check out that free class that I put together for you if you feel called to it. It's just QuickBrain, KWIKbrain.com/study. And I wish your days be full, lots of life, lots of love, lots of laughter, and always lots of learning. Take care.
Sizzle for Jim Quick. Come on, let's do it. Everybody. Jim, you are fantastic. It's so wonderful of you to spend time with us. Thank you so, so much for all that amazing wisdom.
Richard, thank you so much. Yeah, I love everything that you do, and I appreciate the cape that you wear, especially you and the entire team. Few people know what goes on behind the scenes to create such an epic, days of inspiration and instruction. So everybody here, you have a huge advantage. developing and discovering your superpowers. So thank you, everybody.
Well, you're a big part of it. Thanks, Jim. Talk soon. Wow, that is amazing stuff. It's like, sometimes I think life is all tricks, tips, and techniques, right? It's all this stuff that you don't know, and then you find out and you were like, oh my God, if I only knew that 10 years ago, if I only knew that 5 years ago or 20 years ago. Well, now you start learning these tips and tricks and techniques now, and you have a 5-year advantage, you have a 20-year advantage. And what can you do that the person next to you can't do? And what can you do and how can you use that to achieve great things, to jump ahead? It's phenomenal. And Jim can be an incredible source of those techniques and tips and tricks that can make everything different. Plus, I just love, I've heard the story of the private jet before, and I'm just like trying to picture, what is it like walking on that plane and the entire cast of X-Men is just sitting there? And you're like, oh, Patrick Stewart, what's up, you know? Halle Berry, looking good today. Love that hair. I mean, it's just got to blow your mind. I mean, I would just walk on and I'd be like, starstruck. All right, it's been an awesome day. And I want to call on Amanda for some really, really important housekeeping notes before we all shut this down for the day. Amanda, take it away.
All right. So I want to end the day with some prize winners. So I'm going to start with that list of winners. All right. So we had actually one from yesterday's live broadcast, Carly McMullen. And then the rest are from today. So we have Avery Harris, Aaron Thomason, Aiden Johnson, Mackenzie Schmidt, Madeline Camp, Alexander Joe, Rebecca DeSolma, Eva Marie De Gregoris, Megan Kreiser, and Lizeth Acevedo Romero. Those are most of our winners for today. We will have one more carried over from today's Energy Baby count to include tomorrow. So make sure within the next 60 seconds, you text the number of times you saw the Energy Baby bounce across the screen today to 774-993-7420 to be entered to win that prize. So you can enter to win an Energy Baby swag pack right now. So get that text in. Okay, so how much did we all love Carmen Tarleton? She's amazing every single year. And I want you to know that we have a special page set up on our dashboard where you can actually buy her book. And you can sign up for a couple of her meet and greets that she's hosting next week. So head over to futuredocslive.com/Carmen and go check that out. All right, parents and delegates, we have put together a few discussion topics so you can continue talking as a family about your key takeaways from the Congress so far. You can find those discussion topics also on the dashboard. I encourage you to print those out, talk them over dinner or breakfast. All right, that's all I have. And we're going to go back to Richard.
All right, thanks so much. And I love those dinner topics and parents and delegates. Print those out because you can help each other, right? A lot of times it's like, okay, what am I going to talk to mom and dad about? And what am I talking about kids about? How do I actually find common ground? This is that common ground. You saw that, maybe your parents were watching. You print out those topics and you have a chance to talk about your future in an organized fashion. Okay, here's my message to you. Today was incredible. It's going to take me time to process. I know it's going to take you time to process. Organize your notes. Think about what this means to your future. But right now, the most important thing is rest. You could do a million things, but I am asking you not to, but rather to just take it down, relax, wind down, get an incredibly good night's sleep, because tomorrow is just as intense or more, just as important or more, and can make just as big a difference to your future or more. But you need to, as I've said before, show up as the very, very best version of yourself, right? Just like you've got to be completely in the zone. So we're all doing this for you because we believe with all our hearts, as do the Nobel laureates and everyone else, that you really are the best hope for the future of the medical profession. So feel great about yourself and have a little faith, okay? And with that, let's do one last sizzle. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you right now. You guys are awesome. All right. Sleep well, and I will see you tomorrow. Take care, delegates.